Opening the Durham innings, Captain Alex Lees and Michael Jones.
Good morning from Bristol. My name's Dan Whiting. I'm joined by Ian Randall for this crucial game in the context of this group here between Gloucestershire and Durham. The news this morning is Durham have won the toss and they have elected to bat. Ian, good morning to you.
Morning, Dan.
How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. The weather is going to play ball as well today. Briefly, some team news. Gloucestershire with two changes from the side that won the last game at Hove. Matt Taylor's toe has flared up again, and Tom Price is rested. So Zaman Akhtar and Josh Shaw come in. And for Durham, they have one change from the team that played in that thriller at Edgbaston. Mitchell Colleen has been left out. He, I think, had an injury problem during that last game, and young Oliver Gibson will play in his place.
Here's Josh Shaw going to take us away for the first ball of the day. Just a little bit of shape there back in to the left-handed Lees. They'll want to get rid of this top order of Durham's is quite strong in the context of this competition, isn't it? Because, you know, a lot of players have been lost to the 100, as we're all aware. But Durham's top four batters are probably going to be their top first choice four, aren't they? In Lees, Jones, Beddingham, Borthwick.
Yep, that's their top four. That's where the runs have been coming from. Lees has got 3 50s and 100 in this competition, and Beddingham's got 200s.
He's had a fantastic season all round, hasn't he, Alex Lees?
Well, if you look at their record in the Championship, why are they top? Because they've scored bucket loads of runs against everybody.
Yeah, they also play good cricket, Durham. Morning if you're listening to us from the northeast as well. Good morning to you. Hope you're well. Hope life is good and sunny up in that wonderful part of the world. Shaw pulled away, parried there by Chris Dent, and Lees scampers through for a single, so Durham are underway.
Yeah, they won the toss this morning and elected to bat, and I think James Bracey would have batted as well.
I think so.
If Gloucester had won. The pitch very central here at Bristol. The boundary actually quite a long way in on the Kennington Avenue side, and part of that I think is because it's a community day here today, so they've shrunk the boundary on that side from what it might have been otherwise. That's where all the community marquees are up.
Oh, Shaw just straying down the leg side. That's going to be a boundary. Umpires today are Surendran Shanmugam, who was here in the Gloucestershire v Durham game in the County Championship. The other one is Russell Warren, the ex-Northampton Nottinghamshire player with the nickname of Rabbit back in the day.
Is that any indication about his batting, do you think?
Well, you'd hope it's something to do with the play on his surname, but you don't know.
So.
You don't know.
Probably so.
And match referee today, keeping us all snooker loopy, is Steve Davis. Shaw. Yeah, and that's a good comeback there. Beats Jones. Jones, good player. 25 years old. Had a good start to the season. Did he get 100 here in the County Championship game, the second innings? Got a feeling he did. Yeah, he got 121 not out. That completes the over. So 5 off the first over from Josh Shaw. Yeah, he got 121 not out. Lee's got 40s in both those games. Very different looking Durham side though this. So their side at Durham will be Lees, Jones, Borthwick, Beddingham, and then in no necessary order will be George Drissell, the local lad from Bedminster Cricket Club, come back home. Tom McIntosh, the young keeper.
He got a half century on Sunday, McIntosh, so I think he might bat at 6, maybe Jonathan Bushnell at 5. That seemed to be the possibility.
Yeah,
and then
Travaskis, Pretorius, Glover, Gibson. Oliver Gibson, the youngster. So out of their 13, they left out Mitch Killeen and Harry Crawshaw.
Yeah. Zaman Akhtar to open from the pavilion end, and Lees crunches that into the offside, and it's fielded by Dent extra cover. 2 slips in for Zaman Akhtar. Hasn't played in the last couple of games. Played at Cheltenham. Made his List A debut there against Derbyshire, but was used sparingly in the tournament. Left-handed Lees waits, and again that's off the back foot straight to Dent. So the 2 men out are at deep square and at third man. And I say with the boundary being in on the Kennington Avenue side, the pitch is pretty much in the middle of the square anyway, but it's just about an equidistant boundary either side.
Yeah, the boundary's quite a long way in from straight as well. It's been brought in a few yards by the look of it as well.
Lees, bat raised, waits for Zaman. Again, it's chopped into the ground and straight to. Now, Ben Wells is out there from the outset here. So who's he fielding as a sub for? That's interesting. Right from the outset, there is a sub fielder.
Tom Smith on the. No, he's mid off.
Yeah.
Is it Jack Taylor? No. Yeah, it is Jack Taylor.
Zaman. Again, and Lees. Again to the diving Wells this time.
Oh, is Jack Taylor at first? No, Hammond's at first, isn't he?
Yeah, Jack Taylor is at short fine leg.
Oh yeah.
So, where is Van Buren? I don't see Van Buren out there.
No, it's his birthday. Perhaps he's lighting candles on the cake. Happy birthday, Graham.
Zaman again from the pavilion end. Just tucks Lees up a little bit. Takes a hand off the bat as he plays it out into the offside.
Maybe he said, Wellesley, do you mind going out there? I've just got a few balloons to blow up for the party later on.
Lees is the top run scorer in this competition for Durham. He's the top run scorer in the second division this season in the Championship. Got 400s. And that's carved almost past the diving Dent, but a good stop, partial stop, keeps them down to 1. But Zaman, at least in that first over, what his skipper wanted, bowling one side of the wicket, not giving Lees any free balls. Appreciate this. This may be a good batting pitch. It'll obviously unravel through the day as to how good a pitch it is. But by having here is now we've now got Zafar Gohar coming out as well. Unless Wells has gone off. So, rotation policy on the fielders at the moment.
Sure, Ian, that's a nice shot there from Lees. That's going to go for 4 runs there. Lovely shot. Uses the angle there and just whips it through mid-wicket. Lees has always had sort of class, and maybe hasn't scored the amount of runs that his talent should suggest, possibly. Jeff Boycott predicted him to sort of have England honours as a youngster, which, you know, he did. He went on and played for England. but he was an integral part of that Yorkshire. Oh, that's flashed away, which he misses. He was an integral part of that Yorkshire Championship winning side, wasn't he? The 14 and 15 sides. And then in 2016, he was Yorkshire's youngest skipper since Lord Hawke, when he was aged just 22. He scored a double ton when he was 20 years old. Scored against Derbyshire at Chesterfield at the beautiful Queen's Park. Shaw comes into him and he punches that out to mid-off and runs through. That was tight. Anwar Ali there nearly getting him. Let's have a look at this. I think Lees might have been struggling here, you know. It's a one-handed pickup. He was a little bit late setting off. Touch and go.
Yeah, it's definitely Van Buren who isn't on the field at the moment. And Zaffer is out at deep square now for Michael Jones. He's the sub.
Here is Jones. Leaves that one out. But Lees, I mean, he played 10 times for England and he made a top score of 67. He looked a little bit... not exactly Bazball, was he?
No, and actually, you say that almost in the past tense, implying that he might not get back in again at the age of 30.
Yeah. Made his debut against West Indies back in 2022. Played all his test matches that year, actually, because his last game was against South Africa at the Oval. But he's had a wonderful season this year. Oh, that's just taken the edge. Jones's bat. Ollie Price goes sprawling across there. Stops the...
He played
one.
that with quite soft hands,
yeah,
though, didn't he? It was taken on the bounce. It was a stop by Ollie Price, really, more than a chance, not a chance.
But Lees has had a good sort of... The move to Durham's done him good. I mean, he got 300s in his first year there, and I think the move... Sometimes a player needs that, don't they, to rejuvenate their career.
We're seeing that with a lot of moves being announced already for next season by counties.
Ooh, that's clipped in the air, just short of Jack Taylor on the 45 there. Nearly put it down his throat.
Was it in the Somerset game? He took a catch off a clip, very much in that position.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not saying it's a specialist position for him, but he's got good hands.
So, Ian, I want to talk to you about sub-fielders. Is it out of control at the moment? Because we had in the game Somerset versus Northamptonshire, 6 catches caught by sub.
Albeit 4 by one player.
4 by James Sales and 2 by Alex Russell. Is it out of control? Do umpires need to put a stamp on it? You know, like the runner was outlawed, wasn't it, in 2012? Not outlawed, but it had to be more of an injury. People were just using it, you know, because...
Change of shirt, unquote.
Yeah.
Zamanatha in to Lees, who pulls, but not with any great power, out to Anwar Ali at deep square. I'll just pick up one.
Or in the case of Arjuna Ranatunga, because he was probably carrying a few extra pounds, and it was a fitness issue, wasn't it? So for things like cramp now, which is perceived as a fitness issue, the runner's been outlawed. Does the sub-fielder law need looking at, do you think?
Well, I think there is a... Michael Jones just taking guard here. If you've got a bowler who is kind of carrying an injury, I'll come back to that after this ball. Zaman to Jones, who just defends out on the top half of the bat, out on the onside. If he's perceived fit enough to bowl in his spell,
yeah,
a team should not, to me, then be able to say, well, we'll have a sub-fielder. Basically, he'll bowl his spells, but he'll barely field.
Yeah, exactly.
That to me feels totally wrong.
That's what sides are doing. The big lumbering fast bowler's not going down to the long leg anymore. He's going back to the dressing room. He's been replaced by a lithe 20-year-old who's nimble-footed.
Good carry from Zaman through to James Bracey.
Drop us a line today. Drop us a an email. We want to hear from you all to commentators at glossccc.co.uk.
Jack will put the graphic. Look at that.
There we
Absolutely
go.
on cue.
Look at that.
Oh,
there we go.
Oh, there we are. There's the graphic.
Pinky and Perky in the corner.
Right-handed Jones waits for Zaman. Oh, he's pulled that away. Got full value for that. And that's gone all the way for 6 away over deep mid-wicket. That's a very clean shot. I don't think this was too wide. It was... Actually, it's almost anything. It's a bit too short. But
not that short, though, even. It's
Back
just a really good shot.
Yeah, it's slightly back of a length. But as someone proved earlier in the over, there's quite good bounce in this pitch. Durham used to be batting on these for most of the summer. Ooh, a little bit early on that. And tried to repeat the shot, didn't time it.
Yeah, he's gone from the sublime to the downright horrible there, hasn't he?
Fielded by Dent. So Tom Smith has now gone out into the deep square boundary for Michael Jones, and Josh Shaw has come in at short fine leg. Third man's gone back. Zaman from the pavilion end. Oh, it's a better angle. Jones trying to play an extravagant cover drive, doesn't get a touch. Lovely scene here at Bristol today for this last game. I think when Gloucestershire had won the first 2 games at Cheltenham in the group, with Durham 18 for 0 off 4, hopes were high then of a decent campaign, then 2 bad defeats, let's be clear. And I think it was put to Jack Taylor after the second of those that it basically became a knockout situation. Gloucestershire really couldn't afford to lose another game after that, and they put the 3 wins together to get themselves into a position now where qualification for the playoff is secured. They want more than that, they want a home game. And Shaw and Zaman sharing the new ball here. Remember, Durham won the toss and decided to bat, so it's their call. But they clearly quite like the look of this Bristol pitch.
Yep, certainly do. It's a good wicket, as we saw in the game against Somerset when James Bracey went bananas, literally. Wide, cut away by Lees. Oh, despite the dive from Zafar Gahar out there, he's going to get 4 runs. He took that one early and got it quite a long way in front of square. Yeah, he literally went bananas, James Bracey. He was getting by on energy gels and bananas in that game, so he told me. And
okay, I've got a technical question for you now, because you're a purist, aren't you?
Go on. You put me on the spot here.
No. And I think I kind of get the thought process, but I'm going to raise it anyway.
Played into the offside there by Lees. No run.
So, Jack Taylor made 100 off 52 balls at home.
Yeah.
And it was said it was the fastest 100 by a Gloucestershire player in List A cricket, right?
Okay, yeah, I'm with you.
James Bracey's 100 to 200 here against Somerset was made in 44 balls.
Wow.
So, actually, which one is it?
Short, pulled by Lees. And you're going to find
the
Tom
purist would
Smith
say
out
it's got
there.
to be the 52 ball one because he's going from naught, but Bracey might have a word about that.
I think that's good knowledge, Ian. That's really good knowledge. Ian Randall there, the cornucopia of stats. Man who...
Both were brisk, let's put it that way.
Yeah. It's like watching you in your heyday, Ian.
Oh.
It's like watching you, mate. Shaw just straying on to the onside, thinking about a single, but nothing in there to Miles Hammond. Mid-wicket and short extra cover, both good fielders. Gloucestershire have got their field in the same place virtually for every game here. You've got Chris Dent prowling at short extra. He's not a man to be messed with those singles. He can dive, slide and throw all in one motion. Miles Hammond on the other side, he's a decent fielder as well. Oh, that's a good delivery. Shaw beats Michael Jones outside the off stump.
Just held its line, that.
So 23 for none after 5. And Gloucestershire will be thinking that, I think anything under 7s or 8s and over out here on this wicket, I think they'll be pleased with that.
So are you thinking that...
I think it's a 350 deck.
Do you?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
That'll take some getting. That'll take some getting. Zaman to continue from the pavilion end, or at least doesn't time that, but he just still pinch a single. I say pinch, it was a fairly comfortable one in the end. It's Hammond, I think. Was he Hammond back for the last 2 games of this competition, having, I don't think, played in the 100 at all.
No, he didn't. No, he hasn't been picked. No, he's been getting splinters on his derriere on the bench for the Birmingham Phoenix.
So and then to Michael Jones, having been put into the... Oh, and that's a great catch. Well taken, Anwar Ali. Low catch to his left. Michael Jones, I was just about to say, having pulled Zaman into the mid-wicket boundary for 6, and he's clothed that out on the offside, and Zaman's taken a good low catch, and Durham's first wicket goes down with the score on 24.
Yeah, they'll be pleased to see the end of that. They'll be very pleased to see the end of Michael Jones. He could have put that anywhere. It wasn't the greatest of deliveries from Zaman Akhtar, and he didn't get over the ball. Maybe it's that extra bounce that you were talking about there, Ian. Maybe that little bit of extra zip that Zaman Akhtar's got that didn't sort of get him over the ball, and it was a little bit aerial.
So I was just mentally thinking when you said about that 350. Durham, of course, were involved in a 339 v 338 game on Sunday.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an absolute cracker against Warwickshire as well, and great result for them because Warwickshire have been, you know, running away with this group, haven't they?
Yep, they're at Hove today, and Scott Borthwick in at number 3. Not had the greatest tournament so far.
Just a couple of early scores from around the country. I'm only going to go for a couple from Newport on the Isle of Wight. Kent have their batting. They're 23 for 1 or 4.3. And the game between Nottinghamshire and Lancashire, Notts are 9 for 1 or 5.5. So good start there. That's at Sookholm. Where is Sookholm? I've never heard of Sookholm.
No, is it the John? Yeah, the John
Fretwell
Centre. Yeah,
that sounds like Ali G in the house with the John Nike Leisure Centre.
I mean, Notts are very keen, aren't they, to take this competition?
Yeah, it's good
out around the county, because they basically all their other cricket is played at Trent Bridge, so this is an opportunity for them. Here's Borthwick, so 2 left-handers in now, and Zaman to bowl to him, and that's down the leg side, and it'll be signalled as a wide.
Yeah, I remember they actually played Sri Lanka once in a warm-up game. Sri Lanka came over beginning of May and not stuck them out at Cleethorpes, which is miles away from the border of Nottinghamshire anyway. It's Grimsby, basically. Sri Lanka weren't happy. The wind whistling in from the North Sea is about 6 degrees. And I don't think the Sri Lankan fielders enjoyed the experience very much.
So 2 slips for Borthwick. Someone to bowl to him. I think it's off the glove. but controlled in a sense that it was not played obviously off the bat and therefore didn't rebound with any force, and Jack Taylor does the fielding. Baltic off the mark. Leeds has 14, and first wicket down in the 6th over. Zaman Leeds plays that comfortably out under the offside.
I'm sure a few of our listeners today, though, will have played cricket with the wind howling in off the North Sea, up in the northeast. There's some lovely grounds there. Bamborough.
A lovely ground there.
Yeah, underneath the castle. But right on the sea. Hartlepool. I've been there once for football, and it's a cold venue.
Zaman from the pavilion end. Oh, that's in the air and caught! Ollie Price is taking the catch, but the umpire is not moved.
Where's that come off?
Umpire Shanmugam is not moved, and Gloucestershire thought they had an important breakthrough.
It's come off the back of the bat. It's come off the back of the bat.
Lees stays.
Let's see if we can have a look at this in slow motion, possibly.
I wonder where does the umpire, Russell Warren, think that's come from? I wonder.
The only thing is, I wonder if it's come off the back of his arm.
Well, it's not out, and here's someone again, and Lees will get a single.
That one's hit him on the arm.
Yeah, that's a sharp throw from Paul van Meekeren. Lees has thrown his glove off in completing the single. I think Paul van Meekeren was the chief questioner of that decision over
Here we
Leeds,
go.
who had 14 at the time.
Let's have a look at this. So, where's this come off? Let's have a look. It's come off the back of the bat. It's come straight off the back of the bat. So the reason I went through those Kent and Nottinghamshire scores, Nottinghamshire are now 9 for 2 by the way, is because if Gloucestershire do win this game today, they are going to have a home quarter-final or semi-final eliminator, however you want to talk about it. Here's Josh Shaw coming in as Lees plays that one handsomely actually out to Zafar Gahar. So Gloucestershire would have a home game here on Friday, and they will play the 3rd place in Group A. Now, who that is, it could be one of 3 sides. It could be Kent, it could be Nottinghamshire, or it could be Lancashire.
And the last 2 play each other.
Yeah, but it depends. Gloucestershire could be away, so they have today, they've got to win this game. Otherwise, Worcestershire will finish in 2nd place. If they finish in 2nd place, Gloucestershire look like they're going to have 3rd place. I'll come on to it. That's in the air. Pulled with not any sort of great authority there. Pulled out to mid-wicket. So Gloucestershire, by finishing 3rd, would have an away game, probably at Hampshire, which they've won once since 2005. There's the table. So the Gloucestershire have a better net run rate than Worcestershire. So if they win this today, they will go through. All the others are out of it. So Warwickshire, Worcestershire and Gloucestershire have all qualified. It's where they finish. Chopped away by Lees. 1 run.
And if you're seeing Zafar Gahar out on the field, do not be deceived by that. Zafar is only out there as a sub-fielder at the moment. Graham van Beeren does not appear to be on the field. He was taking part in the warm-up before the game started today, so actually what I might do now, I'm going to nip to the scorers and check if there was actually a change in the side at the after it was declared at the toss.
That would probably be a good idea. Josh Shaw in. Oh, that kept a little low, I think. So it's all where people finish. Gloucestershire do have an outside. Let's have a look at this again. I want to see how low this is kept. Whether this is sort of shot along the deck a little bit, perhaps. No, I think it's fine. Borthwick probably should have been on the front foot. But there are all sorts of permutations, and we'll keep you up to date with all of them. And I'll try and explain them far more eloquently than I just have. Oh, that's chopped there by Borthwick, nearly chopped onto his stumps. Bracey goes diving across. So the long and short of it is, if Gloucestershire win this massively today by 220 runs, or by 10 wickets, and Warwickshire lose to Sussex, which is extremely unlikely, Gloucestershire will finish first. Bouncer from Shaw. Borthwick leaves that one alone. 30 for 1 at the end of the 7th. If Gloucestershire lose today, they finish third. And if Gloucestershire win this by a small margin, they'll finish second. Ian, tell us the news.
Graham van Buren is not in the 11.
Oh.
The 11 was changed after the toss, and Ben Wells is in the team.
Not Zafar?
Not Zafar.
Oh.
So something must have happened between the toss and 11 o'clock.
Ah. Well, I hope Graham's all right. On his birthday as well.
30 for 1. And Zaman into the attack once more, which is worked away by Lees onto the leg side. That Gloucestershire have got to make that moment when he was 14. They've got to make it have as little impact as possible on the day. But Lees is a sort of player who would feel that he can take a big advantage out of that. Borthwick with 2 slips. Waits for Zaman to bowl to him. That's clipped, but on the bounce. And there's never a run there. Not to Jack Taylor at short fine leg. So just to repeat, from the side that was declared at the toss, Gloucestershire had to make a change, and Ben Wells into the side for Graham van Buren.
Yeah, we'll try and get news on what's happened there. We'll bring it to you over the day.
Zaman in again. Was just a little push for a single this time by Borthwick. Van Meekeren's got quite a big area to cover. This is the 8th of the 10 overs of the power play.
He's had a good tournament, Paul Van Meekeren. I think he's been excellent. I think he's been absolutely superb. The batters have taken the plaudits. Bracey with his 2-2-4. Ollie Price, who's just churning runs out for fun at the moment.
Again into the leg side. And there'll be 2 this time for Alex Lees. And while Ali took the catch to get rid of Michael Jones, is onto it.
But it's been
13 wickets for Van Meekeren.
Yeah, it's been a couple of experienced guys. Tom Smith's been good as well.
So 13 wickets for Van Meekeren, 11 for Tom Price, 8 for Tom Smith. They're the top 3. Akhtar to Lees. He's cut him in half. There's an appeal for a cut caught behind, and again umpire Warren's not interested.
Ooh, let's have another look at this one. What's happened here? Bracey's felt confident there. No, it's off the thigh pad.
He does cut him in half though.
Yeah, it's off the thigh pad, I think. It's the one before off the back of the bat though. I think Gloucestershire might feel very aggrieved if Lees goes on and gets a big one.
So someone's going to change his line here and try and perhaps tuck Lees up a little bit. All the slips have gone and clipped into the leg side, and Ollie Price is in for that little clip off the toes to mid-wicket, but 34 for 1 off 8. Michael Jones the man out after Durham won the toss this morning and elected to bat. Jones caught by Anwar Ali at mid-wicket, having earlier deposited Zaman Akhtar, who was the successful bowler, away over the mid-wicket boundary for 6.
Yeah, it's a good shot, that. Jack Longstaff bringing you the pictures today. James Healy is on his way back from a nice, well-earned holiday in the States. Jack's doing a fantastic job. Josh Shaw in bouncer, good bouncer. Borthwick thought about that. Borthwick's had a little bit of short stuff. I wonder if Gloucestershire have got a plan to him.
Well, they probably have got a plan.
Yeah, yeah, no, they will have a plan. But I wonder if this is the plan. Just pepper him with stuff. Sort of around the chin area.
So Gloucestershire have got 4 seamers in the bowling lineup today.
Punched off the back foot there by Borthwick.
And then Tom Smith plus either potentially Ollie Price or Jack Taylor, although Jack Taylor's not actually bowled at all in the competition. Ollie Price has only bowled, well, he's bowled 12 overs for 98, which is quite expensive with just the 1 wicket. So it looks like probably the 5 main bowlers today. And Novan Biren is actually quite a loss from a bowling point of view.
Exactly what I was going to come on to there. Josh Shaw past umpire Shanmugam. That's a pleasant shot by Borthwick. He's going to get 4 runs there. Lovely shot.
He didn't hit that all that hard either.
No, he didn't. He just timed that. It wasn't even a half volley. He's just leant on that.
So, from Tom Smith's point of view in particular, very important he has a good day. But these two, plus Beddingham, the big run threats for Durham.
Played into the offside there by Borthwick. Beddingham went big the other day against Warwickshire, didn't he?
152.
Yeah, that's big enough.
Yeah. I mean, as our good friend Martin Emerson said, he needs to wrap up at the end of the day. 2 batsmen got over 150 in that game, 1 on each side. And there was 1 running in it at the end. And in fact, I think when Ed Barnard was out,
he got 160, didn't he, Barnard?
Yeah, they only needed, I think, 15 more.
Yeah.
Couldn't get them.
Short. Attempted swat at it there from Borthwick. Misses out. It was Bushnell bowled the last over, didn't he? He defended 9 off that last over for Durham in that game against Warwickshire. And David Beddingham was full of praise for him. And Miguel Pretorius as well, who's in this Durham lineup. 28-year-old from Vereeniging. Is that how you say it? In South Africa. He's on the fringes of the South African side. Just played into the offside there by Borthwick. Yeah, Pretorius averages early 20s with the ball in all 3 formats. And he's had a good competition. He got 4 for 56 against Derbyshire and 4 for 50 in the game against Warwickshire. So he'll be confident that he can make inroads into this Gloucestershire batting lineup that's been so strong in this year's competition. Community Day here today as well, here in Bristol. We're going to have Pete Lamb on later on. But if you see police vans in the car park on your pictures, don't think that Ian Randall's been a naughty boy overnight.
Well, they're marking bicycles, I think, today.
Are they?
Amongst other things. So Zaman to complete the power play, or the first phase of the innings anyhow, round the wicket. And that's driven very pleasantly past Benwell's. That'll be 4. He's at mid-off.
That's a beautiful shot.
It's a really nice shot. Borthwick proving that he might have been shorter runs in this tournament, but got plenty of ability.
These are two guys here who've played for England.
Just a bit wide, really, from Zaman. He's got orthodox mid-off, mid-wicket. Of course, just in the point to save the single. Good stop, Tom Smith. Chopped into the ground.
The chap with the long hair for Durham, we saw him walking around here in the 4-day game, didn't we? And he's part of their backroom staff. Somebody told me earlier, I don't know if it's true, I believe he's the son of Andrew Hilditch. Do you remember the old Australian opener?
Andrew?
Hilditch.
Hilditch?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
The happy hooker he was known as, wasn't he?
Zaman back over the wicket. Ooh, off the pads this time from Borthwick. He'll get one out to mid-wicket, but Tom Smith will do the fielding. They'll keep it down to a single.
That 1985 series, when they came over, I think all England had to do was bang one in short at one of the openers, and either Graham Wood or Hilditch would put it down long leg's throat.
I wonder there'll be a double change after this over from Zaman. The thinking is of James Bracey. A slightly slower ball from Akhtar. And Durham content to take one. Van Meekeren just getting loose.
Yep, so we've got the police in, we've got, I believe, the Army are here, we've got Bristol Rovers Football Club, we've got the Fire Brigade.
And probably half a dozen charities, of small charities as well. So, I mean, he tries to bouncer too, and
we'll be letting you know later on.
Borthwick too early on it.
We'll be talking to Pete and talking all about Gloucestershire's links with their community and with all these groups who are, make up the rich tapestry of the Bristol community here.
So third man and deep square with the 2 men out for Zaman in this 10th over. Well, again, that's bounce has been a bit erratic there. He's gone down, it's down the leg side. He's given us a wide, so he's got one to climb, and that one has probably not got much up above waist height.
Yeah, I think there was a little bit of pace off there, though.
How soon for Smith for you? Would you go early with him?
Yeah, maybe 12.
Nice shot down the ground. Good partial stop for Van Meekeren. They'll take one, but he probably saved 3 runs with that dive to his right at mid-on. So 47 for 1 off 10, Durham. That's a decent start for them. Ollie Price just doing some limbering up in case he's needed with the ball, but there is going to be a change at the Ashley Down road end. We're going to see Paul Van Meekeren for the first time, and Zaman has bowled. In fact, both bowlers have bowled 5 overs for 23, and Zaman's got the 1 wicket.
That's good for your OCD, isn't it? It's good symmetry there for your OCD, Ian. James Healy would like that, wouldn't he?
He would. In fact, that was that wide meant it's 1 for 24 for Akhtar.
Here's Van Meekeren. Oh, thick outside edge. Great work down here by Zaman Akhtar. Keeps them down to 1. Saves 3 runs there.
And just wandering around the boundary is in fact the gentleman Dan was referring to. He looks as though he ought to be a bassman in a rock band.
He's got a great haircut, hasn't he? It's fantastic. A bit of the, man from the northeast, Davi Ginola, because he's worth it. Van Meekeren in short and pulled out to deep square. Tom Smith doing the fielding there.
Right, I'm just going to... Jack's not here at the minute. We might do that in a little while. I think I can think of somebody who would wear similar glasses and have a similar haircut to our friend from Durham. And when he's just popped out of the room at the moment. When he comes back, I'll get him to put a photo on the screen. Give you a good idea.
Macron in defended by Borthwick. Borthwick, when he defends, I mean, he's hit a couple of beautiful shots, but when he defends, he looks like he's sort of just jamming the bat down on it, doesn't he? He looks like he's sort of rushed a little bit.
Right, Jack, I've got a little task for you. So, we've just been talking about one of the Durham staff who's wandering around, who's got glasses and long hair, and I just said that he ought to be in a band, a bass player in a band. So, I'm going to ask you to look for a picture of a musician and see if we can put it on the screen, and we'll compare it to our friend from Durham, okay?
Whipped down to fine leg, down to Jack Taylor for a single there to Borthwick.
So I'll give you the name at the end of the over. No. Don't suggest a name.
Then make a run in, and that's again turned into the leg side.
So Dan's written a name down of a guy who was 75 this week.
Was he?
Yeah, which is...
I mean...
It's just astonishing to me to think that he's 75.
It's bizarre to think that these guys, you know, these wonderful musicians, Robert Plant was the name I wrote down. It's amazing to think that, you know, these like heavy sort of rock stars are now nearly 80.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, where has time gone? That's in the air. That's going to be Jack Taylor with the catch. Lees goes. I thought they were going to collide there. I didn't know whether they were going to leave it to each other either.
Somebody needed to call.
It was a good catch from Jack Taylor. And Lees goes for 22 with the score on 50.
So the previous decision only cost Gloucestershire 8 runs.
And another wicket in this tournament for Paul van Makeren, who played a little bit at Durham, didn't he? He was at Durham for a little bit. Not for long, I don't think.
Did he drive through? So, Jack, can you see if you can find a picture of Geddy Lee? That's GEDDYLEE for us. And I think you will find that he's pretty close to our friend from Durham.
I think the only person who drove through there was Dominic Cummings, wasn't it?
Yeah. Right, this is the man in form at the moment.
Yep, David Beddingham. He's just casually strolling to the crease. What a player! What a signing as well.
That was the end of the over. So we'll give Jack an over to see if he can find a picture of Geddy Lee. And we're going to have Ollie Price bowling. Interestingly.
Ooh, okay.
From the pavilion end.
Wonder if you want the off spinner at the left-handed Borthwick.
Well, that's a possibility. But an important wicket to remove Alex Lees. The only other left-hander in the Durham team is Liam Travaskis, and I don't know where he might bat.
He can bat. He's. I saw him.
I think he was batting at as high as 6
in
one of the other games.
I covered a game a few years ago at the end of the season between Northamptonshire and Durham, where I worked with Martin for 4 days, and he took me down the pub all 4 days.
So James Briggs is just setting his field here for the off spinner. Anwar Ali saying, how far in front of square do you want me to be? And the answer is not very far. He's at deep backward square. Ollie Price then into the attack for the first time. at the left-handed Borthwick. Ollie's only bowled, as we said, 12 overs in the tournament. So, sparingly used. He's got a Hammonds in at slip, round the wicket. It's a bit short, and Borthwick just punches that out to Chris Dent. So he's got 3 saving 1 on the leg side. Van Meekeren at short fine leg. Ben Wells and Zaman Akhtar. Chris Dent's at short extra. And you don't take a single to Dent with a gently played little push into the offside. That's for sure.
Absolutely not.
Price past umpire Warren. That's floated up, played into the gap this time. There is a sweeper out on the scoreboard boundary at deep point. Tom Smith out there. And you know, I think we know that, you know, Tom Smith's playing career, he's in the autumn of it, shall we say. Though nice for him to get past 100 List A fixtures in his career, which he's done.
Had an email in from Barry Hook. He got involved in the game here in the 4-day game, didn't he?
Well, turn around the corner by Bedingham, but no run there. That was to a slightly stooping figure, I think, of Josh Shaw.
I think we referred to him as Barry Took back then. Anyway, he's given us his points of view.
Good, good, I like that.
And Barry's enjoying the commentary.
Bedingham waits for Ollie Price. Goes back into his crease, and he's off the mark with a single. Out to Smith, so tidy first over. 52 for 2 Durham after 12.
Barry's enjoying the commentary. He's slowed it down. He's replayed it a few times. This is about the back of the bat decision. And it looked to Barry as if it was the arm and then onto the helmet. So he said it's a tough one for the umpire. They are tough. You're never sure whether they're off the sort of the band of the glove or off the arm. But thanks for clarifying that, Barry. Tough one for the umpire. Tough one for us, but not a tough one for Barry. Thanks for your email, mate. Anyway, here is that Durham backroom member of staff, according to Ian Randall. There he is.
There he is. It's not far off, is it?
It's very good. I'll give you that one.
Yeah, excellent.
Paul Van Meekeren to Bedingham, who plays that one beautifully through the offside for 4 runs. Hardly hit that, just caressed it through the offside, and great shot.
Mark from Madrid's also been on, by the way, on the email. Morning, gents. From a depressingly boiling Madrid, he said.
Oh.
It's 30 degrees centigrade at 3 a.m. in the morning. It was still 30 degrees at 3 a.m. You've mentioned the rather erratic campaign in the One Day Cup. To be honest, after games 3 and 4, I thought we had no way back. Last season, Gloucestershire's late season revival was to a large degree thanks to the better form shown in the One Day Cup and carried over into the Championship. After an encouraging start, taking the unbeaten run of 8 matches, the Championship has been bitterly disappointing, but 2 wins could make the position in the final table much more respectable. So if you're starter for 10, fingers on buzzers, no conferring, has the side turned the corner, and can they make something of the remaining Championship fixtures?
Oh, that's a good delivery. Cuts Bedingham in half. Bracey goes sprawling away. Fingers on the buzzers?
No conferring.
No conferring. Yes, I think they have. I think they're a decent side, Gloucestershire. I just think that they have not had the rub of the green, I would say, with the weather. I think that there would have been a number of games that they probably would have won early season if it hadn't chucked it down with rain. Bedingham plays that one nicely. Is that no ball? Yes, it is. So it's going to be a free hit here for Borthwick.
Bedingham played that with so much time that last
Yeah,
week,
he's class act. So there were a number of games early season for Gloucestershire, weren't there? I mean, Yorkshire obviously here, washed out all 4 days. They got away with one against Sussex here, but they would have probably won the game at Derbyshire if it hadn't rained. I think they would probably won the game
At Worcester?
at Worcestershire. To misquote Toto with the song Africa, I don't bless the rains down in Worcestershire.
Yeah.
And I think they'd have probably beaten Glamorgan as well. So they got a little bit unlucky with the weather. There weren't some very good performances. I mean, Durham battered them here. Axar Patel bowled beautifully, didn't he? Took 10 wickets in the match. And then the Durham batters just teed off. Big shot, Borthwick. It's going to be out. Oh no, Zafar drops it anyway. But the most important thing is it was a free hit, so it doesn't matter. Probably all laughing about it.
It didn't go for 6.
Yes, indeed.
That was the key point.
Indeed. Zafar's chuckling about it.
And just to reiterate, and we can't stress this often enough, I think, if you're joining us during the day, Zafar is only on the field as a sub-fielder at the moment.
And Makerin in. Bedingham just works him off his hip out to Anwar Ali out in the deep.
He wasn't selected in the original 11. Indeed, neither was Ben Wells, but Wells ultimately is in the team because something happened, we don't know what, between the time the team was named at 10:30 and the time where the players went out at 5 to 11, and Graham van Beeren was the, we presume, injured party because Wells is in the side in his place.
Van Makeren in, and that goes down to Zafar down at long leg. We had a good laugh with the Durham people here for those 4 days, didn't we, back in May? I mean, Durham were fantastic. They were far and away the best side in the division and deserved leaders of Division 2. But the people up there, we had a real good giggle. Some of the emails we got coming in were absolutely wonderful. So if you're listening in today from the northeast, we love you.
And we like your part of the world as well.
We do, yeah. And Makeren in, that's in the air, just out of the grasp of Bracey there from Bedingham. That would have been a key wicket. Bedingham got over 20 hundreds now for Durham. Picked him as an overseas originally, but he came as a Colpack. And then after we left the EU and Colpacks disappeared, Durham picked him as an overseas. He's been that good. Product of Weinberg High School, the boys' school in Cape Town, produced Alan Lamb, Garth LaRue, Jacques Callis, Gary Gold, the Worcester Warriors head coach.
Former Warriors rugby coach, yeah.
Yeah.
To be fair, he was at Bath as well, so.
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mentioned it quietly.
Shh. That's in Somerset. We don't talk about that.
Ollie Price then to bowl his second over from the pavilion end to Bedingham, very respectfully forward. He wasn't very respectful for some attempted Yorkers that became full tosses from Craig Miles on Sunday. Slapped 3 of those back over his head. Price in, short, Bedingham back into his crease, and he'll take a single out to Miles Hammond. I remember looking at the board of that game on Sunday. Obviously Gloucestershire weren't playing, and I think when Bedingham was joined by Tom McIntosh, you thought, he's going to have to police this because there doesn't look to be an awful lot of batting left. But McIntosh gave him really good support, and then obviously he literally ran the innings right to the end.
Yeah, he's a decent player, McIntosh.
Price around the wicket. Ooh, attempted chop away by Borthwick. Doesn't get a touch, and James Bracey.
He came into the side a few years ago, or was it last year maybe?
Right up.
When Ned Eckersley departed.
Price around the wicket. Again, that's perhaps a bit short. He'll get 1, but not more than that. Tom Smith's onto it. Out in front of the scoreboard.
Do you know that Ned Eckersley's father is one of the leading hand surgeons in the UK?
Really?
Yeah. Good bit of knowledge there.
Oh, that's
yeah.
That kind of back goes up. That's up there along with my Geddy Lee knowledge. What I want to know is can that Durham member of staff play the bass though?
Well, I bet he can.
Ollie Price in, that's too short. Bettingham will get a single there, and he's happy to milk those at the moment. End of the over. Elsewhere, Kent 62 for 2 after 13 against Hampshire over on the Isle of Wight, and in the Notts Lancashire match, Notts are 24 for 4.
Oh my good God, as Arthur Daly would say.
In the 14th over, 24 for 4 in the 14th. Bit of a recovery there needed, if not so to make something out of it. Just to finish off on that point we're talking about in terms of contracts and things. I see Surrey announced 3 retentions yesterday, one of whom was Dan Worrell, so he's staying at the Oval.
Been a good signing, isn't he? Ooh, Bettingham flirted with taking that short ball on there from Paul van Makeren.
Only fleetingly.
Only fleetingly. Story of my life. People flirting with me only fleetingly. Mitch Colleen left out of the side this morning, son of Neil Colleen. 18-year-old, part of the England under-19 squad. They've got a few, haven't they, missing with the England under-19s now. Ben McKinney's one of them, isn't he, at Durham?
Yeah. I think, was he not the under-19 skipper?
Yeah, I think he is, yeah. That's just worked onto the onside. Probably a good job that he did there, because I think he'd have got a wide for that one, Bettingham. Colleen came into the 50 over side last year. He had a very good season in the second 11, where he ended up equal top wicket taker in the campaign with George Dressel. So, saw a picture of him actually doing research, being very meticulous. Ian Randall and I do a lot of research, and he's got a bit of a mullet, a bit of a moustache. As Van Makeren pulls out that one, it's going to be a dead ball. Looks northern, doesn't he?
So you tell me. What's interesting here for me is Van Makeren's got 6 men on the offside, and there's a massive gap on the leg side, and he's bowling that Van Meekeren length, you might call it. Which is, back of a length and then back a bit more.
He'll be looking to push it across Borthwick here. Borthwick just dropping that into the offside, looking for a single, but Miles Hammond.
So basically saying,
stops it.
If you want to play through the offside, that's fine, but I've got plenty of cover there. If you want to play it into the leg side,
if you want to work me across the line,
yeah,
feel free.
The risk is it goes up.
Indeed, yeah.
And that's what happened to Alex Lees. And then you're just grateful for a call from Jack Taylor for the catch.
That's pushed across him. Borthwick can't get anything on that one.
I think of Bettingham in the Championship this season, just to emphasise, what a good bat. He is. He's got 815 runs at 58.
Reasonable, very reasonable. Yep, so on the onside you've got Josh Shaw, who's just a conventional mid on. He's on the edge of the disc, so he's quite deep there. Then you've got Tom Smith out at deep square leg. Zaman Akhtar down at fine leg. Van Makeren comes in. That does go down to Akhtar. You've got Ollie Price at first slip. Jack Taylor third. Miles Hammond at backward point. Conventional point. Chris Dent was at extra cover there to Borthwick. Anwar Ali's out at deep cover, with Ben Wells doing the duties at mid-off. Yeah, Bettingham is a fine player. Scott Borthwick's a decent player though as well. I mean, he's with we had him on our podcast a couple of years ago. I thought he spoke very well, actually, Scott Borthwick. It's just defended. He spoke about his love for the North East because he left, didn't he, when Durham were fined all that money. They had financial problems. They were relegated. And, you know, I mean, I think anyone who loves the game of cricket will think that Durham were harshly done by with that. But Borthwick and Stoneman went down south, didn't they? They both went to Surrey. Stoneman has since moved on to Middlesex. Borthwick returned back to Durham back in 2021, took over the captaincy, and he spoke about Durham representing the whole of the north. Ollie Price continues to bowl to Borthwick, who just nudge a single out to Anwar Ali. Just comes off the boundary at deep square, and this is the phase of the game where it's about patience for the batting side and not trying to necessarily force the pace too much. They've got plenty of time still, and it's a question of manoeuvring themselves into a position where they can accelerate later. And this does look a good pitch. Ollie Price to Bedingham, tossed right up. Bedingham waited for it, just punched it down the ground to Zaman Akhtar at long on for one. Bedingham just the one boundary so far. He's been content just to work the singles, and it's not as if he's out of form. Ollie Price once again to Borthwick. Inside half of the bat up to Jack Taylor at mid-on, no single there. Ian, you like a quiz question?
I do.
Yeah. Who has taken the most Test wickets without bowling a maiden in Test cricket ever?
Oh. The most Test wickets without bowling a maiden. So, forgive me, am I allowed to know how many wickets that is?
3.
3.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to... just a minute. Ollie Price in. And driven by Borthwick up to mid-off and Zaman Akhtar. It wouldn't be Borthwick, would it?
It certainly is Borthwick.
Yeah. Okay, so I've got one for you.
It certainly is Borthwick. He bowled 13 overs, picked up 3 for 33 in that one Test that he played back in January 2014
and you'll know
in Sydney.
You'll know the answer to mine. It was asked of me, and fortunately I knew the answer as well. And that is, who is the only England Test bowler to take more than 100 wickets born south of Birmingham?
Ooh.
Fortunately, I knew the answer to that. Now, there might be... You carry on, Dan.
Paul Van Makeren in. That's cut away by Borthwick.
Now, there might be a time frame on that, but I'm sure that was the way it was asked of me.
Take more than 100 wickets.
Yeah.
Born south of Birmingham.
Yeah.
100 Test wickets.
Yeah.
How many Test wickets did Phil Tufnell get? Van Makeren. Just onto the hip there at Bedingham.
Okay.
Stuart Broad born in Bristol.
No.
No?
So let's just qualify that. It may be fast bowler.
Okay.
It may be fast bowler, but I thought it was only bowler, but... It's been in the news recently.
Oh, Van Makeren's pulled out again out of his action. The second time he's done that.
Now,
Maybe the tailor's dog barking down there has put him off somewhat. Mabel, I think her name is.
I think, but I'd rather him get to the end of his run and bail out than bowl a no ball or repeatedly bowl a no ball. I wonder if his marker's in the wrong place.
Short. Yeah, I thought that was down the leg side. He's going to be wided for that one.
I'm surprised that I foxed you on that.
Well, I reckon Andy Caddick was born south of Birmingham because he was born in New Zealand, wasn't he? Does that have to be in the UK?
Yes.
It has to be born in the UK.
Yeah. So let's just see.
Well, I'm thinking, did Alec Bedser pick up over 100 wickets?
See, Broad was born in Nottingham.
That's down the leg side. It's going to be another wide there from Van Meekeren.
Do you want the answer?
No, not yet. No, I don't, 'cause it's driving me mad. Oh.
You're a quiz man. I suppose it hasn't been asked in a quiz somewhere.
I'm just thinking England leading wicket takers. So you've got Anderson and Broad, obviously, who were born north of Birmingham.
So you've mentioned Broad, right? So why was Broad in the news recently?
Because he retired.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, that's a nice shot from Borthwick. Unfurls a glorious cover drive there, which beats Ben Wells at quite a wide mid-off. That was special.
So follow that train of thought, Dan.
So he retired. Moeen Ali retired. Is it? But you said it's a fast bowler.
Mm-hmm.
So he's retired. Am I on the right lines with retirement?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Borthwick flashes at that one, goes through to the gloves of James Bracey. Right, who's retired recently?
Perhaps this one's eluded you. Be surprised.
Someone has retired. Hold on. It's driving me mad. Who's retired recently?
Since the Broad announcement.
Borthwick churns that one into the leg side for 2 runs.
I think later in the innings they might have scampered a third there. Dan's going to write a name down. Where's he going with this?
Jack Longstaff wanted to know the question. So the question is, pace bowler for England. Well, the only pace bowler for England with over 100 wickets, born south of Birmingham. And retired.
Come on, Dan. We shouting at the stream, saying, yeah, you know who it is.
Van Meekeren in. That's a no ball. This is getting a long over here. It's going to be a 9 ball over already.
Stephen Finn.
Born just up the road from where I'm from. In fact, I came through Watford this morning.
Yeah, Stephen Finn. Whiting stumped
On a Middlesex man.
Never happened before.
Van Meekeren in. No full toss. Borthwick could be running out here. Oh, he was struggling there. Ben Wells had hit. Who is the only person playing county cricket averaging under 20 with the ball? Ian, do you know?
Currently?
Yeah.
What, this season?
No. In test matches for England. The only person averaging under 20 with the ball for England. Who's a recognised bowler, you know? Not someone like Alistair Cook, for instance, or someone like that. Sir Alistair Cook.
Yeah. So the only player currently playing county cricket,
Yeah.
frontline bowler,
Frontline bowler.
who in test cricket averages under 20.
Yeah. Don't look at my screen.
No. So this is where you didn't get. Is it a small sample size or is it a large?
Yeah, it's a small sample size.
It's a small sample size.
Reasonably small.
Okay. Josh Tongue?
Oh, I haven't looked him up. I mean, has to have played a minimum of 3 tests. I'll throw that one in.
Right. Ollie Price around the wicket to
Arm ball there.
Borthwick, just trying to keep them quietly down to only singles at the moment, Ollie Price, but doesn't look as if there's a great deal of help there for him in the pitch at the moment. That's driven straight down the ground by Bellingham. That will be, I think, cut off. It will be by Zaman Akhtar. They'll just pick up one. Didn't
He's
really
quick.
time it.
He's quick across the ground, Zaman Akhtar. I think he's a wonderful all-round cricketer. I think his batting is better than what we've seen so far. I think he is obviously a decent bowler, but what a wonderful fielder he is as well.
He's got good hands in the deep. Borthwick waits for Ollie Price. Oh!
Oh, where's that come off?
Hammond diving to his right.
Ollie Price would have got that.
Catches pigeons, according to Whiting. Now, where did this go? Oh, it's gone through the legs of James Bracey.
Was it a bye, actually?
Price around the wicket to Bellingham, who goes aerial, and that will be 6. Straight down the ground. Ollie Price looks to the skies, but Bellingham, if he can do that to Craig Miles, at Miles's pace, he can also do it to Ollie Price as well. And these always look to be 2 of the dangerous 3 from Gloucestershire's perspective, and Durham now well over 5 and over. Ollie Price again, that was tossed right up, and Bellingham, I think he might have, at 45 overs he'd have gone for that, but at 17 he played the cautious card. Ollie Price has then bowled 4 overs for 17, and the 2 wickets to fall, both the openers for Durham, who won the toss and chose to bat earlier today. Michael Jones caught by Anwar Ali off Zaman Akhtar, no diving catch at extra cover for 10, and then Alex Lees top edged Van Meekeren to Jack Taylor at fine leg for 22, he having been adjudged not out from what appeared to be a catch off the back of the bat. Certainly out to our naked eye anyway. On 14, not ultimately too costly. Van Meekeren out of the attack. He's bowled 4 overs for 29, and here's Anwar Ali.
Yeah, Anwar looking to just bowl sort of line and length, doesn't he? Little sort of wobblers.
I might say that was a kind of a standard Van Meekeren spell, a bit of everything, some real threat, a wicket, some overstepping, some wides. It was a real mixed bag.
Yeah. We apologise if the camera's shaking on your screen there. We're trying to rectify that problem. And one just bowling into Beddingham.
Have you dived into the jelly beans, Dan? Have you?
Yeah, I've gone early in.
So
I've gone early, mate.
This bowler who's only taken 3 test wickets.
No, played over 3 test matches.
Must have played 3 tests.
Currently playing.
So you can't have a Matthew Fisher, for example.
No, or a Josh Tongue.
No.
Oh, sick outside edge from Beddingham. Runs down to Actor. That's third. Nice shot from Borthwick.
Matty Potts?
No, Potts.
Probably not.
No, it's not Potts. Just checking that though. No, he's averaging 29 in tests.
Right.
Short and pulled by Borthwick into the onside. Oh, Ian, you've sold me a lemon on that question. Alec Bedser, born 4th of July 1918 in Reading in Berkshire. 236 test wickets in 51 tests.
Is it since the war then, perhaps?
Maybe. Anwar Ali comes in past umpire Shanmugam, just tucks it into the legs of Beddingham, who just works it casually out to Miles Hammond out at deep square.
So I gave you the clue about Finn in the sense that he's been in the news recently. Has this player been in the news recently for any particular reason?
No, this player's currently taking a break. He's captain of his county, but currently not playing in the Metro Bank or in the 100. He's putting his feet up. Probably watching a bit of Gloucestershire versus Durham today, perhaps. That's not a clue, that's a complete red herring I've just sold you there. He plays for neither county.
We have Tom Smith into the attack. Wally Price, 4 overs for 17. Can we call him the veteran? I think we probably can.
Yeah, you can call Tom Smith a veteran. Do you give up?
Yes, go on.
Toby Rowland-Jones.
Oh.
Yeah, averages 19.46 for England. Got injured, never played again. Had a really good series against South Africa a few years back.
I wouldn't have got that. So here is Smith from the pavilion end to Beddingham, and going to clip low onto the onside. The ball seems to be following Ben Wells round at the moment. He's having one of those days when he's not quite reaching things well, not making clean stops, but the ball's being a bit of a magnet to him at the moment. Smith, of course, can have 4 men out, and he's got those 4 men out at long off, at deep extra cover and at deep point, or long on actually for Borthwick. Long on a mid wicket therefore, and at deep square. And Smith's going to go over the wicket to the left-hander. Borthwick only works that to Chris Dent, who's saving as many singles as he can in that position at short mid wicket. 98 for 2. Durham, it's a good start. Smith goes down the leg side. That's going to be signalled as a wide. 100 for 2 off 20. If that's where they end up, is a good platform. Smith, oh, again that with Borthwick going back. Not a lot of bounce in that last delivery. Maybe a warning shot to Borthwick. 33 years old now. Smith is swept for 4.
That's a good shot.
The angst in Tom Smith's reaction. It's 100 up for Durham. And there is the card. 2 openers out. And this top part of the middle order, the main driver, you would think, for Durham. Played that off his non-striker's boot there, Scott Borthwick. He only would have got one anyway, I think. Someone actors at
I think
long on.
Beddingham could work on his first touch a little, perhaps.
Now then, for Beddingham, long on and long off a back. Wally Price and Zaman. Smith going around the wicket, and Beddingham's not tempted. I think we're going to see a lot of Beddingham just rotating the strike here, possibly for quite a while, the way he's looking at the moment.
Yeah, saying that, I mean, I think, 20 overs gone, 105 for 2. I don't think either side will be that displeased about where they are in the game.
37 off the last 5 overs.
Yeah, we saw in the game against Somerset, which I know was a much smaller boundary, but at this stage of the game, Gloucestershire were 137 for 1, Somerset were 126 for 2. Anwar Ali in to Beddingham, who plays that into the onside. I think if Gloucestershire can keep Durham under 350 here, they'll be really pleased. It's 250 now off 30.
Elsewhere, Kent 107 for 2 at Newport on the Isle of Wight against Hampshire. That's after 20 overs. Notts 60 for 5 after 21 against Lancashire.
Ali to Beddingham, who gets a bit of bottom hand into that and brings it out to long on, where he'll pick up a single. Manufactured that somewhat, didn't he?
But he's not. He's only played that one really aggressive shot so far, because he knows, based on what he did on Sunday, there's plenty of time later on to really accelerate.
Yeah, there is.
Once he has really got a measure of this pitch.
There is. He's also got a semblance of responsibility on his shoulders as well, because, after him, the Durham lineup is
Youthful.
inexperienced. Ali just rolling his fingers. Borthwick, in response, rolls his wrists and works that one out to long on.
That was coming out of the back of the hand, that one, wasn't it? The action was a bit more open as well.
Yeah.
That was the thing. Tom Price rested today. He's on water carrier duty. Just running around the boundary.
Beddingham again. Bottom hand takes that out to long on. We're at that stage in a 50 over game, aren't we, where it's just
Rotate.
yeah, work the ones, minimal risk. Pick up 4, 5 and over. That's how one-day cricket was played, but has the game evolved? Is there Metro Bank Darwinism, Ian Randall? Ali to Borthwick, who can only chop that to Ben Wells, where the ball follows him.
You know, if Durham were, let's say, and they might go faster than this, but if they were 200 for 2 off 36, they would still feel they can get north of 300 from there because they have 2 men well set. Might argue they're almost well set now.
They are well set, but we've seen in this competition that, you know, you're looking at 7s, 8s and over, really, aren't you?
Well, Durham got 427 against Sussex.
Yeah.
Again, we've got to make the point, that's a very youthful attack as well. And Ollie Price is coming back out to this long on boundary because Beddingham's back on strike at the start of this Tom Smith over. Forecast good for the rest of the day, pleased to say. Last thing you want on a day when places in knockout cricket is to be decided is to have weather intervene. It feels unfair when that happens. Smith started his second over to Beddingham. That almost looked like pace off as well.
Yeah.
It's pushed out to Dent. Beddingham in the air, just over Dent's head. An extra cover. Jack Taylor's coming round. They're going to come back for 2. I mean, Dent is very athletic. Would a taller man have reached it? Not sure. It would have been an unbelievable catch.
Joel Garner might have done.
Don't think you actually got a hand on it. Beddingham again he picked up 2 and just bunts that into the leg side. Yeah, few will have a bigger leap than Chris Dent in that situation. He's probably 25 yards from the bat there. What are they going to do? Put him right on the edge of the circle. Yes, that's kind of horses bolted situation potentially, but Beddingham's going to work a couple here off his legs and sliding round on the boundary. Miles Hammond.
Yeah, I think even if he was further back, I don't think he'd have reached it because it sort of went.
I think they'd gone beyond the top of its arc by the time it reached it.
Do you think so?
Only he will know how close he was. Short from Smith, and the danger, of course, is that then there's almost certainly well, they wouldn't have taken a single to dent where he was, dropping back 5 yards and play the right pace of shot.
Yeah, he's not a man you want to take a single to. I'll tell you, that was close. Beddingham, I think, might be gone there.
Then you're on the one. So now for Borthwick, he's come back 5 yards further in, maybe even 10 yards further in. So there wouldn't be one there now. But Smith coming over the wicket. And Borthwick goes straighter in the end. Up to Damanakta.
Keep your emails coming into us to commentators at glossccc.co.uk. Whose position are you happier with in this game? Are you happier with Durham motoring along at 5 and over, or would you rather be in Gloucestershire's shoes, where maybe it's 350, 400 par on what looks like a very good flat Bristol wicket?
I might have bowled 2 overs for only 6 runs from that Ashley Down Road end, and for those spectators who are sat at that end of the ground at the
south of France end.
Yeah, the south of France end. It feels like it today. It's probably a hat and sunglasses day down there.
Yeah. Here is Anwar. That's a nice shot, although Actor's got a hand on that, powers through and goes for 4 runs. That boundary is short down there. The rope has been pulled in, and
it's probably still 70 yards, I would think.
Do you think so?
Yeah.
Klinger Corner, as it's known colloquially here at Bristol, after Maxi Klinger would regularly target that area of the ground.
It looks shorter straight than to that corner. Straight back round, it might only be 60 yards.
Ali, again, he's going to get punched for 4 through that area. Borthwick's hit about 7 or 8 fours into that gap now. And moves on to 48.
That was his 6th boundary done.
And they've virtually all been through extra cover. I think all of them have been through extra cover. I can't think of anything down the ground or through the onside. Bracey's going to stand up here to Anwar Ali. Just try and pin Borthwick back into his crease. Borthwick flicks that in the air. Wasn't a million miles away from Chris Dent. He's going to get one for it.
It looks a good batting pitch, this, doesn't it?
Very good batting pitch. Very good.
I don't think you'd be wanting to chase more than 330 on this.
I don't think so.
I think it is the scoreboard pressure scenario.
Yeah, I get that. Just one there for Beddingham, tickles it into the leg side.
Now, if you think back, the game, was it at Scarborough or was it at the Seat Unique? They've had a couple of very high scoring games against Durham in this competition. I think last year's was 367 played 361, something like that.
Yeah. I'm going to... no, I'm not going to go at the end of the over.
You've been P45 done, have you?
I thought I was going to get booted in. I thought I was going to get sacked. Ali. Oh, Borthwick again. Almost chips that to mid-wicket.
That was the one kind of out of the back of the hand again.
Yeah, he's done that a few times, hasn't he? He's just almost chipped it in that region.
It's the change in the action which you maybe cannot see watching on the stream because the camera is behind the bowler, but we're looking front on. You can see how he just opens his body up a little bit more.
Anwar Ali in Borthwick whips that one out to deep square. That's going to be his 50. So, well batted, Scott Borthwick. 58 balls?
60 balls.
60 balls. 74 minutes.
And 6 fours.
Yeah, and he's played some sparkling shots as well, so very well batted, Scott Borthwick.
Having basically barely got a run in this competition. Highest previous score was 20. But that doesn't tell you what a good bat he is. And the thing about 50 over cricket is you do have time to play yourself in.
Second 50 on this ground this season. Got one in the 4-day game as well.
Tom Smith into bowl to him, and going back does not look the wisest strategy against Smith at the moment. Durham have got a couple of spinners in their side. Liam Travaskis is one. Bowl slow left arm. Borthwick himself, of course.
Does Borthwick bowl much these days?
I would need to check how much he has bowled this season. Let's just have a look. So he's only bowled 7 overs in this tournament. Smith around the wicket to Bellingham. Worked for a single to Ben Wells.
Brandon Glover, you looking forward to seeing him in?
I think it would be a question of do not move from your seat when he's bowling.
I think he's got a little bit of the Van Makeren about him, hasn't he? The things happen when he comes on to bowl.
So Borthwick's taken 5 championship wickets as well, so he's used very sparingly as a bowler. That's pitched right up from Smith, straight to Dent. No run this time. There's an apology coming to Sean Williams after that, because he's slid on a cut strip there. So we're thinking with 3, saving 1 on the offside, but they won't save 1 to a clip up to long on, and Zaman Akhtar. 2 wickets, both the openers. So the second wicket fell in the last ball of the 11th over. So these two nearly 13 overs together. Smith almost gets through Beddingham's defences.
Yeah, Smith bowled that one a little bit more round arm. A little bit of a lower arm there than he normally bowls. Again, he's varied it a little bit there.
I think Tom would say that actually in his career his arm is not as upright now as it was generally earlier on anyway. But he's just having a chat with James Bracey, and Zaman Akhtar, I thought we're going to be returning, but from the other end. I think in fact Anwar Ali, no, it is going to be Zaman, I think. Yeah, Akhtar is going to return.
Yeah.
So after being clipped for a couple of boundaries in that last over, 3 overs for 17, Anwar Ali is being replaced. And Zaman Akhtar's bowled 5 overs already, 5 overs for 24. He's coming back.
Yeah, he's 1 for 24 off 5. Josh Shaw's none for 23 off 5. Paul Van Makeren 1 for 29 off 4. Ollie Price none for 17 off 4. He's been economical. Anwar Ali none for 17 off 3. And Tom Smith none for 17 off 3. That's wide as Borthwick goes cutting, misses it, and looks to umpire Surendran Shanmugan, pleading for a wide.
His plea was in vain.
It was in vain. Shanmugan unmoved. Short from Zuman Akhtar. Pulled for one out into the deep square leg region.
So really keep a lid on things. I think Gloucestershire need a wicket quite quickly here.
Yeah, I'd say so. It's driven from Beddingham. Drives on the up in quite an elegant style, doesn't he?
He doesn't appear to be in any fuss or bother at all out there.
No, he looks a lovely player.
Give you a comparison. Durham 130 for 2. Kent also 132 for the 2 of their match against Hampshire.
Played into the offside there by Borthwick as they come through for a single.
That game's on the Isle of Wight. Notts are still 5 down, but they're slowly recovering against Lancashire. 86 for 5 they are. That might be quite a low scoring affair, you sense.
The John Nike Leisure Centre.
I don't think it's quite called that, but I know what you mean.
Ooh, a little bit of a mix-up there between the batters, but they get through.
Beddingham's playing tip and run here, isn't he, Nick?
Yeah.
It's just that there are enough gaps with 4 men out. He's just backing himself just to not play any great weight of shot and just keep the singles ticking up. Minimal risk.
Zulmakda in past Shanmugam. Oh, that's a good delivery. Beats Borthwick outside the off stump. That completes the halfway stage of this innings. So that is 132 for 2. Alex Lees departed, caught by Jack Taylor, bowled Paul Van Makeren for 22. Michael Jones went caught by Anwar Ali, bowled Zuman Akhtar for 10. Scott Borthwick's been the mainstay underpinning this Durham innings. He's on 54. David Beddingham has strolled to 36. I'm going to take a short break. I'm going to leave Ian Randall. It's Community Day here in Bristol, and to tell you all about it, here is the main man with all things community here at Gloucestershire County Cricket Club, Pete Lamb.
Yeah, well, thank Pete for his time. Our players just taking drinks at the moment, so you're not missing anything, as you can see. The bat lent against the stumps. That's very Saturday afternoon club cricket situation. But Gloucestershire getting to obviously this day in the tournament with still plenty on the game. Durham obviously cannot qualify, but with Gloucestershire chasing later, could be an exciting finish depending on how many they've got to be asked to chase. Pete Lamb's pretty good on this sort of thing normally, so I'll ask you about the community stuff in a minute. What do you think, Pete, would be a score you would be comfortable chasing on this pitch? Because it does look a good wicket.
Yeah, afternoon, Ian. Thanks for having me on. The next ball will be the first ball I've watched today, and,
right.
and anyone who knows me or works with me will say that's not the truth, but I've had a couple of meetings so far today, so I mean it looks like these two are going well. I was actually going to ask you for a bit of a synopsis on what's been going on and how things are, and then I'll make my random guess from there and
okay.
Be miles off.
Be miles off. Okay, well, it looks a good pitch. A little bit of pace off has sometimes caused just a hint of problem, but the batsmen have had enough time to adjust in the main. The 2 wickets, Michael Jones I think didn't time the shot he played. just by his body language when he went off, he was pretty sure that he hadn't timed it. Good catch from Anwar Ali. And then Lee's top-edged one from Van Meekeren down to fine leg, got it caught high on the bat. But these two have not been in any trouble. All the spin has been bowled from this pavilion end. Tom Smith to continue after drinks. And Bellingham, that's what he's been doing for the last half an hour. Just working the ball into a gap and taking a single. He's hit 1 4 and 1 6. He's got 37, and almost everything else has been played with that sort of measured approach. And bearing in mind he got 152 on Sunday, he's probably in quite good nick.
He probably is. I think that's also reflective of a lot of the Gloucestershire batters today, I guess. There's a number of them there who've had a really good tournament.
Yeah.
Have led up to the end of this season in what looks like some really good form. So, without putting a number on it, I'd like to think that they're confident in chasing something big if they need to.
Smith in, and Borthwick tries to pull that away to deep square. I said that down. I thought 330 would be. I think that would be quite a challenging chase, not an impossible one. I'm not sure I want to be going much higher than that. Even though Durham are an inexperienced attack, in part. Smith again, what's beaten everything. And James Bracey. And it's 4 byes. So one ball earlier in the innings went literally between Bracey's legs.
Are we saying 330 from here is gettable, comfortably gettable for Durham?
It depends how long these two stick around. You know, you split these two, and then the situation looks different. But if you're asking them to get 8 and over in the second 25, that's where we're talking about, isn't it? Well, I would say these two definitely capable of doing that.
Yeah. So this is, I guess, about creating pressure and taking wickets at good times.
Yeah. Smith in. Borthwick again away, and he got one this time out to Anwar Ali. But the only effort that was close to a chance was a leap from Chris Dent, not where he is now, but almost on that cut strip. And when the ball just went over his head from It wasn't a chance, but it was one of those ones you think, oh, he'd been 2 yards deeper, he might have caught it. Smith anyway round the wicket to Bellingham, and he'll steer a tighter single this time, and a bit of an errant throw from Zafar Gahar means they're going to get an overthrow. Zafar's on the field, by the way, if you've joined us late. Zafar's on the field because Graham van Buren was named in the team at 10:30, but by 11 o'clock something had happened in the warm-up. I don't know what. We might find out at the break. And he has been replaced by Ben Wells in the starting 11. So I'm going to have to continue from the Ashley Down Road end. Started at the pavilion end. He's changed ends for his second spell. A lot of chat before the game today about Zaman's sort of progress through the season. People have seen what his bowling's like, but his batting should not be underestimated either. And here he is again, bowling to Borthwick, and that's pulled out for a single to Hammond at deep square. So the community day, Pete, how many different organisations have you got here today?
Yeah, I'd say we're into kind of double figures of people who have come along, organisations that we try and work with year round as well, not just on one day a year or a couple of occasions. We're really trying to look to collaborate with a number of people from a number of kind of differing organisations.
Bellingham, a bottom hand in that, but he puts it straight up to Anwar Ali at mid-on. So, and are they more attracted to a cricket day than working with you in the winter? Is that a natural take from an organisation who you approach?
I think it very much depends on what the organisation is, what they're looking to achieve as well. But I think a day like this,
pulled away by Bedingham, that's gone for 6. Gosh, that really was a low, flat hit, away out, over wide, long on, and it's bounced one bounce into the stands, and it's gone well beyond the boundary there. Bedingham showing that he can play really aggressive. It's his second 6. And Zaman was one that's further up this time. That was all about timing, that shot, wasn't it?
it was a good hit.
It was a good hit. It was a good hit. It was a long hit too.
We've got some organisations today. We've got the likes of Andy's Man Club, which is a men's mental health charity. They come and use the facility year round. So every single Monday evening, there's a session on here with the aim of targeting men who may be having mental health troubles.
Someone in once more. Good stop by Ollie Price. Bedingham will still get 1 at mid wicket, but that could easily have raced away for 4 more.
We'll look to work with some of our kind of charity partners as well. So Southmead Hospital charity here, Caring in Bristol, and we want to work with these charities that are doing some fantastic work and kind of giving them a platform to.
And generally smaller groups. Someone in or down the leg side, that'll be a wide.
Definitely a range of sizes of organisations. Southmead Hospital charity, I think officially called the North Bristol Hospital Trust or something. They're a huge organisation, doing some fantastic work, and even in the past year, people at the club everyone's always leaning on hospitals for the amazing work that the NHS do.
Someone from the Ashley Down Road down. That's not middled by Borthwick, straight to Ollie Price, end of the over.
And then you're right on the fact that there's some smaller charities who we want to really kind of look to raise awareness of the great work they're doing, and as well as generate a little bit of income for them in certain ways that we can. So yeah, there's numerous ways of working with these organisations. I think we had a fantastically successful community day here last year. We've had one up at Cheltenham over the last couple of years as well, and just building on that today. And I don't know if we can kind of see over in the car park area of the ground, but that there's lots of stalls going on. There's lots going on, and there's plenty to watch on a cricket day. If there's
the wider view. That's from the camera in the pavilion end. Tom Smith into Bedingham as play restarts. That's just straight into touch. There we are. There's the view, and the 2 police vans here, say marking bicycles, and the various small I don't mean a pagoda, do I know?
Like a marquee gazebo.
Yeah, gazebo, that's the word.
A number of gazebos. So everyone's got their own little area there, and as you can see, there's people kind of milling around. There's some cricket going on at the top end, and we've got Bristol Rovers Community Trust here with some football. Empire Fighting Chants are doing a little bit of somewhere between boxing, box therapy, that kind of thing that charity, local Bristol charity, are fantastic at doing as well. So yeah, just lots of partners giving lots back to people.
Smith into Borthwick, tries to use his feet, but Smith saw him coming. Durham 150 up in the 28th over. Last wicket fell at 50, so the century partnership between these two. Borthwick works that square, only get 1 this time. Yeah, Gloucestershire. A wicket would open up the less experienced middle order, and I'm sure these two are well aware of that, and that's why they're going quite carefully at it at the moment. Smith to Bedingham. Just looks to have so much time Picks up one more. But to go back to your point, Pete, about the confidence from winning, 3 wins back to back for Gloucestershire will have done their morale a lot of good. But you still don't want to be chasing a massive score, however confident you may be. Runs on the board are still a target. Now that's in the air, that could be Zaman Akhtar's if he judges it right, and he does. And Borthwick does go. And a wicket for Tom Smith. And that is a key breakthrough, you feel, for Gloucestershire.
Bit of pressure there, Ian. Bit of pressure built by singles or dot balls. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, I just think he would probably feel he's given it away, having got to 57. Just didn't appear to go right through with the shot.
Doesn't look particularly happy with himself.
No.
Walking off. I must say, it looks like the wind is also. He was hitting that against the wind. There's not a particularly large boundary there today, but he hasn't got through that shot, and it looked to me, from the look back from Zaman Akhtar to Tom Price, who was carrying the drink round to him, as if Tom must have said something along the lines of, "You're in the game here." The immediate look back after the catch suggests that they were probably talking about shot.
Yeah, and we just mentioned Zaman earlier on. One of the noticeable things we have found during the season, he's got a very good pair of hands. I mean, you might say the professional cricketers will catch most things most of the time, but he's proved very reliable in the deep.
What was where was the T20 that he subbed on, didn't he, and caught a couple of...
I think we were doing the commentary from the apartment end of the ground at that point, but yes, he was given one of those very important positions, long on, long off, and you could see why.
Yeah, good pair of hands.
So Jonathan Bushnell has come in for Durham at number 5, and Josh Shaw is going to come back into the attack as well. So just a brief change. Zaman Akhtar, just 2 overs for him. 2 overs that went for 13. And now Beddingham is back in the position he was in on Sunday, having to try and dominate the second half of the innings and trying to bat through.
Change because of the breakthrough, or do you think that was on the cards anyway?
If you want to keep some of Zaman's overs back for the end rather than bowl him through, Shaw's only bowled 5, and Beddingham has dispatched his first ball out to deep backward square for 4, and a 50 for David Beddingham. He goes to 52, having made 152 on Sunday. 72 balls, I think. Have I read that right? No, sorry, that's the minutes he's been in. 52 off 49 balls, and he's hit just 2 4s and 2 6s. Here is Shaw to bowl to him again, and Shaw filled that off his own bowling. So that third wicket stand worth 102 between Borthwick and Lees. 102 in 17 overs.
Yeah, we've potentially already seen in these couple of kind of balls, feels like the field's in a little bit more ready. People are off their marks, looking for stopping those singles that maybe were...
Well, that could have been almost a double breakthrough. Beddingham trying to work out on the side. That was only 2 yards short of Zaman Akhtar at straightish mid-wicket.
Be interested to see if those 3 or 4 singles and over continue over the next couple of overs. Yeah.
Well, Bushnell has got a 60 not out in this tournament, but Beddingham's got to allow him to get in. And he will now face for the first time. So this is, you said they had a community day at Cheltenham, community day today. Are you already penciling in? Because, I mean, the feeling is, the broad feeling is, the structure for this season is going to be replicated next season. Not much change. So are you already sort of penciling in what you want to do for 2024 in terms of potential days?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we don't get a first look at any fixtures for a number of months yet.
Sure, Ian or Bushnell just dangles the bat a bit at that through to James Bracey.
But the ideal world is we look at something summer holiday based. You know, we've been able to invite, you know, over 1,200 people here today through our own networks, through other people who we want to be coming to the cricket for the first time. A lot of them will be coming for the first time. As you can see, there's lots of people, you know, trying cricket over there. There's stalls. Getting people along to these games is really important to us for years to come.
Off the mark with a single push down into, and also I'm sure you, when you wake up this morning and you see a sunny skyline, you think, great, that's really what you want, because the memory people will remember, A, what they did, but B, the conditions they did it in.
I couldn't agree more. Yeah, look, we had a fantastic T20 season for weather, and I think we were very, you know, grateful for the weather that happened in that May-June time, and it's definitely been very interesting, the weather since then.
Yes.
And you know, it's a bit of a heads or tails as to what you get each day. You can read 4 different forecasts, and almost none of them come true, and we just. Yeah, it's nice to get a good summer's day to be able to host something like this, as you said, for the people who are possibly coming here for the first time. I don't want to, you know, I have said it in front of Dale before, but I wouldn't say it too loud. But for me, a day like this, the cricket comes a little bit secondary, and making sure we've got people in the ground enjoying themselves is really important, certainly in my line of work.
But what they would remember, if they do stay all day, and obviously Gloucestershire are batting second in this situation, if there is an exciting finish, they'll remember it. Smith to Bushnell, just in and just having a look at the moment.
No, I completely agree with you. It's great. It is great to see so many families here as well. I don't know if you can quite see. There's a huge number of families, and 50 over days. It's a long old day of cricket, and to be able to break it up with something else going on, I think is really important. I think it's a great introduction to a game that isn't just to sit down for 7 hours and try and figure out what's going on for some.
Smith's got a slip in for Bushnell, but he's again played that in a very orthodox fashion up to Zaman Akhtar at long off. Pete Lamb from the community team is with us here on the stream at the moment. I think Dan's going to join you at the end of the over. But just a little bit of a calmer session here for Gloucestershire with the wicket of Borthwick. And Bedingham tries to force that past Ollie Price, can't do it. And Tom Smith might think he can. If you can keep Bushnell on the strike, just apply a little bit of a break for a while. But this is to Bedingham. Oh, that's a full toss, and Bedingham has just said, I'll take the one, thanks. Up to Zaman Akhtar. The important catch to get rid of Borthwick. Quite a way to travel, but came in and judged it well. Bushnell going to push one up to Akhtar. Umpire Warren gives Tom Smith his cap. 161 for 3 at the end of the 30th over. 29 off the last 5, so the break applied just a little bit by Gloucestershire, and I think Dan's going to come in and join Pete Lamb.
Yeah, as we said. as we suggested, that's the kind of thing that a wicket would do. Possibly apply that break somewhat, or at least kind of get those singles back. I think what we were seeing was possibly a boundary and over with a few singles around it, and let's hope that stays off for a while.
Josh Shaw coming in. Quick single there from Bushnell, who gets home. Pete, great to see you, mate. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Yeah,
Yeah?
I'm good. Yeah, all going well. I think today's, I was just saying to Ian, exciting to see so many families. It's great to have some sunshine, but so many kind of replica shirts out there, and in the cricket nets at the top, kind of replicating their heroes on the field here. Just really good feel down there on the ground, and glad that we can kind of put this thing on in partnership with a lot of kind of other organisations who are here to showcase their great work too.
Yeah, fantastic. Here's Josh Shaw. Cut away by Beddingham, so he's going to go out to cover where Miles Hammond does the fielding. I was a little bit worried when I saw the police fans here earlier, because I thought Ian Randall had been out for a drink last night, and I was a little bit nervous about it. I thought he'd been misbehaving again, but
yeah, no,
I
think it's great to have the police along, showcasing how many kind of different aspects of the police and the community initiatives that they want to get involved with. But no, I don't think it would take a riot van to sort Ian Randall out, in fairness to him.
Sure, so that's going to be a wide. So tell us about the partnerships you've got going on, because you've got the police here, you've got Bristol Rovers here. Who else have you got here, first of all?
Yeah, we will have an Avon fire engine will be arriving at some point today, should it not be required for call-outs.
Okay.
Which they were fantastic. They joined us last year. They joined us at Cheltenham, or their equivalent in Gloucester joined us at Cheltenham. We got Dr. Bike, so they're giving free MOTs for bikes around the ground.
Yeah, Josh Shaw in. Bushnell plays that out to mid-off.
We have St Austell Brewery are doing some table tennis down by the offices.
Okay, yeah.
Some other kind of charitable partners, so the Caring in Bristol, Lily Foundation, Southmead Hospital Trust. I don't know if you've seen, there's a Darth Vader walking around.
I have. Yeah, they're from Southmead Hospital.
They are indeed.
Yeah. It's got to be said that the Taylor's dog did not like that. Jack and Matt Taylor's parents, Kevin and Ange, they're down here. They bring their dog Mabel here, and really did not like the Darth Vader this morning. Yeah, Beddingham defends that. It's like when we had Alfred the Gorilla here for the T20, and Benny did not like Alfred the Gorilla. Benny's a Labrador who's a member here at Gloucestershire, and he really did not like Alfred.
Alfred will be around at some point today. I know Bristol Rovers have brought Captain Gas down, and we've got a Darth Vader and a Stormtrooper walking around. So not everyone can like everyone on that list. I get that, but hopefully it's bringing good fun. There were a lot of photos being taken earlier when I walked past Darth Vader. You can hear Darth Vader before you see Darth Vader today. I don't know if anyone's spotted that walking past, but
he sounds like me after I've climbed the 3 floors of stairs up here to the media centre.
Yeah.
But here's Josh Shaw, short. Beddingham pulls him down to Jack Taylor down at fine leg for a single.
We've also got Bristol Rovers Community Trust. We've got Empire Fighting Chance, Access Sport are all with us with some kind of mini games for people to interact and play with. We've got the Chess Club, so great story. Our apartments opposite us here, they have a residents association.
Okay.
They're looking to pull together their local residents group, and I'd like to think we've, as a kind of medium-sized business in this area, we've supported them somewhat by hosting some of their meetings here.
Short in, good Yorker. Bushnell digs that out.
And a lovely chap from over there kind of just came across, and we sat and had a coffee, and he said, look, I've got a bit to do with the local chess club. Is there anything we can do? And we said, why don't you come along on a day like this? So I think he's bringing some people along. He's in the gazebo over there, and there's some chess going on there. And actually, I was amazed last year at how many people were fascinated by a game of chess whilst the cricket was going on, and it's brilliant to have them back this year. And then of course there's some other cricket activities going on at the top, and our gardening club is open over in the top corner, so what we call our community growing space, and there's an opportunity to plant some seed bombs and do some gardening over there. You know, we're really excited and energised to bring kind of sustainability and bring some a really nice green space to our organisation.
Yeah, I think it's fantastic because, you know, the ground here, as Tom Smith comes in, so that's defended by Bedingham, because the ground here is surrounded by houses, so, you know, a sort of any greenery in the sort of centre of the city is a good thing, I think, isn't it? So, yeah. We've got a couple of players who also live in those flats. I won't name names, but I wonder if they're, you know, sort of getting the chessboard out later at night, perhaps. Smith in as Bedingham goes to cut that. You had a good day yesterday, I believe, as well at Eastville. Was it Eastville Park?
Absolutely, yes. Some of the players went up to Eastville Park to just go and have a game of cricket. So there was an initiative put on in partnership with Bristol City Council.
Smith to Bedingham, that's well bowled. A little bit of turn there.
They put on an Afghan young people's event. They put on an unaccompanied asylum seeker event to try and support those individuals who are where Bristol is their home or their new home, and try and give them the kind of what's and how's of Bristol.
Defended there by Bedingham.
Support them in their journey as best the authorities can, and one or two things that they knew would really engage an Afghan community were food and cricket.
Yeah.
And we were...
It engages us all, Pete. I mean,
well,
you know, come on.
And
you don't have to be Afghan to like food and cricket.
and we were very fortunate enough to be invited along. So a few of the players went down, and it was brilliant to actually see just a game of cricket going on in the field with some of the professional cricketers and some of the young Afghan lads.
Yeah, and who came down from the club? I'll come on to that after this ball as Tom Smith comes in past umpire Russell Warren, and that's a very good over, just one off the over. 167 for 3. Bedingham, he's on 57. Jonathan Bushnell, the young 21-year-old from Durham City Cricket Club, he's on 5. So who came down from the club? Which players came from the club?
Yeah, Tom and Ollie Price headed down, and Zafar Gohar came down, and Martin DeLange certainly arrived, and he arrived and took over. He stopped the game that was currently going on. He created the two teams that was for the game that was about to happen, and he very much took over. There was no language barrier with Martin DeLange. We were all talking the same language of cricket as soon as he arrived.
He's a wonderful man, isn't he? He's a wonderful guy.
A number of people, he's a very recognisable character.
Yeah.
He's not the smallest person in the world, and,
no.
and there were a few fans of his there. 150. This man bowls at 150, and he was lapping it up. Let's put it that way.
And the food was good. Paul van Meekeren's coming into the attack here. See if he can winkle out a wicket. Bedingham plays that out to mid-off, shy at the stumps there from Josh Shaw. Yeah, so the food was good as well.
Sounds like the food was good. I've got some in the fridge here, so I'm going to have it later this afternoon.
Can I swap my lunch with you?
No, I don't think I can, I'm afraid.
Oh, mate.
Quite
I thought we were mates. I thought we were good mates, Pete.
We are. We're not that good.
And they play tape ball as well, and they really swing around, don't they? They really wobble through the air.
Tape ball is a form of cricket that I think kind of probably comes from South Asia.
And Meekeren into Bushnell. Bushnell's struggling here. He's gone. He's got to be. Shanmugam lifts his finger. That was suicidal, that run out. It really was. It went straight to the man at mid-on, who is Ollie Price. one man you probably don't mess around with in the field. And he picks it up one-handed, dives forward, and direct hit. And Bushnell was always struggling there.
Yeah. Look, we were speaking earlier about the kind of easy singles that were around when there was the 100 partnership going, and I think they've just seen a little bit of foot off the gas with those singles there. So I think they were trying to force the issue a little bit. And as you rightly said, there's a couple of people on that field that you don't want to be forcing the issue of quick singles to, and Ollie Price is certainly one of them.
So did he pick up any fielding drills off the Afghan community yesterday?
So
this event?
The greatest of respects to Eastfield Park, which is a fantastic facility to play cricket on. The grass wasn't quite as short as this, so the quick-minded fielding was maybe a little bit more aerial than along the floor. But I'd hope that some of the people who were here yesterday can suggest that they've taught him all he knows. As we just look at a replay here, so it was a short single. He set off straight away, which suggests to me that there was generally never a single there, and he was taking on a miss.
Yeah, Liam Travaskis is the new batter, left-hander. Bowls slow left arm as well. He's hasn't been in the side. Durham have gone with their overseas spinners a lot of the season, haven't they? With Matt Kuhneman first came in, the Australian. Then I think he had a stress fracture of the back. They brought in Axar Patel as well. So Travaskis has been the man to miss out in the slow left arm department. Van Makeren approaching the crease, drops it short. Beddingham pulls it around the corner. Tom Smith doing the fielding, keeps them down to a single.
Yeah, speaking of overseas spinners, Zafar had to have a bowl yesterday, and he actually said to me just before, he said, I really actually don't want to bowl at some of these chaps because they will just hit me for 6 sixes. First ball, you kind of disappeared out of the park, but he swiftly, almost metaphorically, took off his jumper and walked back to his real mark, and the next ball came down at twice the pace with a lot more spin on it, and
fizzed it,
and it was skied and caught, and he celebrated as he does we see him do on the field time again. So it was nice to see it taken in light heart, but almost seriously at times. It was fantastic. Zafar said that he's played a lot before tape ball. He's kind of used to it, and Marchant said something similar, that he's been involved in a number of kind of tape ball initiatives and maybe played a bit when he was kind of a little bit younger as well. So yeah, it was really, really nice to see just those young people mingling.
Yeah, Travaskis off the mark there, just pulls one. Chris Dent with the fielding, gets one. Oh, that's chipped over the top. Oh, there's a mix-up here. Oh, he's got to be out. That's got to be close. Shanmugam not giving that one. I thought that was out. I thought his bat was in the air. Let's have another look at this one.
I think he's made his ground comfortably there.
Do you think so?
Yeah, I do. I think he's... Yeah,
he's sort of tapped his bat in though, rather than slid it in. Maybe it was more comfortable than I thought.
It looked very casual, didn't it?
It did.
But I think,
Yep. And Makeren to Travaskis. Travaskis probably withdrawing the bat there. So 171 for 4 at the end of the 33rd. Beddingham's on 60, Travaskis on 1. Durham have got a little bit of rebuilding to do after a couple of quick wickets. Borthwick going to the bowling of Tom Smith, caught out in the deep by Zaman Akhtar for 57, and then Jonathan Bushnell running himself out for 5. Tell me about other communities you're sort of engaging with as well, because I saw earlier in the season, I think you came on earlier in the season, but since then you did some, was it a Sikh temple you went to?
We've been to a number of different kind of religious buildings as a team, as an organisation, as a workplace.
Smith coming in around the wicket to Beddingham.
So one of the things we want to kind of understand more as a group is around different religions. We want to understand different cultures.
Yeah.
And we want to get to know more people, especially from our very kind of locality here in Bristol.
Yeah.
So,
no run?
we've been to visit a local mosque, Sikh temple, and a gurdwara, and some fascinating people. We were so welcomed. Whether it was,
I bet, yeah.
Whether it was to almost ask whatever we wanted, question-wise, to understand exactly how we can be more welcoming as an organisation, as a cricket club.
Driven for one there by Beddingham.
And on a number of occasions, kind of, please do come and have a drink with us. Come and eat some food that we've prepared for you. There's a huge opening arms and welcoming, and it's fantastic to see and be a part of, and just kind of continues our journey to be as inclusive as possible as an organisation.
Just worked for one there by Travaskis, who gets his second run.
I think it's very easy to suggest that you are welcoming at any level as any kind of business if you're staying put in your own facility. But I think if you're willing to kind of go out, learn more, understand places and people almost outside of your comfort zone a little bit, I think that was hugely important for us. I think it's crucial for and I'd recommend it to anyone in any walk of life to go and understand other people. It was fantastic to be welcomed and given almost a free opportunity to talk at length with people. Yeah, it was brilliant.
Yeah, there's one to Beddingham there on the 5th ball, so that's 174 for 4 at the end of the 34th. You've hit the nail on the head there, Pete. I think Bristol's a diverse city. There's so many different sort of communities that make up the rich tapestry that is Bristol, and I think sort of what you're doing is fantastic. Going out to the sort of the people here, and going out to different communities, and spreading the word of the game as well. Spreading the word of the game, but also doing good as well in these communities and bringing people together. And I think that is priceless, what you're doing. Here's Paul van Meekeren. Beddingham just tickles that off his hip into the onside. He's going to get a single.
Look, I agree with you. I think that's hugely important, and I think we can create experiences, even on a day like today, on a community day. We can create experiences for young people who are here for the first time, whoever they may be. That doesn't necessarily have to revolve around cricket, but it does have to revolve around them having a good time.
Yeah.
And feeling like this is a place they can come back to should they wish. We're not trying to, by giving someone a complimentary ticket for today, we're not trying to change them into a lifelong cricket fan tomorrow.
One there to Travaskis.
What we're trying to do is understand, let people know who we are, what we are, and that they can come and be a part of this. And then from there, we'd like to think we can build into the future of Gloucestershire cricket fans, the future of cricket fans, or quite frankly, as far as I'm concerned, just the future of sports fans. People who think that activity or being active is important in their lives. I think we've got a huge part to play in that.
Yeah, I think it's great. And what you're doing is you're doing it organically at a club that is at the heart of its community. As Beddingham tickles that into the onside for one. You're doing it, the club that's at the heart of its community, and you're doing it naturally and organically, and it's not forced the way that maybe some people are trying to grow another sporting competition that's possibly taking place right at this very moment. But it feels, you're actually going out to the masses rather than trying to get them to come to you by, sort of any means possible. Van Meekeren comes in past Shanmugam. Bushnell plays it into the offside. Akhtar doing the fielding.
Dan, how have you found the Metrobank One Day Cup this year? How have you found it from your perspective of certainly commentating on every home match here at Gloucestershire? And I suppose the bigger question there is, do you have Metro Bank fever?
I have got Metro Bank fever. I am actually, the mercury on the temperature is going through the roof, Pete. I tell you, I love this competition. I think it's great for the fans because what it does, as Van Meekeren comes in, that's pulled for 6. That's a lovely pick up there by Travaskis. What it does, this competition, is if you buy a ticket for it, so, if you're thinking about coming down to the quarter-final, if Gloucestershire qualify today on Friday, get your tickets. They'll be on sale later on if Gloucestershire do get a home game. So they'll be on sale from about 8 o'clock tonight, I believe. But what you do, you get full value because you see both sides bat. It's not like the wham bam of T20, is it? I wouldn't say it's like the haute cuisine of the county championship, but it's not fast food either. It's probably like a Nando's, isn't it? That's pulled into the onside. It's sort of halfway in between, going to a proper restaurant and getting fast food. And I think it's a wonderful competition. Are you a fan of it as well?
50 over cricket, fantastic. I think it ebbs and flows. It hasn't got that 4-day feel where you can necessarily have time to be behind the 8 ball for a couple of days, or you can tend to find you can have a day's cricket at a 4-day match where you're only looking at one of 2 results.
Yeah.
Whereas on a day like a 50 over game, ultimately, because it's such a longer format than the T20, the factors that change a game still only limit the outcome. I think generally speaking, the better team will come out on top.
Yeah.
On 50 over cricket.
Pete, I know you're a busy man, but just in a nutshell, what's sort of else is lined up for the community in the coming sort of weeks to the end of the season?
Yeah, I think we're. One of our bigger events that the Gloucestershire Cricket Trust are hosting in partnership with the Gloucestershire Cricket Club Heritage Trust is the 1973 Gillette Cup celebration dinner. So as we just see Tom Smith coming in there, and looks like a mix-up again, and Bracey throws down the stumps, and that is a wicket there. So we have another run out. It looks to me like Durham are not quite sure about their singles at the moment.
And that's Beddingham that's gone. That's the important point, Pete. 64, and Travaskis will feel terrible about that. Chris Dent with the fielding.
I was going to say, the other person on the field, apart from Ollie Price, who you don't want to be running quick singles to, and I'm pretty sure this should be known all over the county circuit now, is Chris Dent. He seems to throw the ball before he's got it in his hand, something along those lines.
But Beddingham ruefully walks off. And I was just talking to Jack Longstaff about a potential total for Durham, and that potential total, I would suggest, has now come quite a long way down. We can have a look. Jack's got to look at the replay on it. We're just waiting for it to load at the moment. So,
yeah, look, that's a good kind of solid innings there from Beddingham. I think what we've seen there is someone feel comfortable on the pitch, and I'd like to see Gloss batters coming out a bit later on and showing that level of comfort here.
But here's the single, obviously, which wasn't his call. It's Travaskis' call. Beddingham. Oh, and there's the hesitation.
Yeah, there's a hesitation at both ends actually there. And does Bracey release the ball before he hits this? It looks to me like he's just a little bit too far away from the stump, so he's released it onto them. But
he's done enough.
Yeah, some fairly simple work there for a run out. That must have been a miscommunication.
And you only had to see Travaskis' reaction. It was, what have I done there? Right, Thomas McIntosh is the new batsman, the Durham wicketkeeper. I think Pete's going to stay with us to the end of the over and then vacate. But just to complete that, you were mentioning about the 73 dinner.
Yeah, sorry.
Amongst other things.
We got distracted by the cricket, arguably. But yeah, look, there's a celebration dinner. It's next Friday here in Bristol. We're looking to celebrate the 50th anniversary to the day of the Gillette Cup win in 1973. We have some former players who played on that day, and we're really looking forward to both having them in the room as Tom Smith comes in again, and there is no run this time to Chris Dent. As we're really looking forward to having former players in the room. We're really looking forward to having some insight from those who also played on the day who can't make it. But it should be a special event. It's all to raise money for both the Cricket Trust and the Heritage Trust. This is one of their big fundraisers of the year. So all I'd say is anyone who's interested in coming along, there's information on the website. You can ring up to the ticket line or get in touch via the ticketing at Gloss email to find out some more. But it's going to be a night not to be missed. Fantastic evening. We've got some auction prizes, etc., which will be pretty special. So yeah, I'd urge anyone who's thinking about kind of coming along to the dinner. It'll definitely be a fantastic evening, and please do get in touch.
Nostalgia with a capital N.
Very much so.
Pete, thanks for your time. Good work as ever.
Look, thanks for having me.
Hope the rest of the day goes well. Certainly should do. And nice to have a couple of wickets while you've been with us as well. Pete Lamb heads up the community team here at Gloucestershire.
He was brilliant, did a bit of ball by ball there as well with a run out of Beddingham. Van Makeren comes in and bowls to McIntosh.
So now, we were talking, Jack Longstaff and I, about a sort of a, depending on if Beddingham stayed right to the end, whether Durham might be able to get a total that started with a 3. They would absolutely take that now with Beddingham out.
They would crawl over broken glass for a 320, 350 from here, wouldn't they? Van Makeren in, down the leg side. That's going to be a wide. That's one more to their total. McIntosh is in the Scottish, sort of on the fringes of the Scottish side, isn't he? He's came into the side, as I said, after Ned Eckersley departed. Played in 4 championship games, I think, last year, and took an absolute screamer off Chris Rushworth to dismiss Billy Godalming back in that. He played in all of the 50-over campaign last year as well. So he's another one from this great production line they've got up in the northeast. Van Makeren into him, who McIntosh plays that out to Anwar Ali.
And he got a 50 at Edgbaston on Sunday as well, which is his highest score in this format. So, you know, both he and Travaskis can bat, but the 5 wickets down is a problem at this point for Durham. Still 14 overs to go. I think Tom Smith has done a really good job with the break here. He's got 1 over left from his 10. He's only taken the 1 wicket, but I think he...
Yeah, 1 for 32 off 9.
Is very, very good in this situation.
Especially on a wicket which we've said is 320, 350 par.
Yeah.
Van Makeren comes in past Shanmugam, thick outside edge. Jack Taylor comes round from 3rd.
I wonder if
cuts off the boundary.
James Bracey would be tempted to give Ollie Price, particularly with Travaskis still in, an over or 2.
Yeah, maybe to sort of fiddle some overs as well, perhaps.
Even if it was only just a couple.
Yeah. Travaskis 24. He's a little bit older than sort of the younger group coming through from Durham at the moment, but he's again come through their academy, played for England under 19s from Carlisle. Short, and McIntosh pulls that down to Jack Taylor down at fine leg. From Carlisle, there's been a number of Cumbrian cricketers, isn't there? Graham Clark, he got 100 here in the 4-day game. He's a Cumbrian. Jordan Clark, his brother, he's Cumbrian as well, funnily enough.
Jack White at Northants.
Jack White's Cumbrian. Ben Stokes is technically a Cumbrian. Paul Nixon, who's departed Leicestershire as the head coach this season, he's a Cumbrian. Short from Van Makeren. Attempted cut from Travaskis. Can't get that one away.
Briefly scores from elsewhere. Kent 237 for 3 after 39 overs against Hampshire. So they look well placed for a big total. And Notts 150 for 8 in the 40th against Lancashire.
Ooh.
Kent have given themselves a chance there, haven't they, against Hampshire?
Yeah, where are Gloucestershire going to go? Oh, who's going to come to Bristol? That is the question. Short, pulled away, 4 runs off the gloves of Travaskis, and
yeah, fine leg was up.
Yeah, that is the one place you cannot bowl when fine leg is up like that. You cannot bowl. Someone's got a bubble machine. There seems to be bubbles floating past the window. Like being at the old Upton Park, isn't it? You know, it's, at the old Berlin ground. There's kids down there. Young lad with a Gloucestershire top on, chasing the bubbles around. Great to see. The next generation.
So Tom Smith's got... Oh yeah, I can also see one bubble now myself. It's just disappeared.
I'm sure he'll be chasing other things in a few years, but at the moment he's chasing bubbles around.
So Smith's last over from this pavilion end. In a sense, unusual to see a bowler bowl straight through like this, but...
why not? Why,
he's bowled well. He's kept a break on things. And will be a single here.
What he had so much...
McIntosh.
What Tom Smith had so much is his experience, isn't he? That's priceless, isn't it? It really is. He's just sort of... I mean, I did an interview with, pardon the pun, Ollie Price.
He's only conceded 1 boundary as well. Smith to Travaskis. A cry of no. Chris Dent has put the mockers on any Durham singles, I think, to his side of the wicket inside the circle. Smith over the wicket. Might be one there. It's a tight one again, but McIntosh answered the call. So in terms of overs left, this is Smith's last over. There are 12 overs remaining. Gloucestershire have used 6 bowlers, so Zaman's got 3 left, Josh Shaw's got 3 left, Van Meekeren has 4 left, Anwar Ali has 7 left. I don't think he will bowl all of those. Smith to McIntosh will take a single. Out to Jack Taylor. So where are Durham pitching their aim now, I wonder?
Well, I think 260, 270.
Yeah, they've probably got to just try and bat to 45 overs and see where they are. If these two are still in, they might have a chance to...
I think they'll take 80 off 12 from here. Or
Yes.
73 off 12.
Yeah. So Smith has got 1 ball left, 1 for 36.
Tidy, isn't he? Tidy.
But he's forced the pressure that's caused
Yeah.
the run out of Beddingham.
Yeah, he has. He dots it up, doesn't he? And just...
McIntosh will have a single off his last ball, but 1 for 37 is a good effort from the veteran Tom Smith. Now, as much a coach as a player, of course, here at Gloucestershire, but he got a good hand from the knowledgeable crowd here today. They know he's put a break on at one end, and he's done a very important job. And the debate now, of course, would be whether, as we just said, whether Ollie Price can continue that even a little bit further with spin from this pavilion end or not.
Well, I was doing this interview that I did with the Price. It's going to be in the cricket paper coming up this weekend. So I don't want to give too much away. But Ollie Price wants to be as valuable a cricketer as possible, you know, and part of that is, I mean, there's no doubt about how effective he's been with the bat. He threw 1,000 runs for the season, but part of that is to improve his bowling, and he said Tom Smith has been wonderful with him. He said Zafar Gahar has been absolutely superb. He said not only is he a wonderful human being, but he's a wonderful sort of mentor as well when it comes to spin bowling. short from Van Meekeren. That's going to be a no ball as well.
It's very high.
Yeah.
Tennis ball bounce again.
Yeah. But Tom Smith, I think, adds so much value around the club, doesn't he? Not only just, with 1 for 37 off 10, but just as an individual.
Yeah,
I
I go back. I interviewed Tom for the first time after a 50-over game at Cheltenham. In fact, I'll come back to when it was in a minute.
And Meekeren to McIntosh, who
I
just
think
nudges
it
him
may
into
have been the game,
offside.
the first time I saw Jofra Archer.
Okay.
Because he played for Sussex in a 50-over game at Cheltenham. And I think Tom had a good day with the ball that day and interviewed him afterwards. And he's just such a grounded individual. And obviously what has happened to him in terms of family life since then has been very well documented. And you could not imagine somebody being a better dad.
Yeah, he's a great bloke.
To the Smith children than him.
There's another no ball from Van Meekeren. That's a 200 up as well earlier on from Durham, by the way. But these are freebies here, and Gloucester should just need to keep their disciplines here. Too many free runs being given away.
I was listening to a game on one of the matches on Sunday.
Fourth no ball from Van Meekeren along with 3 wides. That's another over.
Yeah. And I think there were 30 odd extras in the innings of the side batting first. And you think, oh, that's another batsman's contribution, effectively.
Yeah, well, there's been 20 extras here. There's been 5 byes, 6, 7 no balls and 8 wides. And the extra ball gets smashed for 4 runs over mid-off.
Good shot from McIntosh.
Yeah, it was. He waited for it. It was a slower ball from Van Meekeren. But going back to Tom Smith, I think, whenever I've spoken to him, he's quite a quiet guy, but he's measured in his answers, isn't he? What actually comes out of his mouth is well worth listening to.
Yeah, absolutely.
I met Tom and Ollie Price's grandmother here after the Somerset game. What a lovely lady she was. Tells me how much she's enjoying the stream. She listens into every game. So if you're listening in at home, hope you're having a nice day. And very nice to meet you the other day.
This is Van Meekeren's 8th over. As you can see, he's at 1 for 61.
Turned away by McIntosh. He's going to run the first one quickly, but Smith's in quickly off the boundary. And I said to the Price's grandmother, I hope my dulcet North London tones don't ruin the commentary for you. She said, oh, don't worry about that. I'm a South London girl myself. So, but yeah, very nice lady. And she listens in to every game.
Yes, I'm not sure Van Meekeren will bowl another over after this for me.
No, I don't think so. I think he's been a little bit expensive today. But he's had a great tournament, Paul. That's short. Pulled away by Travaskis, who will only get 1 because Anwar Ali does the fielding out there in the deep. 2 balls left in the over still.
We had a couple of long overs from Van Meekeren today.
Yeah.
Durham might still have thoughts of 300 here. 11 overs after this.
Yeah.
Clearly these two would have to get the bulk of those runs. But how far out do they press the pedal?
Whipped. Oh, batsman nearly collided there mid-pitch, actually. Whipped away for a single there by McIntosh. I don't know where Stan McAlinden is. Where's he? I thought we might see him. He was named in the 13, wasn't he, in the 4-day game here? But he hasn't featured for Durham. His father, BBC correspondent. He's another of the Cumbrian lads, isn't he?
Hasn't played in this tournament at all, actually.
No. Don't get many cricketers called Stan, do you, these days?
To be fair, he's only played 2 games in the championship.
Defended there by Travaskis. That completes the 39th over. 2-11 for 5. McIntosh 13. Travaskis on 9. So Durham lost Michael Jones earlier on. Anwar Ali caught him off the bowling of Zaman Akhtar for 10. Alex Lees then went on the pull. Caught down at long leg by Jack Taylor off the bowling of Paul Van Makeren. Good partnership then developed before Scott Borthwick chipped Tom Smith up in the air to Zaman Akhtar for 57, and then a couple of run-outs have really put the brakes on this Durham innings. Jonathan Bushnell, he went for 5s, and David Beddingham went for 64, and that was when the score was on 184. Durham just rebuilding a little bit, and they'll be looking to put their foot on the accelerator now, and because we come into 11 overs till the close. Ollie Price is going to take us away from the pavilion end.
Well, I'm glad we suggested that he might still have a part to play with the ball, because this feels, at least at the moment, maybe not for long, but it feels at the moment as if it's the right call. Price into McIntosh, but that's too short, really.
Let's go away with that.
Yeah, that could have gone anywhere, and McIntosh has just taken the single off a drag down. So now to the left-hander. This is obviously Price at the moment. He's bowling with 4 out. He can take a 5 out after this over, but at the moment he's going to have a deep square and a deep mid-wicket. And it's short, and it's been punched straight up to Ben Wells at mid-on.
Yeah, that's an intelligent field setting for Ollie Price there. He's dropped the 2 men back on the leg side.
3 up inside the circle on the offside, saving 1. Oh, and that's gone off the bottom of the bat, I think, racing away down towards the boundary. He's going to be stopped, and they're going to come back for a couple. Not the tidiest bit of cricket from anybody in that scenario.
Cricket's the winner there. No, Ollie Price, what he's done, he's left a massive gap between mid-on and the man at short, fine leg. And he's covered that with 2 guys on the boundary, but he's pushing the ball so far outside off stump, it's very hard to hit it there.
Or back of a length like that, so it's effectively...
Yeah. But especially when he's turning the ball away to a left-hander. Good cricket. He's a bright lad, Ollie Price. Only, a man who's waiting for his degree result from Durham.
Worked into the onside by Travaskis. Just take 1.
But he's got cricketing intelligence as well, isn't he? Streetwise.
Be on for more than a Desmond, do you think, do you?
I reckon. Yeah, I reckon. He's looking like first, like Tom.
McIntosh. Waits for Price to go over the wicket. And again, they'll think about 1, but not to Dent. Well, they'll think about it, but they won't take it. And a tidy over from Ollie Price, so that's 1 just fiddled through by Gloucestershire. 215 for 5 then Durham. Wickets to Zaman Akhtar, to Van Makeren and to Smith, who's bowled out 1 for 37, and 2 run-outs leave Durham 215 for 5. So there's a rule of thumb, and I don't know whether this is nature, I tend to think that 75 off the last 10, you tend to back the batting team if they're well placed. Well, Durham's 75 here would give them 290, and I think they'd feel that's a pretty good effort. Van Makeren is being replaced by Anwar Ali, by the way, but Gloucestershire would like to keep them to 270.
Yep, here's Anwar Ali.
Or less, potentially, but you'd have to get rid of both of these 2 fairly swiftly to do that.
Now, Ian, I'm going to say something very succinct, very random, and it involves randoms. because I am eating a product here on my desk. I'll come on to it after this ball from Anwar Ali. Oh, that's a Surrey cut. Goes away for one just past leg stump. But I'm eating a product here which were made by Roundtree Mackintosh whilst watching the batting of Thomas Mackintosh. And I don't think any days have been seen since you used to eat Cross and Blackwell soup whilst watching the batting of Ian Blackwell, perhaps.
Yeah, very good. Bracey's standing up now to Anwar Ali, which I think is although he's had a couple of balls go past him today, it's probably the right thing to do.
They're looking for two here. Mackintosh is quick, but not to Chris Dent. Good cricket all round there.
Dent was very deep there, but even though he would have only picked up the ball probably 2 or 3 yards inside the circle, they were not going to risk a second run.
No, not to him. Pretorius can bat. I don't know too much about Drizzle, Glover or Gibson.
Back of the hand
Punched
again.
into the onside, then has a shy at the stump. Oh, great work from Anwar Ali there. That would have been overthrows. And he gets back. Never let overthrows go off your own bowling, do you, Ian? It's the cardinal sin.
You try not to. You try not to.
Yeah, I don't know. Drizzle, I don't know. He bats quite high up for. Well, he did for Bedminster, didn't he, in the Whipple? Local Bristol lad. Back on home turf.
Better length.
Yeah, good line of length this from Anwar Ali.
I mean,
Just gone for.
We noticed at Cheltenham, and we noticed it as much on the stream as perhaps those in the ground did to the naked eye. He appeared to get very close to the stumps and bowl wicket to wicket. And I think, by and large, he's tried to do that here as well. But he's of a pace where you feel that on a really good pitch, the better batters would find him hittable.
Oh, good take from Bracey. Duraskis goes to try and carve him through the offside there.
Now Beddingham and Borthwick and Lees are all out. Anwar Ali might just be able to, again, just dry the runs up a little bit. He was only taking the 1 wicket in the whole tournament for Gloucestershire.
Got a few runs, so he's chipped in a few runs.
I mean,
he's a decent fielder.
He got 61 at Cheltenham, which was very, very important.
Yeah. It was. Dent's on the prowl. They get through for a single. So 218 for 5. Good over that from Anwar Ali.
Gloucestershire are going to take, unusually, they're going to probably take all of the 2.5 hours to bowl the overs here. They bowled 41. So they've got to bowl 9 overs on my watch. 9 overs in 34 minutes. I've got to start the last over in 34 minutes' time.
You're a bit hungry, are you looking for your lunch?
No, I'm just saying that, generally speaking, most sides bowl the overs in 3 hours and 15, and Gloucestershire would be one of those.
Yeah.
So unusual that they have taken a bit longer today.
Martin Emerson, who's working downstairs. I'll come on to it after that ball.
Ollie Price into Travaskis, who launches him down the ground, and good work from Zafar Gohar. Just set himself because the bounce was in danger of being a touch awkward. Zafar's out there on the field as a substitute for Graham van Beeren, who was not, actually that's not technically correct. Ben Wells is effectively Zafar is still a sub, but Van Beeren was named in the 11 at the start of play.
Is he on for Van Makeren?
I check in a minute. Here's Ollie Price in, and McIntosh can't work that past Dent. But when the teams actually took the field, Ben Wells was in the side. So we will check during the break what happened with Graham van Beeren. That meant he was withdrawn from the team. Ollie Price in once more. That may be a single. It will be a single.
If you can hear some heavy breathing in the ground, okay, it's because we've got Community Day here and there's a Darth Vader going around who you can hear coming from a long way away. It is not Ian Randall having lost his asthma pump, let me tell you that.
Price tosses it up. Oh, and is he bowled him? He has!
No, stumping.
Stumped.
Stumping. I thought Bracey thought he had him here. I thought he'd had him as well. I think his back foot went for a bit. Bracey looked confident.
Travaskis is the batsman. But umpire Shanmugam not moved to raise the finger. Price once more in. That's carved into the space on the offside. And they'll just take one out to Anwar Ali. But Ollie Price, I think, will be worth persevering with for certainly one more over. He's not.
Yeah, definitely.
He's not really being hit out of the attack here.
No, not at all. In fact, you do wonder whether it's pace off is the way forward on this. Because Anwar Ali doesn't...
6 overs for 24.
Yeah, Anwar Ali doesn't push it through quickly. Tom Smith has been effective on here. And you do wonder whether it is a pace-off wicket. 2:21 for 5, 8 to go. It's a little bit slow. We saw Beddingham almost chip it to mid-wicket a few times. Or chip to cover. Saw Michael Jones chipping it to cover earlier on as well. Here's Anwar Ali to Travaskis, who smashes it to Chris Dent at extra cover.
Now, part of this, we have to
No
remember,
run.
this is the 43rd over.
Yep.
So, is there an element, I wonder, of Gloucestershire going hard at the start of their innings against the harder ball?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. I think Dent and Bracey, that's been a success story in recent weeks. They struggled to find a partnership, didn't they, at the top of the order? But Dent and Bracey, I mean, against that Somerset innings was just carnage. One played out to Dent, who's quite deep there. I think Gloucestershire would take ones from here in. I think Gloucestershire would take 272 at this stage of the game. If they, 270, 280. I think both sides might be quite happy.
Both sides would be in the game then, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I agree. Anwar Ali. That's not the most aesthetically pleasing shot on the eye there from McIntosh, but it's effective. He gets one run for it.
He was only ever going to get one out to Dent. There's a big gap on the leg side. Obviously, 5 men out possibly now. Yeah, that's how James Bracey wants to play it. So for Travaskis, they've got a backward point and a short third man.
Gloucestershire have dried the boundaries up here, though, which is crucial, isn't it? Anwar Ali. That could be one of them. Oh, no, that's a great stop out in the deep. Brilliant work out there.
Zaman Akhtar, I think.
Yeah, it is. Fantastic. They get back for 2, but only just, because it was a bullet throw as well. There's some really good fielders in this Gloucestershire side. Zaman Akhtar, Chris Dent, Ollie Price. Tom Smith's pretty decent still, despite his, was he 36 now?
These two are put on 41.
Anwar Ali's 36, he's a decent fielder. That's hit into the onside. They're going to come back for 2. Better throw. McIntosh may have struggled a little bit, but
Yeah, this is a handy
Again.
stand for Durham.
It is, but again, you know, Gloucestershire will take 6s, 7s, 8s at this stage. What they don't want is the 12s, the 14s coming off the over. Crowd just enjoying the sunshine here. School holiday still. And Ali short, pulled. One bounce out to Miles Hammond on the deep mid-wicket boundary. So 7 off the over. 2:28.
So 5
For
overs.
5.
5 overs for 27. Anwar Ali. Ollie Price 6 overs for 24. And surely he has to keep going. He's been tidy enough. He's bowled 2 overs for 7 runs since he's come back into the attack. So the question is, when do Durham really decide they have to absolutely attack? Still may not be yet.
No, I think
They may still think the best way of getting to 270 is to go quietly and then really launch it for the last maybe 4 overs. Maybe not. Maybe that was a wrong call. That was 6, and that's a good punch away from Travaskis into the leg side. He's got all of that, and it's cleared the rope by 3 or 4 yards away over straight mid-wicket. Maybe Travaskis has got the email now.
a couple of police horses just strolling through the car park there, Community Day.
Well, what's Ollie Price's response to that? It was tossed right up, really floated, and Travaskis has slapped that straight along the ground to Chris Dent.
Well, you think they're here for Community Day, not the marauding hordes here for Gloucestershire versus Durham?
I think the former. Price around the wicket again, it's tossed right up. And Travaskis will pinch a single. It was a clean hit, that 6, to be fair. It was a,
Yeah, it was.
and the off spinner shouldn't be too upset about that.
It was a little bit short, wasn't it? This is
The last wicket fell at 184. Worked off his hip by McIntosh for 1 to Ben Wells. So 50 partnership between these two now.
looking at Durham's spin options. I mean, I wonder if Borthwick will have a bowl here.
Fired in a bit more this time by Ollie Price. They won't get a run.
Drizzle?
Dressel, yeah. And Travaskis the main 2.
Yeah.
Price a pretty short run around the wicket again. That's floated up. Gets away with that one that might have been called a wide on another day. Umpire Warren perhaps a touch lenient, but Ollie Price has bowled 7 overs for 32. He's got 3 left. I wonder if that 1-6 in that over might just cause James Bracey to think about whether he bowls any more. 6 overs to go. In theory, Josh Shaw and Zaman Akhtar could bowl out, but maybe he thinks that Anwar Ali's extra experience is certainly worth 1 more over anyway.
Yeah, if Gloucestershire have had a weakness in the competition of this year's Metro Bank 50 over campaign.
Death bowling?
Death bowling. Yeah, it's Anwar Ali, that's down the leg side. It's a great take from Bracey. Yeah, they've been asking Tom Price to do a job which I'm not sure, plays to his strengths, because they've been asking him to put it full and wide outside the off stump, and I think that Tom Price has got more tricks up his sleeve possibly than that. You can hear Darth Vader in the background. Smashed down the ground by McIntosh. He can bat McIntosh. He averaged 47 with the bat in 2021. I think that was in the second 11, but
He hasn't played a tournament championship this season.
but he's no fool with the bat. Ollie Robinson is going to be tough to displace, though, isn't he? He was brilliant up here in the 4-day game. Anwar Ali full, low full toss. Travaskis plays it down the ground. Akhtar, he's in trouble here. McIntosh, a better throw there. Would have had him, had to scramble and dive
I think
into his ground.
Salman's saved at least 4 runs in the last
He has.
2 overs, because there are a couple of shots that would have gone for 4 where he's kept them down to 2.
Yeah,
with,
certainly has.
Decent stop.
Ollie Robinson got 67 and 38 in the 4-day game here. Thought his keeping was a little untidy, though, at times.
2 sixes and a 4 for Travaskis at the moment in his 41.
That's in the air, and that's gone. Travaskis goes. Ben Wells, good diving catch there. Anwar Ali takes the wicket.
And just his second wicket in the tournament, but an important one, because Travaskis and McIntosh have done a tidy job there. And as Dan said, 8, 9, 10, 11 in this Durham order. You wouldn't be quite sure what you'd be getting. Pretorius, I would think, would come in next.
Yeah, Pretorius, then Drissel. And then take your pick from Gibson
and Glover.
and Glover. Brandon Glover, so that's it. He could well be a pop star with a name like that, couldn't he?
So number 29, Miguel Pretorius.
Yeah, I was looking for his shirt number as well. I couldn't find it anywhere.
No, he
Doing my research, thanks.
Yeah. It wasn't until actually late yesterday that I actually saw a number for Brandon Glover anywhere, to be fair. Did you have his?
Yeah, I think so.
6?
6, yeah.
Yeah, his. I did look, I think it was before the weekend, and there wasn't one for him. But so Pretorius is having a chat from Tom McIntosh. There are still 33 balls left in this Anwar Ali over.
He's bowled well, Anwar. Well, very well. I wonder if he's one of those players who's going to go get better and better as the tournament progresses, and you wonder if he's got a part to play.
I wonder how long the club arranged for him to be here, because there's a potential knockout game or 2
Yeah,
still to come.
I read somewhere that he was on an 8-game deal. Yeah, it's just defended there from Pretorius. Interestingly as well, and this is just putting it out there, it's a rhetorical question, but Ireland's campaign against India has finished today, is it, or yesterday?
What are you thinking? Harry Tector, you thinking?
Maybe, possibly, perhaps. You never know. You never know. I think the fans would love that. Down the leg side. Good take from Bracey. Oh, he's got away.
He's got away with that.
Because
that probably was no wider than the one that was called a wide earlier in the
no,
over.
a little bit. Durham a little bit unlucky there. I think Shanmugam, perhaps he's feeling a little bit tired. Doesn't fancy stretching his arms. But I think, with wides, there are a lot of inconsistencies. Shanmugam's not the only one either. That's played out into the offside from Pretorius. That's a great over from Anwar Ali. Just 4 going from it, plus the crucial wicket of Liam Travaskis. Drop us an email. We'll get a few in after there's just 5 overs to go. We'll see what we can get in between now and the end of the Durham innings.
Only 25 off the last 5 overs.
Yeah, it's good. It's tidy, this. There's Ardress. There's Laura and Hardy.
Interestingly, Van Meekeren is going to come back, but to change ends. So, interesting. I'm not sure that's necessarily what I would have done, but then James Bracey is running the team. He knows more about cricket than I do. Van Meekeren's got 2 overs to go, so someone else will have to bowl 1 from this end, even if Van Meekeren does bowl out. McIntosh on strike, and that's hit straight to, but not past Jack Taylor. Good stop.
Then he hit it at him, didn't it? Then he hit it, and it was nearly a catch.
Well, it was. Yes, it was one of those ones where he could have gone forward and tried to make it into a catch and given away 4 runs. Decided.
Or lost his front teeth.
Yeah, or both. The best thing to do was to make it a dot ball. Van Meekeren runs away from us in the pavilion. And it's driven down the ground off Van Meekeren's boot. And that took the pace off it somewhat, so he's now got Pretorius to bowl at. It's 1 run to McIntosh, takes him to 20. Just conscious that we're coming to, well, we're after most people's lunch hours, but if you've perhaps been busy this morning and joined us at some later point in the innings, Durham's leading run scorers David Bedingham 64, Scott Borthwick 57, and Liam Travaskis just out for 41. It's a big stand for the 3rd wicket of 102 that threatened Gloucestershire, but they've pulled it back with a couple of run-outs. Van Meekeren short and pulled by Pretorius for 4. It's a good shot, kept that right down and picks up a boundary behind deep square. That was a proper orthodox shot.
Yeah, it was good. He latched onto that quickly, rolled his wrists. But if you are listening in, if you're in Bristol and you're thinking, you know, sort of working working from home, just don't go back this afternoon. Come and join us at the seat you need for Gloucestershire's innings. Just don't go back to work this afternoon. Come and join us. Come and sit here in the sunshine. Pint of Thatchers on the go. What more can you want? What more can you want? In fact, Jack Longstaff, who's supposed to be bringing you the pictures at home, is probably going to retire with a fat pint of Thatchers to sit in the sun for Gloucestershire's innings.
Bracey's come up and had a chat with Van Meekeren. Before this delivery. That's straighter and fuller. And it'll just be a leg by.
Yeah, I think what you need to do with Pretorius, because he gives it a slap, doesn't he, at the bottom of the order. He's a, big South African lad, isn't he, who gives it a whack. And you just angle it into his body. You put it up there in the block hole and you don't give him room to swing the levers.
Kent 304 for 6 in the 46th over against
They'll be happy with that. They'll be happy with that.
And Notts 183 for 9 against Lancashire. Clipped away by McIntosh for 1 this time. Out to Anwar Ali at deep square in front of the scoreboard.
So if Kent win that, their net run rate, I believe, is it better than Lancashire's? I think it is. It could well be Kent here on Friday if Gloucestershire win this. So many permutations, just can't tell yet, can you?
Too early in the day to tell.
Yeah. We're getting ahead of ourselves, Ian. Getting ahead. No, I am. You're being the cool, calm, collected one.
Pretorius punches Van Meekeren out into the offside. Deep cover, Tom Smith is there, and they'll come back for 2. They've done well to run 2 there. Smith throws to the bowler's end.
Yeah, went to the wrong end. McIntosh, being the younger guy, is a little bit quicker than Miguel Pretorius.
Van Meekeren 1 for 72 from 9. And Durham have 4 overs to go.
Pretorius has been in both the T20 and the Test squads for South Africa without actually getting in the side.
Anwar Ali again will continue his spell from the Ashley Down Road, and you may hear some horses' hooves in the background. They are indeed here, as Dan said there. A couple of the police horses are here today, part of the police presence on this community day.
Anwar Ali's going to... Oh, he's coming over the wicket. I thought he was going to come around the wicket there for some reason. He's going to come over the wicket from the Ashley Down Road end. Played down the ground.
McIntosh looks a worker of the ball, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's a nerdler.
But you know, if he's a determined bat, he can hang around and give other more aggressive players support. That's what he's done here to a degree. And Ali's got long on and long off back and a deep square out as well.
Into the pads. Good experience bowling this from Anwar Ali. He's got his 4 fielders in the ring, so he's got Chris Dent at extra cover. He's got Ben Wells backward point. Paul Van Makeren's at a short third. Jack Taylor at short fine leg. So he's pitching the ball up here and saying, right, you hit me down the ground. I've got a deep cover, I've got a long off, I've got a long on, and I've got a deep mid wicket. If you want to get it past that lot, be my guest. Hit down the ground. Akhtar doing the fielding. Just 1 run. This is really good bowling from Anwar Ali.
250 up for Durham. So psychologically, they've got a chance here with this, haven't they?
Yeah, they have.
It wouldn't be as many as they'd absolutely want, but
Wide and driven out to extra cover by McIntosh. He's only going to get 1 though.
that may depend, I think, on the difference of what we've seen in his career so far about how Brandon Glover bowls. Because he can be fast, but he can be erratic.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing him.
Obviously, he was at Northants for a spell.
Yeah, he's got Ryan Campbell all over that signing though, hasn't he? Pretorius plays that into the onside. They're going to come back for 2. Are they going to make it? Yes, they will. McIntosh is quick. Gets back. Yeah, Ryan Campbell, obviously Netherlands head coach. And Glover, although he's a South African, he plays his international cricket for the Netherlands. He's from Joburg originally. That's been swung into the leg side. That should be out. It is. Pretorius goes. Caught out deep mid wicket. Is that Hammond out there?
Yes.
Miles Hammond doing the thing, and Anwar Ali gets his 2nd wicket, and deservedly as well.
Yeah, it's probably the best he's bowled actually in the whole tournament. Obviously, you only saw him fleetingly initially at Cheltenham when he went off with cramp. But it's probably been his most effective stint.
Yeah, that completes the over as well. So in the 47th over, to go for 5 and take a wicket, I think is really good bowling from Anwar Ali.
Yeah, so McIntosh, a bit like George Dressel coming in at number 9.
Talking of which, do you know, Martin Emerson told me that Durham actually had a Dressel and a Rain both playing in the same game earlier in the season.
Very good.
Ice cream today, Ian? You're a fan of Paolo's?
So presumably, all you want though is a fog in the same team.
Ken Foggan. Yeah, ice cream today, Ian. I know you're
Possibly.
you're a man of
Could happen.
yeah. It's your. You don't have many vices, but that's the one I've noticed about you is your weakness for Paolo's ice cream.
Wouldn't be the only regular in Bristol to have a weakness for that. So Van Meekeren to hold his last over. Down the 48th. McIntosh on strike. He's clipped that in the air too, and that's going to go for 6. That's a good shot. Over Anwari's head at deep backward square. He's just got enough on that.
That's a great shot.
Just a clip.
That is a superb
from
shot.
McIntosh. And Van Meekeren will. I don't think you want to look at his figures at the end of today with any great joy. He's a bit of problems with his run-up on occasions.
He's going to be looking at the 80s, possibly even the 90s.
Very thoughtfully back at his mark at the moment. 260 for 7. Durham might still think they can get to 300. McIntosh has slammed that up in the air though. This should be caught. Hammond's under it and he's taken the catch. So McIntosh goes, a wicket for Van Meekeren. And Hammond just had to get into position to take that. He had ground to make up. And he takes the catch. And 29 for McIntosh. But he goes in the 48th over. And just to correct you, that it was Ben Wells who took the catch to get rid of Travaskis. So
for Travaskis, yeah. But not for who was the
Pretorius was Hammond. Sorry, so he's now taken 2.
Yeah.
So it was, we were right the first time. So Brandon Glover ahead of Oliver Gibson. Now then, I suppose the possibility now is that Gloucestershire could keep Durham to 270. If they, with 8 wickets down, still was a possibility of nipping out the last 2.
Yeah, Brandon Glover. He's only played 1 game, hasn't he, so far in this tournament?
Didn't bat. So
no, didn't bat. We don't know a lot about him.
Well,
Gibson has batted twice, 1 not out.
Van Meekeren probably knows what he can do as a batsman, I would think. So he probably knows that. Can he deal with the short stuff or not?
He's scored.
It's the 48th over.
3 runs.
On my watch, it's 226. So I hope the umpires have made an adjustment or 2. What is the cut-off time? I think it says 14:36 on the board, so they'll be fine. Oh, if Glover gets a big inside edge as he tries to hoik that into the leg side. He'll get 1. So there's been an adjustment through the innings of 6 minutes here and there for drinks or other issues. So Gloucestershire will be well inside the time. I say well inside, they'll be comfortably inside, but not as well inside as most teams have been through this tournament. Now then, Dressel face Van Meekeren. Clipped into the leg, so he'll take one. And that's all. Yeah, given Gloucestershire wanted to bat today, and having seen the pitch, it looks a good pitch. The only issue appears to be when the ball gets really soft, and then it's up to the batsman to judge, you know, how quickly it's coming off, and they've got to adapt accordingly. Van Meekeren was clubbed out to mid-wicket by Glover, only get one. And Van Meekeren actually he's finished with 2 for 81. It's 2 for 82 because that last ball will be up on the board in a minute.
Mike Ventress, Durham fan, he's enjoying our unbiased commentary. Thought that heavy breathing was Martin Emerson at first, as he has a bad cough. But obviously not him. I'll tell you what, Mike, Martin calls me up. He's a bit like that. I thought it's a nuisance phone call. You know that, when Martin calls me up. Nick Dimmock has been in touch.
I wonder if that's Nick from Dimmock. Might be.
Maybe. Is it?
Doesn't say. Could be though.
No, it's Nick.
Yes, they say it's Nick Dimmock. It could be Nick from Dimmock.
Yeah. Anwar Ali bowled him. Glover just trying to work that one into the onside. And Anwar Ali bowling wicket to wicket. You miss, I hit. Glover goes for 2. 263 for 9.
Interesting, because at the bottom of Nick's email it says, also, would Harry Tector be available? Nick.
Maybe.
You
possibly.
tease you.
Possibly.
So
go on, you read that one out. Go on, you fire away.
Nick says, I've been impressed with Gloucestershire in the MATCHDAY competition this year, and ahead of a potential playoff or semi-final, I was wondering who you would select for the best 11, in particular the bowling lineup. So he's gone Bracey, Dent, Ollie Price, Van Puren, Taylor, Hammond, depending on pitch, either Anwar Ali or Zafar, Tom Price, Tom Smith, Paul Van Meekeren and Matt Taylor. Now Matt Taylor's toe has flared up again, so that's why he's not available today.
Well, let me throw another ingredient into the melting pot, because if the Welsh Fire lose tonight in the 100, I believe that they're out of the competition. Is David Payne available?
Good question. I think the answer to that, judging by the response to my left, is probably no, he isn't. So can Anwar Ali wrap this up here? 263 for 9, Durham. Oliver Gibson has come out at number 11.
I've just been informed by my sources that you have to play at least one in the group stages to be eligible for the knockout.
There we are then.
That's a good. You can see why that's come in.
Yeah.
Here's Anwar Ali bowling to Gibson. Yeah, you can see that's why people then don't load their sides then for the final with players from the 100. Yeah, I mean, I think that makes sense completely.
But that would mean, in theory, I'm just looking to my left, that Harry Tector could be available, in theory, because he has played a game in the group. There's a stony glare back at me.
What's interesting about Nick's email as well is he's gone Ali or Gohar at 7, depending on the pitch. That's got to be close with the LBW. They're going to get through for a single. Now, before today, right, I'd have probably gone Zafar Gohar because Anwar Ali has been okay. His batting's good, his fielding's good, but his bowling, I thought, has been just so-so. Today, he's been really impressive, and he's done a real job here in the dirty overs of the game as well, hasn't he?
I'll just give you the stats ahead of today, Dan.
Yeah.
So Zafar, 4 wickets, only a run rate of 4.41.
Yeah.
Anwar Ali, 1 wicket, a run rate of 6.17.
Yeah.
So you have to say Zafar has been much the more effective before today, and they've both bowled a similar amount of overs. Zafar fractionally more.
You wonder if Anwar's getting, maybe he's a little bit rusty coming over, and you wonder if a few games under his belt now, he's just going to get better and better as the tournament goes on. But I tell you what, it's lovely to have those options up your sleeve, isn't it?
It's what you want.
Yeah. It's got to be close again. Anwar appeals. This is absolute quality bowling at the death, though, from Anwar Ali here.
I mean, the one thing you'd say is that he is bowling against. He has not bowled against the top order as such, but he has. If he's not bamboozled, he's certainly kept the lower order pretty quiet.
Yeah, and
his first 3 overs cost 17.
Yeah,
and he's going to end up bowling another 6, costing barely that. And again, he's bowling at.
There we go. That's
just 2 off that over.
Yeah, he's been excellent. So, warm round of applause as well for Anwar Ali. Durham 265 at the end of the 49th. Anwar Ali finishing up there.
3 for 38.
With 3 for 38 off 8.
So he's bowled 5 overs and taken 3 for 21 in that spell. It's a good effort. And Josh Shaw's going to bowl the last over.
Josh Shaw's been reliable as well in this competition. His figures might not look that good, but again, he's bowled some of the dirty overs as well at the top of the innings when there's only.
He got some cheap wickets at the end of the Somerset match, which will have pleased him.
Yeah, he did, but he runs in for you all day, Josh Shaw.
Here he is to bowl the last over, and that's dug out by Drissel for a single up to Zaman Akhtar. So the run rate's going to be around about 5.5 for Gloucestershire. And we come back to the point that Dan and I made earlier. There may be an argument for going hard at the total when the ball is hard in the early overs. Sure, in dropped on by Gibson just to squeeze a single out into the offside. So Durham, they're going to basically bat their innings here. It will be a bit of a what might have been, because they had a century partnership for the 3rd wicket before Borthwick and Beddingham was split. Now 3 scores over 40, but a top score of 64, plus quite a good portion of extras. Going to make a modest score, and that might be the end of it, because Shaw's going to pick up a wicket with a comfortable catch, and Drissel is the last man out, caught once again by Ben Wells. Another catch for him. Can he get some runs with the bat later on? We'll see. But Durham all out for 267. And when you were talking to Pete Lamb earlier on, Dan, Jack Longstaff and I were talking about, well, what's the worst case situation here? Somewhere between 290 and 330 we're at, and Gloucestershire have bowled Durham out for 267.
Yeah, they certainly have, and I think that has been a really good effort. I think it all hinged on those couple of run-outs, though, and you do wonder whether Durham are 50, maybe 60, 70 runs light here, but will the pressure of having to qualify for a quarter-final weigh on Gloucestershire's mind? Time, Ian Randall, will only tell.
Yeah, so they were 168 for 3, so they've lost 7 wickets for 99, Durham. A couple of run-outs in there.
There's the card.
There's the card. I'll give you the bowling figures. Josh Shaw, 7 overs and 3 balls, 1 for 36. There wasn't a maiden bowled in the innings. Zaman Akhtar, 7 overs, 1 for 37. Paul van Meekeren, 10 overs, 2 for 81. Ollie Price, 7 overs, no wicket for 32. Anwar Ali, 8 overs, 3 for 38. And Tom Smith, 10 overs, 1 for 37. Price, Anwar Ali and Smith all conceding fewer than 40 runs. Good effort. 268 to win, fraction under 5.5 and over. We will be back with you just after 5 minutes past 3 for the resumption here at the Seat Unique Stadium. Gloucestershire 268 for a home playoff on Friday.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Gloucestershire innings of this game. 268 is what they require. Chris Dent and James Bracey making their way out to the middle.
Can I give you news from elsewhere, Dan?
Go on, fire away.
In the Kent-Hampshire match, Kent made 325 for 8 on the Isle of Wight. Daniel Bell-Drummond made 150 of those.
Wow.
And Hampshire have just started their reply, and Notts were all out for 185 against Lancashire. So
I also believe that Sussex might have set Warwickshire quite a decent target as well.
276 they need, and Warwickshire are 43 for no wicket in the 7th.
Ah, okay, so they're going okay.
So I think the key result possibly is the Notts Lancashire one, because if Lancashire win, they are probably the favourites to be Gloucestershire's opponents.
Are they or Kent?
In the playoff. I think if Lancashire win, that's it. But most importantly, Gloucestershire have to win here. It's going to be Pretorius to start us from the Ashley Down Road end.
And Bracey, who just defends that into the ground.
So Durham 267.
Do you think that's light, Ian?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, I do as well.
Yeah.
How many light?
I think they'd have like 330. Be my view.
Yeah. I think there's 60 light. I think there's 60, possibly even 80 light. It's a little bit slow though, isn't it? The wicket is a little slow. It's Pretorius to Bracey, who plays that into the offside. Fielder there, just touching his hamstring as if the guy at cover point there, who was Jonathan Bushnell, just touching his hamstring there. Hope he's all right. Pretorius in, Bracey drives, can only get it out to mid-off.
I'm just going to float something at you here, Dan.
Michael Jones doing the fielding out there.
Is Pretorius the sort of player that Gloucestershire would look at as an overseas player for 2024? Is he the type? Is he fast enough as a bowler?
Well, he's on the fringes of the test squads, because what you want is somebody who's not going to be interfered too much. Cut away by Bracey, even though Bushnell's got a hand on that, it can't stop it from going for 4. Gloucestershire are underway. Yeah, what you want is people who aren't sort of going to have too many test call-ups, do you? So, you look at sort of Middlesex have got a decent opening pair with Sam Robson and Mark Stoneman, who are good quality county players, but probably aren't going to, their England days are probably behind them. Oh, that's a good delivery from Pretorius. Beats Bracey outside the off stump. Goes through into the gloves of Tom McIntosh.
Understandably at this stage, first over, first phase of the reply. 4 on the offside saving one. Borthwick in at slip.
McIntosh, it's unusual to see a keeper. So, has he got a cap on?
No.
No. It's unusual to see a keeper without a cap or a hat on. Bracey defends that into the onside. Pretorius goes rushing across to stop that off his own bowling. That's the first over underway, 4 for none.
Well, the thing about, you say about, and you might say this is the case worldwide with players who are kind of just outside the test arena, but and I know from other sports in South Africa, particularly rugby union, they are such a competitive group. You can go quite a way down the scale and still have good quality and really hard-nosed competitive cricketers.
Sport is taken seriously, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's not a laughing matter.
So here's the thing. George Dressel to open the bowling with his off-spin. With the two left-handers in, of course, here. And Dent just steers his first ball out on the leg side.
Interesting.
So George really has only played 50 over cricket for Durham. He got a deal there at the end of 2021 for 1 year, then got another 1 year deal for this year, and Dent works that straight to the man at square leg, just in front of the umpire, not literally, but just inside the circle. Dressel got a simple action around the wicket, and Dent plays off the back foot out to deep point.
Yeah, he's got a nice action. He's got a nice action. He gets over that front leg.
13 wickets in List A cricket, 13 wickets in 16 matches, so you can see the average pretty much. 13 wickets at 48, give or take. Bracey's got a slip to contend with. Dressel forces him back into his crease. Durham will know they'll need an early breakthrough or two here to give them a genuine chance. Bracey wants one, and he'll get it. Steered away into the gap on the offside. Fielded by Alex Lees. Oh, sorry, that's Bellingham under the hat. Lees is at mid-off. And Gibson is at mid-on doing the fielding to a shot that was not middled by Chris Dent. End of Dressel's first over. A tidy one. So interesting, they're using one of the spinners at the start when the ball is hard, true, but other seam bowling options. Oliver Gibson, Brandon Glover, main two. Jonathan Bushnell as well, who bowled at the end of the game on Sunday.
Yeah, they've got a good think tank at Durham. Alan Walker, he's a bowling coach up there. He's a good man. Marcus North, Director of Cricket. Ryan Campbell, Head Coach. It's driven by Bracey. He's probably going to get 2 for that.
Is that the Alan Walker that was at Northants?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a good guy. He's a good man. He's a good laugh. Ryan Campbell joined January of this year after coaching spells with the Netherlands and Hong Kong. He represented Australia in 2 one-day internationals.
And if he can take Durham up in the Championship in his first season, you'd say, well, that's a very good.
I mean, it's a wonderful story as well, because
good achievement.
He had that dreadful heart attack, didn't he? Only at the beginning of last season in April 2022, and he was only given a 7% chance of survival.
Dan, out from slip to short mid-wicket.
Driven nicely by Bracey. It's a huge hornet that's just flown in my line of vision there. But he's made a full recovery now. I believe that he's got tablets, or he's had an operation or something. So he's actually made a full recovery, and I mean, it would be a wonderful story if he takes Durham back to the promised land of Division 1, which is where they rightfully should be after, having lost their place through not really being their own fault. That's driven up to mid-off by James Bracey for a single.
So it's Michael Jones and Scott Borthwick are in the 2 important positions here. They're at short mid-wicket and short extra respectively.
Yeah, it's Bellingham at mid-on. Who's at mid-off? I thought that was Michael Jones. Maybe it's not. Maybe is that Lees at mid-off?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
betting him in the hat at mid-on.
Oh, and there we go. Chris Dent's picked him out. Great bit of captaincy there. Chris Dent drives one, and it's that slow wicket coming into play again. So Chris Dent goes, caught Borthwick, bowled Pretorius. Did I call him Pretorius? I do apologise.
It's like catching a tennis ball.
Yeah.
Wasn't it?
Yeah, it's catching practice. So Chris Dent departs for just a single. 9 for 1. But here comes the man of the moment. 1,000 runs this season. What a year he's having. Since the end of June, he has got 400s as well as 4 scores between 77 and 95.
That is a lot of runs. That's a lot of runs in a relatively short space of time.
Well, it's basically 800 runs since the end of June.
Well, that was a very Chris Dent. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but he will feel that was a soft dismissal.
Yeah.
A soft dismissal.
Great start for Durham.
Yeah, they will have felt they've needed a couple of early wickets.
So Pretorius. Durham have seen the slowness of this wicket. There's a short mid-wicket and a short extra cover. And Ollie Price has been out in that short mid-wicket area this season. Cheltenham, I think he, in the game against Worcestershire, I think he was caught by Leach off the bowling of Finch for just 14, having made 100 in the first innings. Full from Pretorius. Ollie Price digs it out. So after 3 overs, 9 for 1. Chris Dent, the man, gone. Warm weather, sun's out, decent crowd, summer holidays, all the kids here, community day at Gloucestershire, Darth Vader's here, police horses here. What more do you want? Lovely day here at the Seat Unique. Bristol bathed in a warm sunshine. Probably not, it's not too hot, it's just right. It's sort of like early to mid-20s. As Drissell comes around the wicket, Bracey just clips him into the onside. Jones doing the fielding. Sorry, it's Brandon Glover doing the fielding actually. He's moved into mid-on. Right, Ollie Price has been very strong sweeping the spinners in this tournament, both full-blooded sweeps, laps, reverse laps. So it'll be interesting to see how he takes on Drissell here. Again, the man comes out a slip, goes into a sort of short mid-on really, rather than a short mid-wicket. He's quite straight. Borthwick. Ollie Price sweeps first ball, gets that one back with a square. They think about a second, but no, good arm there. Comes in, I think that's Travaskis out there. Ollie Price spending a lot of time at Durham. Bracey again just flicks that one into the onside, gets one. Ollie Price, Durham University, dual language degree, French and Spanish. And I think this winter the England selectors will be looking at his scores and saying, Mon Dieu. Reverse sweep there from Ollie Price. Trademark. 4 runs. That was formidable from the French student. Let's have another look at this. There we go. He hits it so well as well, that reverse sweep, and it's very rare that he misses out. Just a little shorter there from Dressel. Ollie Price reverse sweeping that, gets it the other side of cover point of Beddingham this time. That runs away for 4. So punishing Dressel here. One side of the fielder. And gets this one a little squarer. Drop us a line if you want to anything answered, if you want any questions answered, if you want to let us know how you are, let us know where in the world you are. Send us a photo if you want. There we are. Dan Whiting and Ian Randall. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk. Ian Randall will take all the difficult questions. Just send me your rubbish. Send me what you're having for lunch. Send Ian the tough questions. Pretorius coming in. Bracey defends. Pretorius bowling from the Ashley Down Road end of the ground. Here he comes in. Bracey drives him nicely. Good work though at mid-off. You'd think about a second there. It was only parried, but Borthwick recovers. It's not Borthwick actually, I think it's Jones recovers. Bracey on to 11, Price on 9. Oh, that's a good delivery, but it's a no ball actually, so it's going to be a free hit. Front foot no ball, signalled by umpire Surendran Shanmugam. Did the 4-day game here as well, along with Mark Newell. Match referee Steve Davis, not the Burnley player, not the snooker player, the old Australian old Australian cricketer. Free hit. Ollie Price misses out there. Good stop by Michael Jones at short mid-wicket. Ollie Price looking to continue this fine form he's in. Pretorius bowling decent areas though here, keeping him quiet, keeping it tidy. 2 left in the over. But he doesn't bowl much loose stuff, Pretorius. Here he comes in. Past umpire Shanmugam. Ollie Price just nurdles him, opens the face, runs that one down. Brandon Glover doing the fielding down at third. What's Bracey going to do? No one's really taken Pretorius on. No one wants to go. No, Pretorius B.I.G. Bowling decent areas, not allowing the Gloucestershire batsmen any freebies here. Oh, that's a great stop there. Bushnell, backward point, diving away, saves his side a certain 4 runs.
24 for 1 after 5 overs. At this stage, Durham were 23 for no wicket. Welcome to a very sunny Sea Unique Stadium. If you're with us this afternoon, perhaps having worked this morning, been out and about this morning, join us on the stream, you're very welcome. And the George Dressel experiment has not lasted very long. From Durham, just 2 overs for 13, and we're going to see Jonathan Bushnell from the pavilion end. We'll keep you across what's happening in the other 3 games that are really important to how the knockout stage of this tournament will pan out. Here is Bushnell's first ball, steered away by Ollie Price. They'll look for 2, but they won't take 2 down to the sun-hatted Beddingham. So Warwickshire obviously top of this group, and they have set off at a rate of knots in pursuit of 276 to beat Sussex down at Hove. They are 82 without loss in the 13th over. 82 for 1 now in the 13th over. That score's just updated. The other 2 games that are important are being hosted by Nottinghamshire and Hampshire respectively. So here's Bracey to face Bushnell for the first time. Both batsmen on 11, and Bracey cuts, but straight to Travaskis, backward point. So Kent, 325 for 8 against Hampshire. Hampshire obviously hoping to finish top if they can. A win might do that for them, but they might need a win with a better run rate than a total of 326 on a chase might indicate. They're 44 for 1 in the 9th over. And Lancashire have also got a part to play in that group. Bracey forces that at Michael Jones. Good stop from him. Short extra. Lancashire 34 for 1 in the 12th. Chasing 186 to beat Notts. Looks a pitch where runs necessarily aren't that easy to come by in that game. Here Gloucestershire's target is 268. Good stop from Bushnell, having bowled a Yorker at James Bracey. Durham seemingly thinking that the catching chances are going to come in front of the wicket, but not there, because that's a lovely shot from Brace. He's picked the gap to the right of Michael Jones, and timed it well enough to get 4 for it, out towards the reasonably well populated stand on the scoreboard side of the ground. I think a lot of people today would have made the decision to come to the game perhaps having seen the weather and seen the fact that the forecast was good. Bushnell around the wicket, cut away by Bracey, again straight to Travaskis on the bounce at backward point. Dan and I were debating during the lunch break about how hard Gloucestershire might go at the outset. It did feel as if it was easier to score when the ball was harder, and therefore they might try and go off quickly. Bracey and Price just having a chat. As Dan said, Ollie Price in this competition, 429 runs at an average of 85.8 ahead of today. 200s and 2 other 50s. He's had a really good tournament. Pretorius to continue the attack to him, and there was that chat earlier in the season about Gloucestershire's top order having too many left-handers in it, and could they find a right-hander to go in there. And I'm not sure perhaps that they would have seen Ollie Price apparently develop so quickly into the answer to that problem. Here he waits for Pretorius, and again respectful of a good delivery out on the leg side. So they've got a split field, man in at short mid wicket, orthodox mid on, fine leg is up, there's a man out at deep square, and then on the offside 4 inside the ring saving 1, point cover, extra cover mid off, and third man out down the leg side from Pretorius. Might be giving us a wide, but he's got away with that one. There was a yelp only from the bowler. Whether he either was unhappy with the delivery, or maybe he heard something but nobody else appealed. Pretorius with this very straight run, and Price with a very straight bat to meet another well-directed delivery. Pretorius, as you can see, 1 for 11 in his 4th over. Not giving much away here. That is down the leg side, worked off his hip by Ollie Price. They'll get 1, but that's all there will be. Out to Bushnell on the boundary at deep square. Amazing to reflect that. I just thought on the way down in the car today that there has been comparatively little first team cricket here in Bristol for some weeks. Bracey has gone aerial. Has he got full value for that? Away over deep square, and he's got 6 for it. It went a long way up, but it went a long way horizontally as well. And full value for James Bracey's shot. Picked that up as Pretorius coming round the wicket. Just angled enough that he could get across and really help it on its way. Timed it well and picked up 6 runs for it. And that comes back to obviously the placing of the Cheltenham Festival in the schedule. you've got to go back to the end of the T20. And then since then, this is only the second day of first team cricket here on the ground. The other one was memorable for the Bracey innings against Somerset. And this one, if it turns out well, we'll see Gloucestershire qualify for a home quarter-final and an extra day on Friday. And that, I'm sure, I'm just looking at Jack Longstaff here, creates its own logistical problems with a 3-day turnaround for a game that I suppose in a way you kind of make tentative plans just in case, but when you get to it, ultimately it will be a largely short-range decision for everybody in terms of coming to the game. I'm sure spectators coming to the ground today as Bracey picks up a single off a first ball of a new over from Bushnell will have had the concept of a possible playoff game here in their minds. I know there was a carload of supporters we met on the way into the ground today who certainly had thought about it and had planned accordingly. Ollie Price with a single here. It's a sharp single, but Borthwick was a bit angry with himself there. He went round the ball to pick it up. If he'd have gone at it left-handed potentially, it might have been an issue. Now, we're still only in the 8th over, so is Bracey going to look out towards this deep mid-wicket boundary again off Bushnell? No, he goes punching that up to Oliver Gibson at mid-off and they'll get one. It's good running. There is an element here, Dan, I think about, the run rate's 5 and over, give or take. That's what the run rate needs to be, 5.5 to win the game. Are Gloucester going to try and pace it evenly, I wonder, rather than have to up the rate later? Ollie Price works that into the leg side again. That'll be one more.
It seems that way. It seems that they've decided that Pretorius is the danger man, see him off, and then possibly milk the rest. Bushnell, they're just milking him around the singles at the moment. 5 singles off the over so far, off 5 balls.
Bracey waits for him once more again. There's one more there too. It might be more than that actually, because they might at least run 2. It's got a long chase around the boundary for Brandon Glover, and they'll pick up a couple.
Bracey just shy of 250 runs without being out in his last couple of knocks in this tournament here at Bristol.
Yes, he was just shy of 1,000 runs in List A when he made that 224 against Somerset. But Pretorius, having bowled 4 overs, is now going to be replaced by Oliver Gibson at the Ashley Down Road end. So four pretty accurate overs from Pretorius. Just that one error really which saw Bracey hit that big 6 away on the leg side, but 4 overs for 18.
Yeah, I think Gibson's supposed to be quite sharp. It's quite slinging action, isn't he? 23-year-old. Come through the Durham pathway and through the academy, made his debut last year. Here he is, comes in, Ollie Price defends.
It is the definition of a slingy action, isn't it?
Very much so, very much so.
I was almost going to say that his This is, I mean, we're up on the 3rd floor of the balcony, and you're watching him from behind on the stream, and we're watching him head on. But looks like the body position is quite low when he delivers the ball.
Yeah. Ooh, Ollie Price nearly chops that one on. Single. 44 for 1 in the 9th over. James Bracey on 25, Ollie Price on 16.
Just to say, Hampshire aren't going to hang about if they're going to chase down this 326 against Kent. They're 75 for 1 in the 13th. It's going to be a good day's cricket there if that game is close at the end.
Yeah.
Not it's going to be a good day's cricket here as well, but on an out ground, you see over 600 runs on an out ground in a day, and you get a close finish at the end of it. You've had value for your ticket.
Certainly have. Good to see cricket game taken to the Isle of Wight. Bracey defends. So Gloucestershire need 224 now. A James Bracey innings against Somerset, away from a place in the quarter-finals.
And Lancashire 52 for 1 in the 14th against Notts, and they need obviously a total of 186.
Good bowling there from Gibson.
This Durham kit is of the type where it feels as if you've got more fielders out than you're actually allowed. It is quite colourful, and it's a contrast to the green, obviously.
Yeah, Kent are going to need a big win. Bracey defends that one into the covers. Can't get it past Bushnell.
Depending on how we're slightly behind both those two games in terms of overs bowled, so Bracey wants a different bat. If it does happen that those two games are over before this one, we should be able to tell you at the end, if it goes to a very late finish, whether it is Kent or Hampshire or Leicestershire who finished, or Leicestershire could finish top of that group still, and then who potentially could be in 3rd place.
It's looking like Lancashire at the moment, though, isn't it?
You have to say it is looking like them. Yeah, and people like Will Williams and Tom Bailey and Keaton Jennings, they're the experience in that team.
Yeah, they've got some good youngsters though there, haven't they? They've got like George Bell opening the batting.
Jack Morley.
The spinner, yeah, he's decent.
You see Dan Moriarty's going from Surrey to Yorkshire, were they, for next season? That was announced yesterday.
I didn't see that.
Bushnell into Ollie Price, who defends. In fact, if I think Moriarty signed a 3-year contract at Yorkshire. He was obviously on loan there earlier in the season. I'm clearly feeling that he isn't going to get not much first-team cricket at Surrey, so he's heading north.
Yeah, Yorkshire fans not happy at the moment, are they?
Bushnell got a modest run, clipped away by Ollie Price all on the ground. But there is a man at short fine leg.
They're bottom of Division 2 with that points deduction. They didn't have a great T20 showing.
And they're out of contention in this.
And they're out of contention in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. The natives are getting restless.
Bushnell into Ollie Price. Little dab to short 3rd man, but again that's no runs. We've got 7 men saving 1 here, Durham. 4 on the offside and 3 on the leg. And 2 men out square of the wicket at deep square and at deep point.
But Yorkshire are a big county. I know they've had their problems off the pitch, etc. I'll come on to it after this ball.
This is the last over of the power play. And Ollie Price defends out into the leg side.
But they expect to win some silverware, don't they, up there? And 2 years now, the Gough Gibson axis has been in place as Director of Cricket and Head Coach. And they want to see value for their membership, perhaps.
Nice shot from Ollie Price. He'll get one. Just pushes that up to... Is that Lee's under the hat? That's Gibson. At mid-on. So at the end of the power play, Durham were 47 for 1.
Even Stevens.
Nothing in it at this point.
No.
And for Durham, it was their 3rd wicket partnership that got them into what appeared to be, I think what you'd say from a Gloucestershire perspective, was a threatening position.
Those 2 run-outs were crucial. Yeah. Beddingham's was like just... Oh.
Even at 168 for 3, they were still in a pretty good position. Short and pulled. Oh, and Glover is underneath that, and it's gone through his hands. It's gone for 6.
That could be a big moment in this game.
I was going to say pulled straight to the fielder because he put the man out, dropped it short. Bracey went for the shot, and no, he's picked up 6 runs for it. But that, I won't say he should have taken it because it was travelling at a fair rate of knots. But Brandon Glover couldn't cling on to it, and it went through his hands and into the fence for 6, and that means that Gloucestershire end the power play at 51 for 1.
Yeah, really should have been taken. I know it was above his head, but it wasn't sort of, he didn't have to jump really for it. He just burst through his hands.
So now, 4 men out. But Durham, in a sense, they don't. You feel that if they're going to win, they've got to bowl Gloucestershire out. They're not going to contain, surely.
No. Gibson into Price, who defends. Right. Yeah, exactly. They have to pick up wickets, and you know, having just dropped a guy who's come off the back of 224 is probably, I think, what that could be a defining moment. So
Ollie Price, is he adopting the Cheteshwar Pujara approach here? Have a very, very good look first.
Yeah, he tends to do that. He's an accumulator, isn't he? Drives to mid-on handsomely, but for no run.
You know, he played the sweeps and the reverse sweep off Dressel, but he's been very careful to have a look at the seamers.
He's got loads of time, hasn't he? Loads of time. No need to do anything silly. He's very mature as a cricketer for a 22-year-old, isn't he? He's a very mature guy, actually. Gibson just straying onto his legs. Price just works him out to deep square for 1.
I just, actually, because Gibson isn't going through his overs very quickly, David Oates from the Gloucestershire Cricket Lovers Society dropped me a note earlier today to say, could we publicise their speaker programme, which obviously takes place here at the Seat Unique Stadium starting on the 18th of September. So that's the first Monday after Gloucestershire's last first-team cricket here this season. Roland Butcher is their first speaker.
Gibson to Bracey, who drives that one square through the offside. He's going to get 1, I think. Sharp work round there on the boundary by Dressel. So who have they got in? Who have the Gloucestershire Cricket?
And then there is monthly meetings through the winter. So October, Roger Knight, OBE, obviously played in that 73 final.
Yeah.
James Hildreth in November.
Is he allowed up here, Somerset man?
Martin Bicknell in December. Mark Rampakash, who I have heard speaking, was very good in January. Kurt Russell, obviously the lead physio here at Gloucestershire in February. Phil Weston, former Gloucestershire, Derbyshire and Worcestershire cricketer.
Gibson to Price, who gets that one back with a square, runs the first one quickly, but Dressel's round keeps them down to a single.
And in April, Sue Redfern.
Oh, fantastic.
Who, of course, has stood in international cricket as an umpire.
And stood first female to stand in a T20 game. Or in a first-class game, wasn't she, when she was here against Middlesex, I believe, back in early June. Bracey smashed that one. Smashes Gibson. Way into the marker lane stand over there. Ball bounces out.
There's nobody out deep in that position on the leg side. Bracey saw the big gap.
Yeah.
And really middled it. So just to complete the information about the Gloucestershire cricket lovers, membership £25. There is a joining fee of £2, but you get 8 meetings for that. Or you can pay, I think, as a guest for £6 per meeting. Meetings held in the Bristol Pavilion, here on the ground, starting at 7:30 on the appropriate dates. And you can get an application form from David Oates, or there also is an application form available from the club office. Here is Bushnell. Into Ollie Price will get 1 run out on the leg side. And while I'm about it, it would be remiss of me not to mention the Cheltenham Cricket Society.
Is Ollie Price okay here? He slipped there. I wonder if he's hurt his hip.
Could be some spray applied soon if that's the case.
Yeah. He just stumbled there as he was setting off for that run. I hope it's not a hamstring.
So Bushnell again to Bracey around the wicket, and Bracey again goes aerial. That's 6 more. He's picked that up really clean and well caught by the gentleman on the bounce, sitting in front of the advertising board. Well watched, sir, if I may say.
1 hand, 1 bounce.
Yeah. So Bracey deciding that if Gloucester are going to go hard at this, then he's going to be right at the centre of it. He's up to 44. Bushnell, again, that's pitched further up, slightly slower ball as well. And Bracey attempting to play out for extra cover, misses out. So Cheltenham Cricket Society, their meetings are first Wednesday in the month, starting in October. And I've got to think in my head, Derek Pringle definitely is the first speaker. Also on the roster are, I'm not sure this is the order, Mark Robinson, our former England women's coach. Here is Bushnell in. Bracey will not get one, that's just to the right of Travaskis. Mark Robinson, Ian Gould, obviously player, latterly umpire.
Gunner. Yeah, Gunner Gould.
Gunner Gould. James Taylor, obviously involved with England. Bushnell in. Oh, nice shot from Bracey. That will only be 1. Good stop out on the boundary.
Ollie Price is moving okay. I'm just keeping my eye on him.
They have 7 meetings through the winter, and details. If you put Cheltenham Cricket Society into your search engine, they do have a website themselves, and you'll spot it because it's got a photograph of David Gower on the front page. Neatly worked by Price for a single. Their membership from memory is £32.50. So if you're in the north of the county, perhaps that's an option for you during the winter. But a good speaker list for both, to be fair, and actually no crossover at all. None of those speakers are speaking to both. So if you'd like your cricket during the winter, possible chances to maintain that. Here, Gloucestershire have reached 69 for the loss of Chris Dent in their pursuit of 268. Dent caught by Baltic off Pretorius for a single.
And Ian,
and
here
Dan,
on the 1st of September.
So that's Friday week.
Yeah, we've got a celebration dinner of the 50th anniversary of Gloucestershire winning the Gillette Cup. Price plays Gibson out to mid-on. Joined by special guests, the evening promises to be a nostalgic journey back to that momentous year, honouring the cricket legends who brought glory to the club, the first trophy here in the West. Because Somerset didn't win a trophy till 79. Raising funds for Gloucestershire Heritage Trust and the Gloucestershire Cricket Trust. Price pulls. Dressel throws it in, just one run. And there's a couple of different packages. So you can get a silver package, £85 a person. Gets you a 4-course meal, tea, coffee and wine, pre-dinner welcome drink in the Jessup room. And there's a gold package as well, which is a 4-course meal. Tea, coffee and wine, canapes and cocktails with players in the Premier Lounge. And that's £100 a person, but I think that'll be a great night, won't it? It'll be a fantastic night, don't you think, Ian?
Well, you were there in 73, Dan, weren't you?
I was 3 years old. Gibson to Bracey. Plays it out to Dressel for one. Ian Randall was merely a middle-aged man back then.
I remember actually being... I didn't go, but I think a carload of supporters from my dad's work went, and I said,
wow.
please, if they do a programme, can you bring me one?
Have you got the programme still?
Yes.
Price defends.
I've still got it.
You still got it?
Yeah, it's in the loft.
Well, I think you should bring it along to that dinner, get it signed by the players, and...
It's in the loft with about 1,000 others.
dig it out, it's worth digging it out.
I say 1,000.
77, were you there for that was the Benson Hedges, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, I wasn't there for that.
But I tell you what, he did see W.G. Grace bat here. Gibson down the leg side, Price just works that one around the corner. Actually, I'm telling fibs. He didn't see Grace bat, but he saw Wally Hammond a few times. Gloucestershire 72 for one.
I don't sense that the crowd are tense at the moment
No,
about this chase.
No, they sort of moving along quite nicely. 198 needed. Bracey pulls that one for another 6. Just can't bowl short to him. That's his 50 as well. James Bracey. 37 balls, 5 6s, just a couple of 4s.
It's amazing, isn't it? It's felt at times this season as if James Bracey was scratching for form. And yet, in the last 2 or 3 weeks, maybe it was just that 2-2-4. And you can't believe that wouldn't be a confidence boost to any individual. Maybe it was just that basically opened the floodgates for him.
Yeah.
I'm right in thinking he made a 60 not out in that drawn game against Glamorgan at Cheltenham, and I think at that point that was his highest score in any format this summer, and it just almost felt as if he was almost playing himself back into form while being out there in a low-key kind of way.
Yeah. Hearing news that the company's supposed to be building the new stand at Anfield have got themselves into a few...
into a bit of bother, yeah, the Buckingham Group.
Yeah, so that might be delayed, that stand.
Here is Travaskis into the attack for Durham.
And rumours are completely unfounded. I'll come on to it after this ball.
Very short approach. And Ollie Price forward to meet him, so to speak.
Rumours completely unfounded that they've gone to build Chelsea's new stand and Chelsea have nipped in ahead of them. So.
Juraskis would rival Graham van Buren for the shortest approach to the crease in county cricket. Swept by Ollie Price. They'll certainly get 2. I think certainly get 2. They're going to save and just go for 1. That was a good return from deep out there.
Ollie Price still gripping the top of his quad. I'm not sure that he's like, it's something like this hip area. I hope he's okay, because he's going to be crucial to Gloucestershire's this game. Potentially the quarter-final on Friday. Potentially the semi-final next Tuesday. With the final being at Trent Bridge.
On the 16th.
On the 16th of September. Ian Randall might be there.
Already booked then.
Oh yeah. Hope you won't be going to Hooters, Ian.
Juraskis over the wicket. And Bracey will pinch a single. I have rugby commentary that day.
Do you? Oh, okay. What game are you doing on the 16th?
I'm at Bath.
Oh.
Mention it quietly. Juraskis to Ollie Price. Oh, tried the reverse sweep. Juraskis bowled that a bit too straight and a bit too far back. Tries to play that shot.
He doesn't miss many of those, Ollie Price.
Didn't judge the bounce of that or the length of that as well as he might have done. Third man up. He'll try again. Oh, that's got off the toe end of the bat and McIntosh can't reach it. Price on 23. Unlike him to get in a little bit of a tangle against the spinner. That's a shorter ball again. He's got inside that. And he'll just take 1. So the slow left arm, we're into the attack from the pavilion end. Now that the cover of 4 fielders out is allowed. 81 for 1, chasing 268.
We've got a guest, Ian. We've got a guest.
That's nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because he was meant to be out there today.
He was meant to be out there. So, shall I? I'll make way. You take the first 5 overs with him, and then I'll do 5 overs. I'll let you introduce him.
I'm going to see Brandon Glover for the first time. So Gibson out of the attack. Three overs for 19. And the pace man that is Brandon Glover into the attack for the first time. 268 the target, remember. Glover to Ollie Price, that's just pushed down to the offside. Graham van Buren's with us. At 10:30 this morning, Graham, I was not expecting to be talking to you until at least the end of play.
No, yeah, the same.
So why are you here?
Same with me. I was catching some balls to warm up. The toss happened. Everything was fine. I've got a bit of a chronic knee that I've been nursing for a couple of years now, and it just comes back to bite me every now and then. But it's not the end of the world, you know. I know how to deal with it and how to get away with it. But I think having the quarterfinal on Friday, we just thought maybe it was best to take it easy today.
So, if this had been a cup final, do you think you would have played?
No, I was ready to play today as well, just strap it up. But then I think everybody thought it would just be a better idea just to take it easy today, get ready for Friday.
Confidence in the rest of the side.
Yes,
effectively
definitely.
from your perspective. Ollie Price works a single out into the leg side. what's the think? What was the thinking at halfway? We were saying that Durham would have probably wanted 330 on this.
No, I think we've done fantastically well to get them down to the score they have. I thought they were batting nicely until they had a couple of silly run-outs like we have before this year as well. So no, that's helped us. Some great fielding from the boys as well during that period to create those chances. So to put us into this position, I think it's in our hands now just to bat really well.
Glover around the wicket. Oh, and Bracey's dragged it on. Trying to go for another aggressive shot. He's got the 53, really given the innings good impetus at the top. And here's a second look at this. Glover around the wicket, and it's quite a way outside the off stump. It's probably fifth stump, that line. And Bracey angry that he's dragged it on. But it's another good contribution from the skipper. And he's taken Gloucestershire to 82 for 2. We're only in the 15th over, so the run rate is good. And Ollie Price, I'm sure, will be joined by another left-hander in Miles Hammond in a moment at number 4. When did you know that Hammond was going to be back with you? From obviously there is this concept this year that if you don't play, I think is it for 2 matches in the 100 that you can be released back to your county side?
I'm not 100% sure how it works in terms of that. I think that's probably right. But I think there was words of it quite early on, you know, from him as well. He's been asking the question. He wanted to play, especially in the form he was in the red ball stuff. You know, he was flying, and not to play for that amount of, for a couple of weeks now in the 100. To get him back in the park was important for us and for him.
And in a way, it was a neat fit, given that Harry Tector had to go off to play with Ireland.
No, it was a great swap. Harry and Hammer are fantastic players, and every team that has both of them or either of them in that is a good side.
So Miles batting in his normal position of 4, and he's going to steer a single a little bit off a thickish outside edge, actually down to Gibson at third man. Just give us an appreciation of Tom Smith today, because he really put a break on in the middle overs, bowled his whole spell straight through, which is relatively unusual in 50 over cricket, I think.
Yeah, Smudge is such a wily old fox. He's a fantastic cricketer. He's shown that to us, over the years. When the going gets tough, he just produces for us, and he's actually a fantastic defensive bowler. He knows when the batsman's going to come for him, and he reads the batsman really well. And I think that's a lesson to the English game to actually groom your spinners to that age, where they learn, and they can actually add another bow to your team. For instance, if you look at young Grizel, as a young offie, he's still very young. Give him a couple, give him time to. It's not easy bowling spin in England, but like Smudge has shown us, if you're around for long enough, you definitely add value as a spinner, and he's shown that.
The problem, unfortunately, is that sport being the competitive thing that it is, people want results now. They don't want to wait. Therefore, how patient can you be with a batter or a bowler who you think, well, they might make it, and at some stage someone's got to make a choice and say, right, ultimately I don't think you are going to.
No, that's spot on. You've made a fantastic point, but I feel like there should be more patience with spinners, especially if you want to produce more spinners for England, which you saw in the test match. You had to go back to Mo and Ali, which he's a fantastic player, but there was no young guy that could really replace Jack Leach.
Here's Travaskis into Hammond, who likes playing the spinners ordinarily, doesn't he, Miles? He'll pick up a single.
Very good player off spin.
Down to Oliver Gibson. So just to be absolutely clear, you would be hopeful if Gloucestershire win today, you will be fit as a fiddle for Friday.
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, I would have loved to have been out there today. But it was at the end of the day, it wasn't up to me to make the call. So
So is this an issue that's kind of flared up and then calmed down and flared up and calmed down?
Yeah.
That's the way it works.
Comes with age, eh?
Little dab from Ollie Price down to Beddingham at third man. How does it feel to be 33 as opposed to 32, which you were yesterday?
33, 2 kids that don't make me sleep. A summer packed full of cricket, I feel for 53.
Churaskis to Hammond. Oh, he's bowled. He's gone through the gate. Miles has gone to use his feet, and Travaskis has bowled him. Has that come? Has he spun that through? Let's have a look on the replay.
Yeah. Spun quite sharply.
Yeah, it's clipped the off stump. Hammond's just looked back at the pitch, but Travaskis has a breakthrough for Durham. And in the space of 10 minutes, we were just saying before you joined us that the crowd would have seemed quite relaxed about the chase with Bracey and Ollie Price going, and now Bracey and Hammond have both departed, and that means Ben Wells walks out in the position that Graham would have been in, I'm sure, in the batting order. Again, the impression we had this morning was that I think that James Ronnie would have batted had he won the toss. So is the feeling that the bigger challenge is when the ball gets soft on this pitch, and that you go harder at it when the ball is harder, and it gets trickier when the ball is soft?
Yeah, I feel like it's gone like that through the whole tournament. The ball there would be some seam on offer in the beginning, and then it will go soft, and but I feel like it's not too bad. It hasn't played too bad, the pitch. I think it would definitely have taken some spin and seam. It was quite soft underneath, hollow. So there was all like you also mentioned earlier, like Tom Smith added so much value to us in our taking off the pace of the ball. So that was always going to be, and Anwar Ali, just taking the pace of the ball. I think it's going to be tougher to score with than pace on.
Now then, Ben Wells with A, an opportunity, but B, quite an important job to do here now.
Yeah, I think it'll good for these two just to rebuild for a while, get a partnership going, and then you start getting more gaps, hitting more boundaries.
Travaskis into Wells. Oh, that's straightened a bit too.
And with 4 only out on the circle, out the circle, it's tough to bowl to.
Now, Cake has arrived, but I don't know whether Graham as an athlete is allowed that. Maybe he is. Juraski's in a reverse sweep from Wells, and that's gone into the gaps, gone behind Pretorius. It will go all the way down to the boundary at what would have been third man for 4. So we haven't seen a lot of Ben Wells in first team cricket. He's played a little bit in the T20, played a little bit in this tournament last year. Is he somebody who would play as Ollie Price would? Apparently very measured to start, really trying to get a sense of what the pitch holds for him before opening up, or is Ben somebody who likes to just basically go out there and play aggressively from ball 1?
No, I think he especially in this format, he can give himself a bit of time. He's got shots all over the ground. So I think it's very important for him to find the pace of the wicket, and then he can use those shots. He plays all around the wicket, 360. So he's a very talented, and he's got a lot of flair.
Glover into Ollie Price, he really looks to be in the zone of playing every ball on its merit and forgetting the last one and only looking at the next one. Is he in that? Does it feel as if he's in that kind of zone batting wise at the minute?
Yeah, he's in fantastic form, and and he's making the most of it. Like you say, that's a great word to use. He's in the zone. He probably can't hear the crowd or see the fielders around him. He's just watching that ball.
Glover from the Ashley Down Road end works that away from the very leg side of his pads really, and Oliver Gibson will keep them down to a single. 90 for 3, chasing 268. In the other key games in this last round, Kent 325 for 8, including 150 from Daniel Bell-Drummond. So Hampshire needing 326, 131 for 2 in the 24th over. Glover to Wells.
Shot.
Neatly played off his hip. He may just have bisected the field there. He's going to get 4 for it. 2 men running round, Drissell and Gibson, and he's absolutely picked the gap between the two and picks up a boundary. So Hampshire 132 for 2, chasing 326, and they're almost at halfway. Notts made 185, and Lancashire are 91 for 1 in the 23rd, so they're pacing that very carefully. And in the game at the top of the group, Warwickshire 122 for 3 in the 24th, chasing 276. Wells hit on the pad. Brandon Glover appeals, but nobody else is interested. Ball rebounds out on the offside. So all those games, as you might argue this one, pretty evenly poised. Not a lot to pick between the prospects for any of those teams. Obviously Warwickshire hunting top place in Gloucestershire's group, and then the leading places in Group A all up for grabs with Leicestershire, who are top at the moment, having finished their programme of matches. Glover in, slower ball down the leg side, that'll be signalled as a wide. How much of the first innings did you watch today?
No, most of it.
Most of it?
Yeah, I had an hour in the gym, but I did tend to catch a lot of it. So I thought the boys were good in the field. And I think we've spoken earlier about to restrict him to that score. I think we've done really well.
Glover in, and again down the leg side. They want to appeal for a catch of a very, very faint edge, but not given. Did you see the leap from Chris Dent that very nearly brought a catch? And we said that, you know, almost anybody, a taller man might have reached it, but probably in the Gloucestershire side, Dent was probably the only person who was going to get close to it.
No, not even a taller man. Only Dent would have gotten there. I mean, he's a freak in the field, and he jumps. Like when we do the jump tests, you know, we do jump tests. It's unbelievable. He just like leaps.
Glover into Wells, who defends. So what are the jump tests? Are these like pre-season?
Yeah, you have to put your hands on your hips and then see with a straight leg, see how high you can jump. So you can bend your legs, but then when you come up, you're not allowed to. You have to keep your legs straight. See how long you can come on. And he's just a freak.
You don't call him a freak to his
face. Yeah, we do because he's fast. He's the fastest in the team. He jumps the highest. He's the strongest.
So that's why you shouldn't run a single to him, is that right?
Correct. The only thing we have on him is long distance. He doesn't like long distance.
Right. But yeah, that was a risky call for that single between Chavaskis and Beddingham earlier on, and that's why Beddingham was run out. Wasn't his call, to be fair. It was Chavaskis' call, but Dent was the player. Ollie Price with the sweep shot, and he's middled that very well. Low, all the way along the ground. And again, as Wells had done in the last over, bisecting the field and picking up a boundary in front of the scoreboard. It's almost, you would say, it's his go-to shot against the spinner. Where he plays the sweep or the paddle or the reverse sweep.
If I played it that well, I would do it every ball.
Charaskis again. That's from almost outside the off stump. That shot. It's a pull round, and the 100 up for Gloucestershire in the 18th over. Target 268. They are 3 down. So. Durham at 20 overs were 105 for 2, so Gloucestershire marginally ahead in terms of time used in the innings, but they have lost the one extra wicket. A slip back in. for Ben Wells. Javaskis in, and Wells gets on top of that and pulls that away round to deep backward square for a single. Ollie Price to 32 from 51 balls. Not bothered. He comes back to this sort of balls face v score, I suppose. Is he good at playing the match situation or reading the match situation? Is that something he's learning or getting good at?
No, like he's such a young man still, and to be doing what he's doing at this age is quality. Like you say, he's reading every match.
So that Glamorgan century, for example, in a relatively low-scoring game, he just basically played the anchor.
100%. Yeah, I know.
Would he look to do that here as well?
I think it's important for him to do it, yeah, as well. But like you say, when he needs a boundary, I think he switches it on and gets a boundary. When he knows he can absorb a bit of pressure, he does that.
So Durham have now got a deep backward square out and a deep mid-wicket on the leg side for Price, and that's why that's gone straight to the man at deep mid-wicket in front of the stand.
It's tough for a spinner to bowl when guys are sweeping, It's easier for us to bowl or read the game when they're hitting you back down the ground, you can adjust. But when you sweep both ways, it's not many other places you can go to.
So they've got Brandon Glover back in again for the reverse sweep for Wells, but he's gone aerial into the leg side and for 6. Right by, that looks like an old roller there in front of the stand on the scoreboard side of the ground. That's a good clear. He's able to go back on his stumps there, Ben Wells, but powered it away and takes Gloucester up to 108 in the 18th. Javaskis very flat on it. A little paddle by Wells. That might get for 4 as well. He will get 4 for it. That was a deft shot. As much as the other one was brute force, sometimes you can just use the pace of the ball and guide it away very, very fine. And that's probably the shortest boundary on the ground today, with the pitch almost in the middle of the square. 112 for 3. I'm going to vacate the box for a minute. Graham's going to have a few words about the match position with Gloucester chasing 268, and Dan White is going to come back in.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Graham from Buren. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, mate.
Thanks, great man. Appreciate it.
What's the plans tonight? I'll come on to it after this ball.
Shot.
As that is Glover.
South African boy.
Yeah, from Joburg.
Yeah.
You played against him, or?
I think I've played against him once or twice when we've played. We played the Netherlands here a couple of years ago.
Okay.
Yeah, but I know he is South African. I haven't had much to do with him, but
He's got a real Ryan Campbell stamp all over it, isn't it? Price just playing that into the onside. So what's the plans tonight then, Graham? Birthday? Out on the town?
Yeah, hopefully celebrating a win first.
Yeah,
that'll be a great birthday present, and then we'll see what the boys fancy.
Okay. Well, you never know. You never know. Long way to go in this game, though. Long way to go in this game, but
these two just need to steady the ship a bit, playing well. Shot.
Just worked onto. Or Glover, sorry, just straying onto the legs there of Ollie Price, who just works him into the onside for 1. Disappointed to miss today?
Yeah, no, gutted. Like I said, I was in my full playing clothes, ready to go onto the field when I think we all made a decision that it will be for the best just to.
And you're okay doing that after the toss? Is that it is within the
apparently.
regulations? Yeah, I mean, I
yeah.
thought that, I mean, we see sub-fielders. We discuss sub-fielders coming on all the time. Sure, helped round the corner from Wells. It's just going to be 1 because Oliver Gibson is down there at long leg doing the fielding. Yeah, it's not sort of, well, sub-fielders just coming more and more common in the game now, aren't they? You know, and it's saw in the game against Somerset against Northamptonshire the other week, 6 catches were taken by sub-fielders. Yeah, 4 from James Sales and 2 from Alex Russell. It's very hard for us commentators, you know. That's just worked around the corner. There could be 2 here. Price might be a leg by, actually. There's a pre-signal from umpire Shanmugam.
Oh.
Little bit of a buzzers going on possibly there.
He didn't. Bowler had his back to the keeper there. I thought he was going to clock him on the head. No, it's quite a long 50 overs. It's longer than I can remember.
Tell us about it. I mean, you know, county championship games, we get a break after about 30. We get a lunch break or whatever. We've got to do 50 overs here. Down the leg side. Must have flicked a pad because Shanmugam's unmoved. But Graham, you don't look sort of any older than when I last saw you, which was a couple of weeks ago at Cheltenham.
No, you know, like the more birthdays you have, the more it doesn't really matter anymore, does it? It's about your kids now, their birthdays, and
very true.
So yeah, it's just another day, I think.
You're still looking young, though, mate. You're still, you know.
No way. Thanks, Dan. Appreciate it. You as well.
Yeah, thank you. Well, you were just saying about Ollie Price and what a mature cricketer he is for a 22-year-old, and he's exactly the opposite of me because I'm an old man and very immature. So.
No, I feel like they're just very intelligent. Both Price brothers, very, very intelligent human beings.
They are. Yeah. I was saying earlier, I've just done an interview with both of them, and they're very measured in their response when they answer questions. He's Travaskis. Wells just...
It's got the field spread now, so I think...
Yeah. Is this what you... I mean, do you hate it as a spinner when you're bowling and people just milking you for once?
Yeah, it's the worst.
You want people to take the big shots and take risks against you, is that right?
Correct. I think, like I said, like just with you're only allowed 4 out in this period. It's tough to restrict. Like, so if you're not taking wickets, you know, you want to... It feels like you say, the milking, it feels like you're getting milked. It's the most frustrating part of the middle overs for me because, you know, or I'd rather get whacked and take wickets than the milk.
Yeah. That's in the air. Oh, for the fielder. Might have gone for that. He let it bounce. He saved the boundary, but whether it outweighs getting Ollie Price out where he could have dived forward. Interesting. Anyway, it's one more to the total, 118 for 3. Wells
played.
Yep, just works one into the onside. Anwar Ali's coming. Thought he bowled very well today.
No, like I said, it's a pitch that it's better to battle when the pace comes on. I thought he mixed his pace up very well. Especially it's tough with Bracey standing up to the stumps. Shot.
Price just works that one around the corner. That could run away for 4 runs.
Oh.
Yes, it does, despite the dive from the fielder there. I think that's Crawshaw on his 12th man, actually. Down there. I think that might be Crawshaw on his 12th. There's 4 more to the total.
Jeez.
Swept for a single. So, yeah, I think it is one of those pace-off wickets, isn't it? I think it's, you know, we saw Jones was out, caught in the covers. Dent was out, caught the short mid-wicket. And it's quite hard to drive on, isn't it? It sort of sticks in the wicket a little bit.
That's most wickets I've played during this comp is tough to drive, but when it's short, it sits up.
Yeah.
And I feel like in white ball cricket these days, bowlers are tending to bowl more back of a length, which if they miss that, it's more pull and cut.
Yeah.
And when it's really full, it is tough to drive, like you've summed it up quite nicely.
The game's evolving, isn't it? I mean, now we see things like the slower ball bounce has become I mean, in my day, Graham, that was a pie. That was like what you put into the...
You were waiting for those.
Yeah. But now they've become a good surprise weapon, haven't they? The game's evolving all the time.
Yeah, no, it's fast. I mean, you're getting totals of 400 more often, aren't you?
Yeah.
A couple of years ago, you wouldn't have said that would be possible, but now it's even getting chased down these days. So.
Yeah. There's the partnerships. Yeah, I mean, if you look at sort of, someone puts on, say, 350 here, you're thinking that's achievable, that is gettable, isn't it?
Yeah. A couple of partnerships, and again, with that extra guy up on the ring, it's tough to defend.
Yeah. I can imagine.
And when the Kookaburra ball, when it stops swinging and nipping, there's nowhere to hide.
It's better to be a red ball captain, isn't it?
That also these days, wow. People are going at 4s, 5s over.
Yeah. The game's changing all the time. You must have enjoyed James Bracey's knock.
No, he's back. The boy is playing fantastic cricket, and I thought he was even unlucky there.
Wide.
Today he hit a couple of beautiful shots straight to the fielder, but the crunch it was making from the side, it was awesome.
I didn't think you got enough credit though, Graham, there. I thought, a little cheeky 35 of 12 balls and not a word was said about you.
Yeah, fair enough. It's not often somebody scores a double ton in list A cricket, so
No.
And it couldn't have happened to a better man. I mean, he's been working his butt off to get to that point, and he's been rewarded with some good form.
Wells defends. Borthwick doing the fielding. Yeah, I thought, your knock, Tector's knock as well. I mean, what a player he is.
He's a fantastic player. No, it was a good find for us. Good connection with Will Porterfield, like in the change room. Didn't have it on our radar, but to get him for a couple of games and
the Irish connection.
the Guinness connection.
I saw a few of the boys went to Dublin, didn't they, earlier in the season?
And mid-season break, yeah, they did. A couple of boys just decided to because the season's so hectic.
Yeah.
And if you don't have any partners or anything else to do, why not go on a break to Dublin?
I saw a picture, I don't know if this is for public consumption because it was on one of the boys' Instagram accounts, but there's an actor in a leprechaun ginger beard.
Him and Shawsey, yeah, they had a couple of... it would have been good to be there, but not young anymore, so... Shot.
That's pulled away by Wells. Is that 4 or 6? I think it's 4. Just short of the rope.
Great shot.
Picks it up and he picks up.
No, he's got some fantastic cricket shots in him.
There was one here. He opened up in a T20 and he's reverse flipped it.
Yeah.
I can't remember his bowling. I think it was
John Turner, wasn't it?
Was it Turner or was it Ellis? The other one at Hampshire. Might have been Turner.
Yeah, they went to uni together.
Did they?
Exeter Uni, yeah. Oh, wow.
Short, down the leg side. That's going to be a wide. Glover's proving expensive here. As we said earlier, he's got that wicket-taking ball in him, but when it goes wrong, it can go properly wrong. Brandon Glover. And he's just played the one game this season, 9 overs, none for 80.
I think he's played a couple more than that. I thought he's played only one game.
Only one game? Yeah. Defended there by Wells, out to mid-on. No run. Yeah, I thought he was sort of, regular in this.
I feel like injuries hasn't helped him. To be a fast bowler these days takes a lot of out the body, and a couple of injuries can take you a while to get back to your full speed and your best.
Yeah, I think with bowlers as well, we just think it's what goes on here. They're doing at least that sort of amount of work on your days off training. That's no run there. Wells plays it out to mid-wicket. You're doing at least this amount of work, aren't you, on training days, if not more work?
100%. No, people forget about that. It's all the graft that goes in, off the field. there's so much work being done, and I think our work ethic in our team is fantastic. So
Yeah.
not just with the fast bowlers or the batters, people hit so many balls. You know, try get better every day.
Who's winning the darts competition in the dressing room?
Since
Chris Dent was up there, wasn't he?
Yeah, since the last time we spoke, we haven't played any darts. I think the county grind has taken over, and any energy we can.
You've had to spend too much time on the
That's
pitch.
it. And then when you're off the pitch, like I said, the grind. When you're off the pitch, it's just feet up, feet up.
Is that what you do?
Yeah, the boys just.
How important is it to get your rest? Seriously, is
No, it's very important. I feel like we also don't have a massive squad, so you know we are playing a lot of cricket at the moment, and you know rest is really important.
Bushnell's coming back in. Defended. I quite like the look of Bushnell, 21-year-old from Durham City Cricket Club. Averages 28 with the bat and 26 with the ball, which, you know, as an all-rounder, that's what you're aiming for that, aren't you? You're aiming for your batting average to be higher than your bowling
I
average.
feel like every team, like a lot of county team misses a guy like this that can do everything, you know, but a fast bowling all-rounder.
Driven by Price. The thing about Ollie Price is, you think, oh, he's only been in sort of 15 minutes. Suddenly you look up and he's got 30 or 40 on the scoreboard, isn't he?
He goes unnoticed.
Yeah, he accumulates runs unbelievably.
Shot.
Worked through mid-wicket. He's going to get at least 2 here, possibly 4. Here's 4. Timing. That was quality, wasn't it? Just pure timing.
Good balance. You think he got into the bowler's channel, and he plays that shot really well.
So Graham, I bet you're, I mean obviously if Gloucestershire do get a quarter final here on Friday, I bet you're wishing it was Northants, aren't you, after your scores against them last couple of years?
No, but I actually, when I played Northants in the beginning, I got my first ever pair against them.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
They've always been a quality side. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just Cheltenham.
Yeah.
It's a wonderful place to play. So.
Are you allowed in Northampton, or they hate you there?
Well, I don't know.
Price gets off strike.
I don't think I've ever gotten any at their ground.
Oh yeah.
You know, I've bowled well there, but never like really.
And it's normally a good batting wicket there as well. It turns a little bit, but it's a good batting wicket.
Yeah, I had a couple of games where I've bowled well there in white ball cricket. Not a lot of red ball cricket. We haven't played there much.
Jack Taylor against Worcester though.
He loves.
What a record! I mean, he won't be allowed anywhere near.
Shot.
That's 4 runs. Ben Wells, fierce, pulls that away. Yeah, he won't be allowed anywhere. He's not even allowed near the M5, is he?
I don't know what it is. Like since I joined Gloss, he loves playing against Worcester, you know. But it's also
500s against Worcestershire.
Yeah. He's in fantastic form as well, touch wood, you know, but he's seeing beach balls out there at the moment.
Wells defends. Have you got a county you struggle against? Are you allowed to say on it? Are you allowed to say on it?
No, there's a I don't know if it's counties or just, you know, places when you go to certain places. And I think in the early days you get a block, but now you just take every game as it comes. You know, you rock up and try to do your best, and you know if you do fail on the day, it's just the way you deal with it. I think now.
Yeah.
Can't beat yourself up too much. You know, you just got to look forward to the next game, and you know, you just have that confidence to know that you can perform against anybody on their day.
What's your favourite ground other than Cheltenham?
I think the Oval's a quality.
Yeah, good lunches there, I believe. Good lunches.
Good lunches, but a beautiful field, always packed.
Yeah.
It's a fantastic place, but England's got quality cricket fields, don't they?
Yeah, generally.
Generally, what's your favourite?
I mean, Lords. That's where I
Yeah.
grew up. I'm a
No,
North
obviously,
London boy.
home of cricket is quality.
Yeah.
Lunches there are. Oh,
I've never had one, but Ed Giddins told me once that the lunches at Lords are that good. It's the sort of place you could take a girl on a first date.
correct.
It's that good.
The Sunday roast there is out of this world.
Is it really?
Oh,
Yeah.
and then you get a dessert. There's a fridge full of drinks.
Well, I think they've sort of got a bit more healthier than the days when, I'll come on to it after this ball, than, Mike Gatting used to have 3 portions of spotted dick and custard,
Take me back, yeah. And then have a durry inside. A nice cigarette. A beer, tea.
Yeah. Well, apparently in the 80s at Headingley, beer was served to the players at lunch up until the 1980s. So, yeah.
I don't think then that, and you can correct me, they probably didn't break down as much as we do these days.
Probably not. No, probably not. Price just works that one into the onside for a single.
So bring back the beer and cigarette diets.
There speaks a professional athlete.
No more protein shakes for the boys.
Yeah, yeah. Edgbaston's supposed to be very good food-wise as well, isn't it?
Yeah, no, very good.
Yeah.
Very good.
I'm working
quality.
up there on Saturday doing the World Blind Championships.
Awesome.
So I'm looking forward to a good lunch there, and keeping up my diet, because
Get through.
Wells just plays that into the offside. It's going to be 142 for 3 in the 23rd over.
Looks like Travasca's a bit sore there.
Well, we won't keep you for long,
Nope.
but you've been a wonderful guest. I know it's your birthday. You've got people to see, cards to open, but it's been fantastic, and hopefully we see you back on the pitch, Graham, as soon as possible.
Thanks, Dan. Appreciate it.
And,
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, no, you've been great, and hopefully we don't have you back on in the nicest possible sense.
Yes.
As Ollie Price, because we want to see you out there on the pitch, scoring runs and taking wickets for the glorious Gloucesters.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
No worries. Graham Van Buren then, Gloucestershire Red Bull skipper. What a lovely man. Top guy. Ian Randall's going to come back on air. Come and join us. Price whips that one through mid-wicket. Can't beat Beddingham. Ollie Price on 46. Still not bored of raising his bat. There it is. There's his 50. He's relentless. 68 balls, 6 fours. Ollie Price, I mean, he's just the man with the golden touch at the moment. He just keeps going on and on and on. And for Gloucestershire fans, long may it continue.
Yep, he's got them here to over halfway to the target. This stand is worth 61 now. Wells has played an even part in this stand, though. He's come in.
Yeah, definitely.
Having taken Graham's place in the team at the last minute, he wouldn't have thought he was going to play.
Well, I think that's what makes you a good side, is good competition for places. And I think, if you've got Graham, Miles Hammond, Ben Wells fighting for 2 places, maybe perhaps an Irish overseas signing, you never know. But I think competition for places is what's going to make the club stronger. And as Graham said, you need big squads. The games come thick and fast at this time of year, so you need.
I think the good news out of that chat was, though, that he thinks that his knee is going to be okay for Friday. On another day it might not cause him a problem, but he kind of said, look, I know how to manage it. Be 2 days rest and a lot of ice will help. Here is Oliver Gibson into the attack, chopped away by Ben Wells, down to Beddingham at third man. And I'll pick up one. And this partnership at the moment looks a bit like the Beddingham-Lees one during the Durham innings. Going serenely along. And the difference for Gloucestershire is they know what the target is. Durham weren't quite sure what they wanted to get to.
No.
Gibson. Again, Price drives pleasantly up to Alex Lees at mid-off. Elsewhere, Hampshire 205 for 2 in the 33rd over. They need 326 to beat Kent. And Lancashire 117 for 3 after 30, so they need 69 more to beat Notts. Only Price is going to pinch a single here.
Oh, Wells. Oh, taking out the keeper as well. Wells was on his heels a little bit there. The ball's missed the first set of stumps at the non-striker's end, gone through to the keeper. If that was a direct hit, I think Wells would have been out here. Look.
Yeah, he's looking round a lot, which just slows you up, apart from anything else. Just checking on the Warwickshire score as well, because obviously they want to finish top of this group, and they are 168 for 4, chasing 276. Wells didn't know where that had gone.
What, Warwickshire?
Chinese Cup 168 for 4 after 32, chasing 276. None of those games are yet cut and dried, are they?
No, they're not. But I think Warwickshire have done enough there by even getting to that score that they are going to finish top of the group now and get a home semi-final,
which will be next week. Gibson, in worked away by Price. I wonder if he 150 up. 150 for 3 in the 24th over. The target is 268. And Graham didn't say this, but the impression you get is that Ollie Price's mentality would be, I want to be here at the end.
Yeah, I mean,
he's trying to...
He implied that his maturity, didn't he? That
Wells, aggressively up to mid-on, but Bushnell slight misfield, but they won't take a run.
He's streets ahead of his age as a cricketer, I think, Ollie Price. But Ben Wells, I think, he's a mature lad. It's not easy coming in for games the way he has. There's the worm. There's the run rates. See Gloucestershire slightly ahead. Yeah, so
the next over will mark the halfway point, and at the halfway point, Durham with 132 for 2. So Gloucestershire, quite a bit in front.
But you know what I'm talking about. I think Wells has got a difficult job. He comes into the side. He never lets anyone down, does he, Ben Wells? I think I really like him as a cricketer. I think he's attacking. He's got shots. He plays in a 360-degree arc.
Pretorius into
Price just defends into the offside. Yeah, Wells plays in like a all round the ground, doesn't he? He can flip the ball behind him, like Ollie Price does as well. It's the modern way, isn't it? And as a captain, it must be a nightmare to set a field to.
Particularly when you've got the reverse shots as well.
Yeah,
that's the thing.
Exactly. Both of them have got. I'll come on to it after this ball from
Pretorius from the Ashley Down Road end, and just a dab from Ollie Price. I think to go back to your point from earlier on, they are clear that Pretorius can only bowl 10 overs. If they think he is the major danger, particularly with Glover, actually has not been as expensive as I might have thought, but quite a lot of his deliveries have been down the leg side and not that threatening.
Here's Pretorius in. Price just works him onto the onside. So
to the run rate Gloucestershire are ahead of where they need to be. The run rate they're going at is higher than the run rate they require, so that's exactly where they want it.
When you're talking about sort of flips, what both these batters have got the ability to, though, is, as you said, reverse, and they can ramp as well, can't they? They can ramp, they can flip, they can sweep, they can reverse sweep. They've got all the shots all around the ground. Pretorius in. Wells just works him nicely off the hip into mid-wicket.
Nothing would hurt Ben Wells's own morale here more than to feel he's had an opportunity and he's missed it. So he's got to 35. Try and see it through.
Price defends.
No real time pressure on him here in terms of runs needed v overs. They're ahead of where they need to be. He's got somebody right in form at the other end. He's got to start himself. A little bit this season felt as if he's got to 20 in a few opportunities he's had and got out. So you could do with a 60 from this position.
A couple of people have sent me answers to your
Stephen Finn question.
Yeah. There's two more as well, over 100 wickets. Price plays that out to mid-on, no run. John Snow.
Okay.
Jeff Arnold.
So what was the question that was posed then, I wonder, that was to which Stephen Finn was the answer?
Don't know, but Mark Hallowell's been in touch.
There's an unusual thing.
Yeah, Tommy Borman, young Gloucestershire lad, come through the academy from Dumbleton Cricket Club. I think he's now gone to Froster, playing in the Whipple. He's playing for England Young Lions at Loughborough today and made 46. Just having a look at that scorecard.
Here we are at drinks then. Gloucestershire 152 for 3, 20 runs ahead, but with one further wicket down. Now, drinks breaks are curious things sometimes. They do split the concentration of a batsman or can disrupt it. Wells and Price just having a chat out there in the middle. But they've only got to go at 4.5 here for the remainder of the innings to win the game. You're very well placed. And so just doing some marking of the creases. During the drinks break. Swift work. Paul Collett out there with that trusty strip of wood that they always use.
Would you paint it freehand, Ian, one day? Do you reckon you could do it freehand?
Freehand?
Yeah.
Oof, probably not, no.
Yeah, I'm looking there. Bourne batted 3 in that. A chap called Wiley got 150 for the England Young Lions. See Reese Lewis as well. He's in that side. He's playing out of his age group, actually. He's Reese Lewis. He's a Middlesex lad from he's come through the Berkshire pathway, I think.
So ready to resume again.
Theo
here at the Seat Unique.
Theo Wiley from Warwickshire is, who's got the 150 for England. Shropshire lad.
So Ollie Price on 53, which is where James Bracey was out today, but he batted aggressively at the top of the order. And here's Oliver Gibson. pulled with got a bit of bottom hand by Wells out into the leg side for a single. Yeah, the Gloucestershire card. Bracey bowled by Brandon Glover off a drag on for 53. Chris Dent caught by Baltic off Pretorius for a single. That was right at the start of the innings. And then Miles Hammond bowled by Travaskis for 2, trying to use his feet and come down the ground to the slow left armour. Gibson, fair hair, comes in and bowls and turned away by Price into the leg side. The point I think we've made, probably Dan over the last month, about Ollie more than anything is that his concentration seems really good. He doesn't seem to get ruffled by very much at the crease.
No. He's such a polite lad as well. Both the Prices are probably...
Gibson in. Again, just works that away on the leg side. Take a single down to Glover.
I mean,
deep square.
They're even politer than Dominic Goodman. I mean, that is like saying something. They're that polite. They're nice lads. Credit to their parents.
Chat between Alex Lees and Miguel Pretorius about something. Lees is up mid-off. Gibson in. Oh, Wells just dumps a no ball. No ball caught.
We're sorry if the camera's shaking there a little bit in the wind.
That's up on the...
Hopefully it's not interfering with your...
third floor. There's the free hit signal from umpire Warren. So what's Wells going to do here? Is he going to climb into this?
I reckon he's going to go full outside off stump here. I reckon Wells is going to try and slice him over point.
Gibson hasn't played a lot of white ball, only his 10th match.
So if it's anywhere else, I think Wells will try and put him into the mound stand on the leg side.
Can't change the field for a free hit. Of course, he goes very full. That might almost be a no ball on height, and it is. So it's a no ball on height, which he's pulled for 4.
And a warning? Yeah, warning. Well, hopefully he doesn't do another one, because you don't want to see a young lad taking out the attack here. You know, you see what he was trying to do. He's trying to just get that full, and he's just got it a little bit wrong. But you definitely don't want to see a young lad taking out the attack.
Rolls to 40, and another free hit to follow. Gloucestershire within range of getting the target down below 100.
So I reckon he'll try and overcompensate here, drop it slightly shorter, and I reckon Wells will try and put him into the mound stand.
Gibson again, a slower ball, and Wells' cross, he's missed out on that. He feels he's missed out. It's gone straight up to mid-on.
You haven't eaten the cake, Graham Van Buren's birthday cake.
Well, I thought that was for him.
No, it's for you.
Why is it for me?
Because I went and managed to acquire some.
Yeah, but have you had some?
I've had a little bit of walnut cake earlier on, but only a small slither. You've got a far bigger slice of chocolate cake.
Scooped away for 4 by Wells. That was the short one outside the off stump. Didn't hit it into the mound stand this time. Just helped it on its way. Here's a replay of it. With the field up and Beddingham quite fine at third man. Wells goes to 44. Target now down to 102. 102 more, should we say. Gibson again, slower ball. Wells pushes it past Bushnell's left hand. He'll get 1. And he will keep the strike at the end of Gibson's over. So, yeah, not an easy one for young Gibson. 5 overs to 38 he's bowled. And I wonder whether we might go back to spin with Travaskis. In fact, we're going to go back to spin with Dressel from the Ashley Down Road end. Now that is a surprise with the short boundary at that end, or the short straight boundary at that end of the ground. Well, Rousseau will know it better than most, having previously been on Gloucestershire's books, of course, but today Gloucestershire hold all their spin from the pavilion end. And this is therefore going to be the first over of spin from the Ashley Down Road end in the match.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Wells takes this, because whack another quick 40 here from these two in the game. I think who's more or less done and dusted. I think Durham's young heads might drop a little. Wells plays that out to mid-off, but well attacked by Borthwick. Cuts off the single. Durham's youngsters will have their day in the sun, trust me, they're good enough. And Wells, that's going to be his 50. No, it's not, it's 45.
Is your accountant, Dan? Is he good at maths?
I can just about count to 6 on a Saturday afternoon, Ian. That's my abacus has gone wrong. That's going to be his 50. There we go. Ben Wells. Lovely shot through the covers off the back foot. And that's a really good innings by the Bath youngster. Quite quick as well. He's come off 36 balls. 9 fours, 1 6. Sparkling innings. Plays that into the onside. I'm really pleased for him, actually, Ben Wells.
He's almost caught Ollie Price up.
Yeah, I'm really pleased for him. He's, he's got an opportunity here, and what I really like to see, I'd love to see him double that up and go really big. Short, pulled, out to deep backward square. Durham's starting to unravel here a little.
So there's a possibility, obviously, mathematically it would be very difficult. In fact, it might even be impossible for it to happen. 8 from here.
Price, dainty footwork. Splits, extra cover and mid-off.
One of these might get 100 out of this.
Or two of them might end up on 95.
Yeah, they both might get caught. If they go all the way, they might split it and neither of them get one. But nice to see Wells come into the team at the last minute and really make a good contribution. So that's 3 half-centuries in this Gloucestershire chase already.
Yeah.
Bracey and then these two.
Yeah, I mean,
There's the partnership, 95 they put on.
The top order getting runs every week now in this competition.
Still Jack Taylor to come at 6. After that you would think probably Anne Riley at 7 actually. Here's Pretorius back into the attack. Oh, that's a nice shot too by Wenwells. He's really timed that. There's a long chase for the fielder away. Oliver Gibson on the extra cover boundary. He's not going to reach it. Lovely shot.
That was special. Ben Wells.
Gloucestershire fans can start looking at their diaries for Friday. What can I move? Wells dabs that into the ground. And there's been nothing in this pitch that's given any indication of movement to a catch to the keeper or an
No.
edge to the slips? Is there at all?
No. And do you know what? I think that
Batted really well. The pitch has played really well. Wells waits for Pretorius. Just steers that to Bushnell, no run.
I think the pitch might have quickened up a little bit with the sun, dried out a little bit, but also I think this is a testament to how well Anwar Ali bowled on this. Bowling medium pace, just bowling your line and length stuff. 3 for 38 off 8. And Tom Smith, 1 for 37 off 10. You know, to bowl 18 overs for 75 on this wicket is a...
It's a good effort.
Yeah, great effort.
Pretorius here, that's gone straight to Alex Lees at mid-off. No run.
Did do that maths right, didn't I?
Yeah, you did, yeah. 45 and 4 is... yeah, okay.
Do I need to see me, Ian? Do I need to...
It's in red ink, Dan.
Yeah.
Red ink. That's what Wells will want, a red inker. Get a run there. Spectators under the canopies, a couple of the canopies in front of the Thatcher's bar downstairs. Watching on. It's the pad of Wells, just rebounds out on the offside, but that over lit up by that cover drive. 184 for 4, so the stand is worth 99 between these two at the moment. And Gloucestershire right in the box seat. Lancashire only need 34 more to beat Notts. They've got 7 wickets in hand and they've got 14 overs. So it looks as if they've broken the back of that. Seeing who is steering them home there. Keaton Jennings, 87, not out. That's a surprise.
Price uses his feet to Dressel again. Plays him out to mid-off. Sweeps. But can only find deep backward square. That's the 100 partnership between these two.
So just on the Lancashire-Kent scenario, if Lancashire do win, they will be third because Kent's run rate is significantly inferior. So even if they win, Lancashire will be the third place team in Group A.
One there to Wells.
Increasingly looking like Gloucestershire against Lancashire. How appropriate in a knockout game.
Reverse swept by Price, only going to get one though. Michael Jones doing the fielding out there.
And the nice thing if that does happen is that it's a side that Gloucestershire don't play this season in any other format.
Wells goes huge. He smashed that one into the flats.
I think it's gone over the stand and just dropped underneath. It's been thrown back. It's gone down by the museum.
Roger Gibbons won't be happy there. He might be taking out all his cups and trinkets.
Benwell's closing in on what will be a career best in this day. He's only got one other 50.
Down to long on for one.
was a 76. Say quite a small sample size. He's only played 14 games in this format before today, but obviously he's got a contract extension for another season to see if he can force his way in on a regular basis in one of the formats at least. But this is just the sort of thing where he's just reminding the coaching staff that he is around and he can do a job.
Do you know what's really sort of, I think, all right, it hasn't been the greatest of seasons here in the West. All right, the county championship, Gloucestershire, we're expected to sort of do more. I'll come on to it after this ball from Pretorius.
Yeah, he's continuing from this pavilion end, just dabbed out on the offside.
But I think it's the form of the youngsters that are giving people so much heart and so much hope here. Watching Ollie Price, 22 years old, get through the 1,000 run barrier. Watching Tom Price, 23 years old, score 100 and take a hat-trick in the same day earlier in the season. Took 8 for 27 in Division 1 right at the very end of last year.
Pretorius again to Wells, who's starting to dominate this stand.
Watching Dominic Goodman take 4 wickets against a good side like Durham in the county championship. Watching Ben Wells score 66 here in a really entertaining fashion. James Bracey's only 26, scoring 200s, and I think there's real hope for the future here at Gloucestershire.
Pretorius, and again Wells just can't force it past Bushnell, and there are some younger players who aren't currently fit. I mean, Ben Charlesworth has been injured for several weeks now.
Yeah, Charlesworth
has not played a part in this tournament at all.
Yeah, Charlesworth won. Tommy Borman there for England young cricketers. There's a young lad who I haven't seen any of him at all, but he's supposed to be impressing all and sundry, called Archie Bailey, coming through. Supposed to be quite sharp.
Wells defends, and for somebody who we didn't know at the start of the season, Zaman Akhtar has obvious potential.
Ajit Singh Dale, another one, 21, 22?
22.
Yeah, 23. News yesterday he's going to miss the remainder of the season, but he's had a real breakthrough year, I think, Ajit Singh Dale. He's been fantastic.
Chopped away by Wells, that'll be 4 more. Found the gap, past the man at point, and it runs away on the Kennington Avenue side of the ground for 4. Scott Baltic's having a limber up, so the leg spinner, possibly from, you would think from this pavilion end, wouldn't you, rather than from the Ashley Down Road end.
Wells into the 70s.
Yes. Perhaps he's going to win the race. Well dug out. It was a good Yorker. A bit wide perhaps, but now there's the rate at 30 overs. Gloucestershire 198 for 3. Durham at this stage were still only 2 wickets down, and this is where the crumble started. They lost the last 7 wickets for 99. Couple of run-outs in there, and there is the worm with the yellow pulling away from the blue, and obviously the circles are the wickets, and there's those 4 wickets in a cluster at the end to indicate how the Durham innings faltered. Faltered might be a harsh word, but it just didn't quite have the same verve about it.
It hinged on those run-outs.
Oh, it did.
Yeah, those run-outs. Beddingham was crucial.
Travaskis knew that
it sold him a lemon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is Glover back into the attack. No ball.
No ball to start us off with. Brennan Glover, 26-year-old from Johannesburg. There's a 200 up, by the way. with that no ball. He made his List A debut for the Netherlands against Zimbabwe back in 2019. Had a little stint at Northants as well. There's a big connection between Durham and Northants, isn't there? We spoke about this during the 4-day game, didn't we? Jeff Cook, Colin Milburn,
Alan Walker, amongst others.
Peter Willey. Anyone else?
That's not a bad list.
Free hit, Ollie Price. Going to be caught, but it's a free hit. Oh, and he's just running to Brandon Glover as well. He's taken Glover out. Oh, I hope Glover's all right here. Actually, no, he's all right. He's fine. Little fist bump between them. They're all right.
The one wasn't looking at the other, I suspect.
No, I think...
Yeah, Ollie wasn't looking. Here we go. Whoop. He's watching the ball more than anything else.
Wells carves that one over the offside. He's going to get 2 here. Two more to his total, moves him on to 72. Lee's doing the fielding. Often you see Lee's out on the boundary, is it?
No, I think we're going to see Borthwick at
Got
this
to.
end in the next over.
Got to, and I think it's, you know, if Borthwick goes, the end is nigh. Wells plays that back to Glover.
And I mean, what a situation if one of these two was to get out for Jack Taylor to come in. Just the sort of situation that, you know, in other sports they refer to them as finishers, don't they?
Yeah.
Was it Michael Bevan who had a reputation when he was at Yorkshire for being a finisher?
In Australia, yeah. Oh, Wells chips that one in the air. Just needs to concentrate here. Yeah, Bevan was, you know, 6, but couldn't play Test cricket, could he? Didn't like the short ball, Michael Bevan.
But in this sort of format, just absolute mustard.
That 1999 World Cup, he was superb in that. Although Australia should have gone out. Short and wide, and Wells cuts the backward point. They should have gone out 2 games. Firstly, the game against South Africa, the group game, where Herschel Gibbs drops the World Cup, mate. Do you remember that? Where he'd gone to throw the ball, or the catch, he's gone to throw it up in the air, and the ball spilt out on the ground, and he was deemed not to be in control of the ball. And then the semi-final, where God knows what went on. Well, smashes that one. One bounce over long off for 4 runs.
And that takes him to equal his career best List A.
The showcase games don't count because he got 100 in that, didn't he, against Wiltshire last year at Cheltenham College.
He did.
I recall him putting one not just over the pavilion, not just over the road, but a long way over.
Okay, the bowling at the Bristol Pavilion got Borthwick.
So Borthwick is going to come on. Good finish brewing up on the Isle of Wight. Hampshire need 59 off 56 balls with 6 wickets in hand. That may not be enough, though, to get them top spot. Here is Borthwick then into the attack with his leg spin. And worked away by Ollie Price into the gap. Fits the first ball for 4. That was only a nudge, really. It was on the full. But again, all about the timing. Gloucestershire looking to cement second place with what would be a 6th win out of 8. Only Price works that away from one more, takes him to 66. Yes, the 6th win out of 8 and a 4th win out of 4 at the end of the group stage. Then to Wells. So we now are talking career best territory for him as he goes to 77. .55 needed. Pulled by Price again. He's found the gap. Borthwick has not got a man at that sort of cow corner position.
Both could get their hundreds here. .51 needed.
53 needed for...
53 needed, so if they play it right...
Yes, everything off the bat. Everything off the bat, you might just do it. Borthwick, I'm sure neither are thinking about that at the moment. Has he got a man out there now, Borthwick? No, still no. Encouraging to play into the gap. That could be 4 more. Same spot. Borthwick can't believe it. But Price has put a 3rd ball into the same place, all the way along the floor here, and one very expensive over. Later, Gloucestershire are firing on towards their victory target.
What are you doing Friday?
Well,
fancy spending a day with me?
Yeah, I had sort of thought, right, we've got a game Sunday here against New Zealand. They need to do some homework for that. I've got a football match on Saturday. Need to do some homework for that. I think the plans for the rest of the week are going to be largely prep. Well, I can see.
Wells just works that one into mid-wicket.
I have to move the prep to Thursday.
my miss is getting very jealous the amount of time I'm spending with you these days, I tell you.
I haven't spent much since the end of the Cheltenham Festival.
No. Let's spend 11 days out, 15 together.
Yeah.
Then. Bang, that's gone miles. Wells puts that one into Klinger corner. Brandon Glover, the victim. Wells into the 80s.
Just don't get too excited here, Ben Wells. Loads of time. Real opportunity.
41 needed to win.
So you only need 17 out of 43. 17 out of 41? 17 out of 41, yeah. He's struck the ball really cleanly today. There hasn't been too much that's been really clothed at all.
No, he's a lovely striker of the ball, isn't he?
And there you are, the Ollie Price quiet. 74 off 90, yeah, there we are.
That just epitomises him, doesn't it?
And you think of how many dots there were at the start of the innings. He still hit 10 fours, including 3 in the last over, so
yeah,
just paced it very well.
Glover in, Wells works him into the onside. Just going to be the one there. Yeah, no need to take risks.
We do joke about what we call Klinger corner here, which is the shorter boundary towards the apartments on the Kennington Avenue side of the ground. But Michael Klinger knew how to pace a chase and particularly attack that corner of the ground when the pitch was further across the square than it is today.
Yeah. I mean, how many T20 hundreds? He got about He got a few T20 hundreds,
He
didn't
did. He did. And this, I mean, Price has paced this very well, I think, in a manner that Klinger would be actually very impressed with. Lancashire have won. Lancashire have beaten Notts by 7 wickets, so they will finish third in the other group. Jennings 103 not out.
Price plays that one out. Bettingham hit off.
His will be a prized wicket on Friday.
Keaton Jennings.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll be the one. They won. Klinger, 800s in T20 cricket.
There we are.
I mean, that's just outrageous. In List A, 1800s, 44 50s. I mean, that's like serious figures. That's over the head. That's going to be a no ball. So Klinger averaged 34.45 in T20 cricket. Just a shade under 50 in List A. 40 in first class. And he just played 3 T20 internationals, where he averaged 47.66, 150 in there. Ollie Price just helps that one around the corner.
That was calmly played because that was also short, wasn't it?
Yeah,
very short.
Pretorius doing the fielding.
I mean, you know, Gloucestershire are going to get the better of Durham in this game, but Durham's season...
Yeah, I mean, good luck to Durham.
It's going to be about winning promotion in the Championship, and they are 40 points clear with 3 to play in that. So
yeah, I mean, their season was over in this competition before today, wasn't it? So
that might also be given as a no ball.
That's-
To be
yeah,
fair,
there's
Wells
a no
did.
ball.
Oh, Wells ducked, but this again. Yeah, the two Dutch bowlers in the game today have both had issues from that far end of the ground with no balls and accuracy.
yeah, and it's been the short ball, hasn't it? It's not getting their clogs over the front line, is it? It's it's been with a short ball.
So
Means
it's
that
free hit
only
for
one
Wells.
of these now can get 100. It's twice Wells has missed out there with a free hit. Ball pinging around the field like no one's business. Yeah, I mean, Durham, great fans up there, and they deserve success after, you know, what's happened with them a few years ago with the relegation and the fine and whatever. And the people up there who love their cricket, they deserve success. And may I just say the very best of luck to all of you in your quest for Division 1, because, I mean, Division 2's almost wrapped up, isn't it, already?
Yeah, and they were over. I think they were over the horizon probably 3 rounds ago. Actually,
and they deserve it as well. I mean, I thought they were excellent here in Bristol. They were excellent up there in the game up at Chester Street as well. And people up there have interacted well with us, haven't they, over the games that we've watched here, the coverage that we've sort of given them. So good luck, guys.
so Borthwick, despite conceding 14 in his first day, was going to have another go from this pavilion end. And most of the community charities who've been with us early stages about packed up by now. Forced away in the air by Ollie Price. It's going to drop short of the rope, but it's going to be 4 more.
The good news for Ian Randall, though, is I can see not 1 but 2 of Paolo's ice cream vans on the ground.
Still.
Ian will be like that. He'll be all over those later on, like a youth in a cheap suit.
Borthwick to Price, goes for the reverse sweep. Oh, a partial stop by Glover. There's a chase around the boundary. Gibson out there, and they're going to come back for 2. So price goes to 81.
But I also feel that Durham's youngsters will have learned from this, because they haven't received, say, the mauling that maybe some of Somerset youngsters have. Well, I think Somerset's youngsters, having...
Borthwick again. Oh, another, say, reverse hit. That was a proper hit, because it was so short from Borthwick that Price trying to really help it on its way and didn't really get enough on it.
I did fear for some Somerset's youngsters, having been mauled for over 400 twice in 4 days, 5 days. You think that can be, damaging to their confidence. Whereas I think Durham's youngsters might learn from this.
Borthwick will toss that out. It's a full toss, pulled away. There's no great power by Ollie Price behind, so he just helped it really. And they'll pick up 1 run. The men out in this chase, which had Gloucestershire at one stage 85 for 3, Bracey for 53, Dent for 1, and Hammond for 2. Wells will pick up 1 more out to deep point. The end of the 34th over.
Lancashire won't fancy their trip to Bristol on Friday. They'll have looked at the scores here.
But they will be, you can guarantee, they will be well prepared.
Oh yeah.
And they'll be competitive.
Yeah, they will be. Should be a great game of cricket. We'll be live on the stream from
well, 10 to 11.
10 to 11.
5 to 11.
But tickets will be on sale probably by about 8 o'clock tonight at the latest. Might even be earlier. And I'd advise you to keep your beady eyes on the Gloucestershire website, because that's where they'll be on sale.
All the details, I'm assuming, will be released on social media
They
before
will be,
that.
and that's where you'll be able to guarantee your seat here for what promises to be a cracker. Oh. Wells stinging the hands of extra cover.
So 27 required, and both players in the 80s.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if they might just both end up on 90 or 9 out or whatever and just get the job done. Or Glover in.
I suspect that both, while they would want with a small W, 100 for themselves, they will be quite happy if they help the other one get 100 and they didn't, for they were both not out at the end.
They're big mates, these two. Yeah, I think they live in the same place. So, party round there's later. Graham Van Buren's birthday party. Oh, Wells has lifted that one over deep backward square. Moves into the 90s.
He must be favourite now of the two.
Yeah, you'd say so. Ollie Price has got 400s. I mean,
90 not out will do.
Share it about, mate. Share it about. Yeah, I mean, he'll take a little cheeky 85 with a star next to it. Wells goes trying to hoik that one. Will only get a single.
I said to earlier on when Graham Van Buren was with us, that I said to Jack Longstaff that having been pulled into the team at the last minute, what you wouldn't want to see from Wells is just to get a 20 and out. You wanted him to make a proper difference, and he has done that, and that would, just to get 100 would put the cherry on the cake, wouldn't it?
Price doesn't time that one. There's the camera being blown around a little again there. We do apologise for any interference
I
at home.
think if we've learned anything, Dan, over the last 2 matches here, though, is that it's hard to take wickets on these pitches in white ball cricket at this time of the season.
It certainly is. If you don't get them with a new ball, because that's when it does a little bit. Price just plays that into the offside for one.
Yeah, there is the opportunity. I mean, we wonder whether 330 might have been a realistic score today. And I think you'd still wonder whether 330 will be a realistic score on Friday, actually.
Ian, I see that you've stolen this pen from Birmingham City University.
Yeah, I forget where that one was, actually.
Oh, have you been to Birmingham City University?
I haven't,
Or
no.
you just...
No, I forget where that one was spotted. So Travaskis is going to come back into the attack. Borthwick having had 2 expensive overs. 2 overs for 22. Travaskis has bowled 4 overs for 35, so he's not been exactly ultra economical himself. Ollie Price on 83. Steers it into the offside, no run. Don't see anybody leaving. They want to be here at the end, with Gloucestershire on the brink of a successful chase, and also because one of these batsmen might get 100. Ollie Price goes to 84. And the 250 up. These two at 85 for 3. This game was not a done deal. Hampshire need 18 to beat Kent. Straight down the ground from Wells. That's 4 more. Travaskis unable to keep him quiet here at the moment. And 1 more blow will do it for Ben Wells. 96 not out. His highest list A score. Can he cap this chase with 100? Travaskis to bowl to him. No, not there. Yeah, he's got to keep his concentration here. Time isn't the issue. Runs required isn't the issue. He's pulled that away into the gap. Will it go for 4? It will! And Ben Wells, having come into the team less than half an hour from the start of play, has marked his inclusion with his first ever List A 100, 72 balls, the same number as his squad number. How about that?
What a story. What a story. Fantastic. Chuff for him. And as you said, this game was in the balance when these two came together. And they look like they're going to put on 180 odd or whatever to see their side home.
10 needed. And Wells won't take one there. Travaskis gets a hand on that drive down the ground. And Ollie Price will keep the strike. Price can't get to his...
No, he can't. He'll end up on 99 is the maximum he can end up on.
So he will just want a not out against his name. And they've done really well to get it from 85 for 3 when, you know, 85 for 3 becomes 100 for 4 with an extra bowler in the team, which just lengthens the tail a little bit. These two have done really well. And more importantly, they've done it in... Even if this was 46 overs, it would have been well paced. But to do it in 36 and to get to the only needing 10 to win is a really good effort.
Gibson's going to have a bowl.
Almost a thankless task to be asked throwing the ball at this point.
Yeah, I'd have gone down with a hamstring injury at this point, Ian.
10 to win.
Well, there's at least one of them. Price will settle for that.
It's been quite... If you're a Gloucestershire supporter and you only really watch the team at home, it's been pretty slim pickings this season in terms of really good days until this competition.
As it was last year as well. as it was last year.
They're going to really rotate the field round. Oh, we do mention him sometimes. He's here every day. Supporter Matthew Lee just getting back into his seat down by the picket fence in front of the Thatchers. He was involved, he was invited.
That's ramped. Wells gets that one over the top of cover.
He was invited into the team talk this morning, wasn't he? I wonder what he said. If anything.
He did tell me what he said, but
Did he?
I can't put it on air.
Right, okay.
I can't put it on air.
It was short and to the point, probably, knowing Matthew.
Yeah, no, I'll tell you off air. I'm not saying it on air
No,
what,
that's fair
he
enough.
said, but so
5 required.
5 required. That's over the head. That's going to be 2 of them off the total. So yeah, this has been another dominant performance here by Gloucestershire. Won all 4 of their home games in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. Lancashire won't fancy coming to Bristol. As Wells smashes out back down the ground. There's the winning runs. Gloucestershire win by 7 wickets and qualify for a home quarter final against Lancashire here on Friday, and those 2 will meet to face a semi-final away at Leicestershire.
Almost certainly away at Leicestershire, you feel. Hampshire need 19 off 5 overs with 5 wickets in hand to beat Kent. I suspect that may not be enough for their net run rate.
No, I don't think it will be.
To swing it. Kent have done as much as they could to post a big score, but here today the story is BJJ Wells. I think we can say his headline innings, an unbeaten 100 for him, another unbeaten major contribution from Ollie Price, and Gloucestershire home with more than 13 overs to spare, chasing 268. The feeling was 330 was the minimum Durham were going to need, and they didn't get there with a couple of run-outs and some good bowling at the end from Gloucestershire. Anwar Ali taking 3 wickets, Tom Smith providing the break in the middle, 1 for 37 from 10. And sportingly, the Durham boys applaud both Wells and Price off. 85 for 3 when those 2 joined forces, and they saw Gloucestershire all the way home, and James Bracey gives both of them a big pat on the back before going to shake hands with the whole of the Durham side, who will, I'm sure, be playing Division 1 Championship cricket next season. But here today they've been outdone by 2 of Gloucestershire's younger lights. Ollie Price 22, Ben Wells 23.
Yeah, we said at the interval that they were probably 60-70 light. Maybe they were. I think this was a 350 wicket, and despite 57 from Scott Borthwick and 64 from David Beddingham, 267 wasn't really going to be enough on what looked like a flat Bristol wicket. James Bracey, he got 53 at the top of the order. He's had a good tournament. But Chris Dent and Miles Hammond went cheaply, and the game was in the balance before a partnership of 184 between these 2. There's the match summary. Saw Gloucestershire home there by 7 wickets. Anyway, Ian, we'll be back Friday, won't we? 10 to 11.
Hope you can join us on Friday for... How can you have a quarter-final with 6 teams involved? For me, it's a playoff.
It's a semi-final eliminator.
OK, we'll call it that. It isn't a quarter-final because you have to have 8 teams for a quarter-final in my book. So it's a playoff, it's an eliminator, call it what you will, for a place in the semis. Gloucestershire against Lancashire. You can follow it with us on the stream on Friday from 5 to 11. I think the forecast is quite good for the end of the week, so if you want to follow it on the stream, that's great. If you can be with us here in person, even better. Thanks to Jack for his work on the cameras today. Thanks to Graham Van Buren for his time during the second innings. We hope he'll be fit for the weekend.
Pete Lamb as well, he was good.
And for Pete Lamb for joining us on the club's Community Day. But what we're going to describe with Ben Wells' first List A 100, unbeaten as it was, 108 not out as you can see there, Ollie Price 85 not out, as a thumping win for Gloucestershire over Durham. We wish Durham well in the Championship. I'm sure they'll go up. Gloucestershire though might have some other silverware to compete for before that. We'll see you on Friday at 5 to 11. Join us then. Enjoy your Tuesday evening. Bye bye.